All right. Good morning, Madam Mayor. Are you ready to call this meeting to order?
Hold on one second. My eyes. They're going to be strong enough. All right. Good morning, everyone. Okay, we are going to start the Reno City Council. This is Wednesday, July 24, 2024. And we are going to start out with the Pledge of Allegiance. I would love, who's the leader of your group? Do you have a leader? You tell me. I would love it if you would just sing the pledge, sir. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it to you for a roll call.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. We're calling roll for Wednesday, July 24th. Councilmember Breckus, absent at this time. Dewar.
Here.
Martinez. Ebert, absent at this time. Taylor.
Here.
Reese.
Here.
Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Hey.
Our first item today is opening public comment, unless we have any proclamations.
We do. We actually have a proclamation to start today honoring our Parks and Recreation team. Nathan, there you are. Come on up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Nathan Elliott, Parks and Recreation Director for the record. Happy to read this on behalf of our team who does wonderful work, and also want to thank Mayor and Council for recognizing the hard work that they do regularly at the dais and also through emails and conversations. So I'd also like to thank our Parks and Recreation commissioners who very hard advocate on behalf of Reno and for outdoor spaces and our facilities and programs. So with that, I've been practicing my whereases.
Good for you.
Take a shot. Is this on? Nope, the one's still talking. Whereas Parks and Recreation, an integral part of nation's communities, in Reno, Park and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes time in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being, and alleviating depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. And whereas the City of Reno Parks and Recreation Department is dedicated to enhancing community wellness through comprehensive programs in aquatics, athletics, engagement, senior service, and health promotion. And whereas urban forestry initiatives maintain and expand green spaces to improve air quality and mitigate urban heat islands, and our inclusive programming ensures equitable access to recreation for all, fostering a sense of belonging and community cohesion. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives designate July as Parks and Recreation Month, and now therefore, I, Nathan Elliott, on behalf of Mayor Hillary Sheevy, Mayor of the City of Reno, Nevada, do hereby declare July 2024 Parks Recreation Month. And I encourage our residents to get to enjoy Reno's outstanding facilities, programs, and parks.
You nailed it. Perfect. Good job.
We just want to ask our staff in the audience to stand up. We've got park mates here.
Oh, don't you laugh when he does that? Stand up. Thanks, you guys.
Got a ton of years of service in the room and knowledge, experience. Didn't make it down. We wanted to, instead of this sitting on a shelf, like to present it to staff or commissioners. Last year we gave one to Commissioner Pritchett prior to his passing, along with Sue Burkham, who also passed recently, who were our park commissioners. So this year we want to give it to a staff person who's been here a long time behind the scenes. Would probably ask why I would have her come down here. She helps us with our finances and keeps us in line. So Ping, who's upstairs on the 11th floor, we're going to give this to her.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
No.
All right, Madam Mayor, so our first item today is public comment. Members of the public may hear, observe, provide public comment virtually by registering the following link, which can be found on reno.gov/meetings, https://reno.gov/COUNCIL07-24. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comment under this item will be limited 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you're called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. Those participating in chambers in accordance with council rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting, may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If the behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you're in a Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Our first group of public commenters today is the Nevada Peer Support Network.
Good morning, everyone. We're 3 of the 26 members of retirees. We're all retired first responders with a total of about 600 years of experience between us all. And I just wanted to talk a little about the Peer Support Network. Hopefully, if you have interest, be able to sit with us for a while and discuss some of our needs. Bottom line is we take care of the people who take care of all of us, all your families and friends, because they take care of the mental health needs of our first responders and veterans in the community. We have a history that started back in 2019 when one of our young, dynamic firefighter medics his own life, and who many first responders fear the going to HR or telling their boss, hey, I'm up for a promotion, but I'm struggling with some things. So he did not feel that he was comfortable. At that time, he was on patient and took his own life. And it started by his fire captain. They said, we need to do something a little bit different, something that we can do with confidentiality and then refer people out. Last year, our therapists and peer support teams took care of, made contact with about 600 people, about 300 hours of volunteer therapy was provided by our 2 therapists. And one of them was in the Army for 20 years, one of our therapists, and the other one was a retired paramedic after 24 years at REMSA. So we have a really great staff. We have a resiliency center. Thanks to the Ribera Company, our rent is only $2,500 for a 2,500 square foot, really nice place. They gave us more than 50% off the rent. The second part of our organization is basically we have incident support, go to emergencies when called. We've been numerous fires, I think it's about 17 fires in the county and in the city of Reno together. We've been to some law enforcement incidents, including the one in Sparks a while back where 3 officers shot, and we provide climate control shelters in the summer. We had 3 fires last week in Sun Valley where the temperature was well over 104 degrees. So we had shelters set up, cooling fans, rehydration drinks, things like that, towels, etc. So again, what I'd like to be able to do is at some point maybe sit down with you, Mayor, possibly. We've met with Councilman Martinez back and Councilwoman Ebert. It's to get an appointment on schedule, but we are 501c3s, and we beg for everything we get. So we have a couple old converted trucks, rescue trucks. We respond to calls on.
Okay, you can.
I just, it's the hardest part of our job is to ask for money from people. I'm a pretty good paramedic.
A great fundraiser.
But begging is really hard. The way I was brought up, I guess. Yeah. But we see such a strong need. Yesterday morning, received a phone call from a sheriff in one of the rural communities in northern Nevada who struggled with his deputies who responded to an infant who had died, and they worked on the infant because they have a volunteer fire department. It was going to take like 25 minutes for anybody to get there, and they were struggling with that. So we set them up with a critical distress thing. So it's kind of a referral service. We take care of our own, and then we do direct assistance right at emergency scenes for our brothers and sisters who are on the job.
Okay.
We also bring a toilet to fires because it's very
important.
Yeah, when we had the ballpark fire downtown, the ballpark apartments, we were there for quite a while. I know Reno, that was quite a fire, and they really appreciated us. But the bathroom was used more than the coffee pots. So.
I'm going to have Brent Copeland with you. Services are so critical, especially when it comes to mental health and our first responders. They see some of the most tragic situations that we deal with in our community. So super important work. I did not know you existed. I'm a supporter of HIP. So you guys a lot like it, but for the first responders on that side. Yeah. And it's really important that we have those peer support groups because you can really identify, because the stigma that you talked about is very real, where they don't want to go to HR, they want to go with a system. for the fear of being either retaliated against or, scrutinized, those types of things. And so when it comes to mental health, it's really, really important. Impressive work. Well, I look forward to supporting you. Make
you so
sure
much.
that you get your information to Mickey, the clerk, and we'll have Brian reach out to you.
All right, thank you for
so
allowing us
much.
this time.
Thank
Madam
you
Mayor.
very much. Go ahead.
I'm also going to meet with the group, so if my staff can get together and make sure they do that. I also want to thank Councilmember Ebert, who is not here yet this morning. She's got a nation on the agenda today for the Peer Support Network, which I think is very important, and I thank her for it.
Excellent. Okay. Where's Brian? Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, getting back in order, we have Darren McDonald on behalf of the Financial Advisory Board, followed by Ron Trevor on behalf of SAVE, and Tara Tran.
Great.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My name's Darren McDonald. I'm the new chair of the Financial Advisory Board. Following after,
Congratulations.
thank you. Following after Tila McKellar. She was on the board for 10 years. So I've been on the board about 4 years. But we have a fair amount of experience, and this time we're coming up to speak about our annual report and our annual work plan for your approval. So just, they're available to display the city or any financial advice I have. Obviously, we work very closely with the finance director and with the internal city auditor. But that's, most of our skill is heavily into accounting. We have accountants and CPA. I'm a CPA. We also have managerial accountants and investment advisors, but we also have another diverse experience that's within that board, so we can provide a well-rounded point of view for the benefit of the city, as well as perform some additional oversight. So
I love your perspective, too. So it's really important you come because it's very valuable. It's a different set of eyes, and so it gives us a better perspective, I think.
Right.
How are we doing?
Well, you're doing really good. You know, the city's always worked really hard.
Say it again.
You're doing really well. Cities work really hard
Just
to
because-
balance the financial objectives that the board, the Financial Advisory Board is always going to have a very financial focus compared to the
definitely.
other objectives that are important, like law enforcement, homelessness, and other sort of elements that you have balanced against.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
But it's so critical because otherwise we can't fund those things.
Yeah.
So-
We always take a long-term view, and so that's always the angle we're trying to do, is how you can save more money over a longer period of time.
All right. Thank you so much. Look forward to hearing from you anytime.
Will do.
All right.
Thank you.
Ron Trevor, followed by Tara Tran, followed by Sierra Rambo.
All right. Save. Yay.
Good morning. My name is Trevor. I'd like to thank Mayor Sheedy and the council for allowing me to speak today. I'm a representative of SAVE, which stands for the Senior Auxiliary Volunteer Effort that works for the Police Department. Today I've got a recap for the hours volunteer for second quarter 2024. SAVE currently has 71 active members and another 3 in training. During the second quarter, there was a total of 4,521 hours volunteered by members of SAVE. This presents a savings of $134,545 to the city of Reno. Some of the key areas that we covered were citizen contacts, 6,681, 48 hours on abandoned vehicles, 1,797, school patrols, 950, handicap violations, money for the city, 511, stolen vehicles, fictitious plates located, 12, and that is it. Any questions?
All right. Fantastic.
Yep. Thank you.
Let me ask you just quickly, how do you decide on the areas you're going to focus on? How is that determined?
Well, we have 4 quadrants: northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, and we receive service requests that come in from Reno Direct. And depending upon quadrant it's in, we place them in slots, and then we have the patrols that go up in the individual quadrants.
Okay. All right. Good to know. So those requests come through Reno Direct.
Correct.
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I want to know. I had an email last week praising your work and all you're doing, so you know people are recognizing
I'll
it.
make sure the membership knows. Thank you.
So much.
Bye.
Tara Tran, followed by Sierra Rambo, followed by Ilya.
This is a clicker. Great. Hi, how's it going? My name is Tara Tran. I'm here today as part of the Key River Community Advisory Team. The Key River Community Advisory Team, or TRCAT, is a small group of community members that live and work near the downtown river corridor east of downtown, and are affiliated with Initiative for Shelter and Equality and for Reno Sparks Indian Colony. So it's kind of a combination of those organizations and community members in that little area. We came together because we believe that the community who lives in the area should be a forefront conversation when shaping a better future for it. With support of River Network, the National Park Service, and One Truckee River, we designed and executed a community-led research project to learn about the needs, wants, and desires of people who use, live, and work in the target area. So the aforementioned target area spans from Broadhead Memorial to John Champion Park. And so for those who don't know, that's kind of the ACES Stadium to Sutro Street. And it has received disadvantaged community status designation by the Environmental Protection Agency. This is a mixed-use area with apartments, homes, commercial, and industrial buildings adjacent to the river. Despite rapid economic change in the surrounding areas, the portion of the Tahoe Trail and adjacent spaces continue to degrade due to a lack of maintenance. Because it is a highly urbanized area, this is also a critical source, a critical point for preventing downstream pollution into the Truckee River, which is a designated critical source water protection area. As a community, we believe that public green spaces are necessary assets that everybody has a right to use, regardless of their background or their current situation. So our goal in this community-led research project is to understand needs, desires, and current usage of the community that already exists, benefits from, and is invested in this part of our city. So in our community research project, in order to reach respondents, we were really focused on meeting them where they're at. So thanks to the human service outreach groups through RISE, the newsletter in the Reno Indian Colony, hiring door-to-door, and tabling at highly frequented areas and in apartment buildings right on the river, we were able to collect information from 157 respondents in the area. I'll turn it over to my colleague to hit the next slides.
Okay, good job. You could work here. That was so good.
Sierra Rambeau, followed by Ilya Arbitman.
So, hello, I'm Sierra Rambeau, and I am a tribe member. I also work at the Reno Sparks Indian Colony in our Cultural Resource Department as the program assistant and oral historian. I will be sharing with you the results of our survey. First, I would like to start off with our survey demographics. As you can see, we have a good distribution of responses from various communities we were trying to reach. There's a nice bell curve in age and an almost even split of gender. This slide shows how often these different demographic surveys use Truckee River on a daily and weekly basis. Among homeowners, renters, and individuals in transitional housing, 40 to 70% of respondents use all areas of the corridor. We only see use fall off with members of the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. We found they use river least all the groups surveyed. And as a Reno Sparks Indian Colony tribal member and resident, I would like to make a small comment about that. Historically, many things have been taken away from people, and this is another example of that. Many tribal community members don't feel the river is safe. My father used to fish in the river all the time when he was a young man, and he no longer fishes. He tells us to eat any fish that come from the Truckee River, and it's a common attitude among tribal members. This next slide shows, we know that people are using the Truckee River, and these are the five most common responses among surveyors. These responses: walking, picnicking, biking, gathering friends and family, and commuting. Respondents also use the river corridor for swimming, running, fishing, paddling, and other hobbies. Another question asked was desired improvements to survey respondents want to see. For us, this was one of the most surprising results of the survey. This graph shows that across the board, whether someone is in transitional housing or a homeowner, they want to see the same improvements at these parks along the river. The top 5 improvements were more benches, more trash cans, better lighting, public restrooms, and access to food and drink. And thank you. Turn over the slide.
Good job.
Ilya Arbitman.
Okay, Ilya Arbitman for the record. We're just, there's a lot to talk about, and we're actually happy if anyone wants to meet, and there's a long slideshow that's kind of a condensed version. I think one of the main things that it highlights is just the importance of soliciting input from people who use an area. We know, obviously, there's a lot of attention being paid to the river right now. The Truckee River plan came out. I think we were trying to do here kind of balance some of those thoughts with information from the people who already use it, rather than looking at it as a place that we necessarily need to bring in people to who aren't already there, want to start the community that's already using it, or we would like to be using it, but doesn't for whatever reason. I think if we look at a park like Wingfield, we see an example of a downtown park on the river that's very different from Broadhead, from John Champion. These are parks that I think people don't even know their name because they don't go there. And we're trying to understand why it is, what's different. Wingfield certainly has a very diverse mix of people there. There's people that are down and out, that are sleeping there. There's families, right? There's special events that happen there. There isn't really anything about Wingfield that's different from Broadhead and John Champion. It actually seems like there's just more investment in that park, more amenity, gets cleaned more regularly, it's better maintained, it's better lit. The success of a park like that is not just about who's there. Right? So sometimes people might assume that there's a bunch of people living on the river and that's why people don't go there, but that's not really true because there's plenty of people sleeping in Wingfield any day and people still go there. So we were trying to understand with this survey, and we may as well go actually talk to the people there and kind of understand how they feel about it. So the biggest takeaway from this and what we learned about the river was actually the model of gathering information, which is very different from the consultant model, which is very top-down and doesn't necessarily involve, like studios, whoever bid presentation, it doesn't necessarily ask people, what do you want to see here, right? And if it does, it's very limited. And the surveys that the city puts out online, I think, are very effective, but there's no guarantee that they're actually going to reach the people that are there. So we compensate people with gift cards, and the community engagement model that we used is a little bit more intensive. Like we got a team of people together, we went out there, we tabled there. So obviously, it does involve a little more grassroots work, but the city has demonstrated a desire to engage the community, and we really hope that this type of information gathering can be incorporated in the future for projects or currently with the river, because we think it's a great way to enfranchise people, basically make them feel like if they already live on the river and a project starts next to them, would feel they were part of it if they were like, oh right, that's something I recommended, like a bench right there, and they put in the bench or more lighting right there. So we hope this is a model for working together in the future. Thank you very much.
Great job, Ilya. Let me ask you a couple questions. Did you call it the DR Cat?
It's Tree River Community Advisory Team.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you met with Doug or Dig?
I'm not sure, I haven't.
Because I think your information is super important. It's really, really critical because it's really good. You literally boots on the ground. Did you guys come to the presentation we had last week from them?
I watched it.
I'm going to set up a meeting for you guys because I think it's really, really critical. And then one last question. This is important, and I think people are getting this piece of it. Do you have plans to share this and do a presentation like you just did over at the City of Sparks and the county?
We one presentation at the NAB. This is our second pilot presentation, we haven't.
Looks like you've been doing it for a long time, so it looks good.
But sure, if you think it's a good idea, then we'll do that.
Could you please do that? Because I feel like people forget that we all share the river together.
Totally.
And the only way that this is successful is if actually we're all working within the jurisdictions, because we're connected. And it can't just be like, hey, Reno, this is it, and then it stops whenever you're over on the county side and you're over on the Spark side, because then it will look very, very different, and it needs to be, like you said, for all. So if you do that, that would be huge.
Yeah, and if you could, we would be glad to that as an agendizing too. We just did in public comment here because we figured it'd be easier. But if you could help
we'll set
make
it
us
up.
the connection,
Yeah.
make the connection, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm going to
Madam
put you in
Mayor.
touch with. Yeah.
And Mr. Ottman, I would like to be part of helping you to make the connections as well, because, and with our Parks and Recreation Department, we've got a lot of different divisions within the city departments that are in this, but we've all got to be engaged with Europe as well. I think your motto, which is, come up, is something very instructive for us. So I'd like to make sure that my staff works with your team to figure out how we can make those things happen, because you've got a lot of stakeholders between RISE, RTC is an important stakeholder. Madam Mayor has been arguing for many years that River Path is a transportation corridor, and so the money that is going to happen as roadway construction moves towards the river, we've asked them to improve lighting and path improvements, especially in this section. So I'd have RTC have a seat at the table as well. And again, a lot of information here today is not entirely new, but it's presented differently, and also it does have the implication being presented from the bottom up, which I think is much more interesting to us than a down approach. But traditional structured government are very top-down focused. We'd rather be bottom-up, but governments don't really talk that language often enough. So we'd like to make sure that we can get a coordinated effort, because again, Public Works, Parks, RISE, our community team, our police officers, enforcement teams, our park rangers. There's an agenda item later about park rangers. All of those things have to be done together. So I'd like to make sure that we.
Love to have you weigh in on
Okay, yeah, if
that.
we can make the connection, I'm sure, yeah, we're glad to set a meeting.
And just to clarify, because said that I'm going to use it as a transportation hub, I want to be very clear, because I'll get emails of, cars and things
Well,
like that.
bikes, for
Yes,
bikes and walking,
bicycles,
yeah.
bicycles. Yes. Great job.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. Okay,
Connie Silvera, followed by Olivia Tanager, followed by Terry Brooks.
the slide champion, I love it.
Good morning. Connie Sarah, thank you for letting me speak today. And I do have a little good news. Is this on? Okay.
Connie coming.
Okay, this is, the original reason I came down here was List Park, and it is fixed. It is completed. And when I stopped by the other day to check on it, these boys were having a blast. And I got to tell you, it was so rewarding to see them having so much fun. So I'm just really excited to see that happen. Moving on to the next park, we do still have Pickett Park, which I have to apologize. I think last time I mislabeled this as Stewart Park, which it is not. It is Pickett Park run by Reno Hospital. It's a pretty severe break, the slide that's pretty dangerous for kids. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And then also Wilkinson Park is the other at this time that I found that is pretty bad shape. This is on little kids, sure. So, they don't have the same, it's a little harder for them to maneuver around, but it's pretty severe and looks pretty dangerous. And so I just wanted to give an update on that. And moving on from parks, I do want to bring up one other subject for the city of Reno that's very upset about, and that is the Hot August Nights Parade that's been canceled because they can no longer afford the extra $20,000 the city is now charging for parades. So I've been a big Hot August Nights supporter. I'm a volunteer. I have cars for years. It just brings so much to the community, not just money, but fun and activities. And we're just all really sad to see that the parade will happen. And I believe we didn't have a re-parade, possibly not a veteran. We're not having a parade anymore because these organizations cannot afford the extra $20,000 they have to pay now. So I would hope that in your budgets coming up that you look a hard look at that and see if there's something you can do to help with that. Because it'd be sad to not have parades.
Totally agree with you. I have been very unhappy with, maybe it's an existing structure we have put in place, maybe has made it more difficult. I'm asking for a special meeting to address special events. I also need to let people know, because a lot of people think that the city puts on, like, I think there was a 4th of July parade. That's not done through the city, that's through a private promoter. And so what we're going to do is do a special meeting and adjust special events so that they can afford to do it, because we are sort of that city that's known for our special events.
Right.
So I would love for you to come when we have that meeting, because I want the council to weigh in and adjust the fees so we can make it affordable for everyone to participate. I have been very disappointed, and I'm hearing a lot of outcry about the hardship of doing special events. They are challenging because we have also contracts with, groups have to be at the table by state law. So you
Right.
have to have all these things in place. So you got to figure out how we can mitigate some of that so that these events can make it and thrive. The only parade that the city of Reno does is our Veterans Day Parade. I think is the only one we put on, but all the other ones are from the hard work of people wanting to put on special events. And we need to make sure, because Hot August Night Parade has been for many, many, many years. So I meet with them, make sure that they continue to have, because that's a huge driver, especially with our tourists and our community. Both love it.
And it's gonna be very
We're on top of
conducive.
it, just so you know.
Good.
So when we have special meeting, it'll be in September, October. Jackie is on it. She's superwoman over here, and she's the one that was responsible for fixing your slide. She's on both of those
Thank
parks
you.
now for you. If there's anyone that can get it, it's Jackie. And it was her. We can take the credit here. It was all her that helped.
Thank you,
That's
Jackie.
helping.
We appreciate it.
Yeah.
All your team.
So thank you very much.
All right,
All
thank you.
right.
Barry Levinson, followed by Olivia Tanager, followed by Terry Brooks.
Good morning. Mayor Sheevy and Reno City Council, hi. My name is Barry Levinson. I'm a Reno resident, a member of the Sierra Club. We're talking about NV Energy, kind of a change of subject. As you all know, NV Energy has proposed a large increase in the base rate for electricity with a concomitant reduction in the charge kilowatt hour. It is quite clear that the goal is to shift their income from a variable amount based on electricity usage to a guaranteed fixed rate independent of usage. While this may be advantageous to NV Energy's bottom line, it would be devastating to customers and the environment. The customers would be charged the elevated base rate before they ever even turn on a light switch. This removes the ability to reduce one's electricity bill by conserving energy. Consequences may be dire for lower-income people who may not be able to afford bills. It's also terrible for the environment as it removes incentives to conserve energy. Secondly, the increased base rate will almost surely kill the solar industry in northern Nevada. People install solar on the roof to save money in the long run on their electricity bills. I did just that 2 years ago. With the expectation the base rate would stay low, charge per kilowatt hour would continue to increase over time. With these set of assumptions, rooftop solar makes a lot of sense in the long run. If NV Energy gets its way, rooftop solar will not likely make sense financially, greatly reducing the number of people who choose to go solar. This would be a travesty for the solar industry and for our environment. This proposal also flies in the face of the new Reno NV Energy Partnership Agreement, which is where you guys have been, in which NV Energy has agreed to work with Reno to reduce energy-related emissions, increase local renewable energy, improve resilience and reliability, and support equity. The proposed huge increase in the base rate runs counter to all of these goals. Sierra Club, in conjunction with other environmental groups you see behind me, is requesting a statement from the City of Reno in opposition to the proposed base rate increase in the form of written comment to the PUCN and a letter to the NV Energy, whatever makes sense. We feel that support from the city could really bolster our position against this egregious proposal from NV Energy, and that the city must stand up vociferously for the tenets of the Energy Partnership Agreement. Okay, thank you. Any support you can provide.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay.
I'm actually going to sit over to colleague Councilwoman Dewar because we've been working on this.
Yeah, we have. As you know, Barry, I was, I think, really the only local elected official that had an opportunity to comment when MV Energy had their meeting in, I want to say it was June. At their hearing. It was a meeting to gather public input. And I came out against it, and I was, for the main reason you just really disadvantaged low-income residents. Who is advocating for them? Us. They are our residents. Number two, your point about solar is very important. I think I may be the only elected official in northern Nevada that actually has solar on my roof.
Maybe not.
Tell me, I put them in the team. I'm in the team. Anyway, one of the few, I'll say, that have it on their roof, and I advocated in 2014 for the same reasons that you made, which is that you change the energy pricing model, you disadvantage solar, which has an economic base and a return. And I wanted to mention to the mayor, didn't we recently have the Secretary of Commerce here? And when she flew in with Senator Rosen, they spoke about our new technology hub that we're going to have at NR, and she made a comment how few roofs in Reno
It's outrageous.
had solar. I mean, it was part of her commentary. And so for a person to just come in and recognize the issue that we have made very little progress, the only solar the city's been able to add in the last 10 years is our community solar project, which is a partnership with MV Energy, the work we're doing with our public safety center, and our Moana pool. But separate from those that are new buildings or new adds, we haven't been able to retrofit or other uses. So, Madam Mayor, I hope that we can get this on an agenda and consider it for a potential resolution before MV Energy, or before the PUC has their final hearing on the rate setting in August.
August 12th, that's the deadline.
What's that?
August 12th.
August 12th.
Is their hearing.
Well, we spoke about it this morning,
All right.
and we did.
Oh, yes, you and I. I thought you meant with the, I thought you meant.
Where have you been?
No, I was here.
Okay. And so, and we thought that'd be a good idea. So
Great.
we look to see
Thank
you
you.
soon.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks so much, Barry. Great job.
Olivia Tanager, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Benjamin Castro.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Olivia Tanager. My comment very similar to Barry's. We probably should have conferred before getting up here today, but I'm the executive director of the Sierra Club Toyabe chapter. I just started in March. The Toyabe chapter believes we all have a right to livable planet, and we work supporting equitable renewable energy, increasing access to public transportation, and protecting and conserving the land, water, and wildlife in our region. We represent 40,000 members and supporters across the state of Nevada and a slice of California as well, and as we're the largest grassroots environmental group in the state of Nevada. So Ariman NV Energy recently proposed a basic service charge increase for northern Nevadans, and the BSC is how much you have to pay to NV Energy every month for turning on a light switch. As I mentioned, we're very concerned because of the implications that they have for the renewable energy market in Northern Nevada, for smaller business that feed Northern Nevada economy, as well as for the equity of low-income folks who live here, right here and now. And as Barry mentioned, we're especially concerned about the potential violation of the energy partnership agreement you all worked so hard on with NV Energy in the city of Reno because of the equity concern that we have and because of the implications for renewable energy development in the state as well.
And if I may, Madam Mayor.
Go.
Olivia.
Wait, Olivia, are you finished?
I was just going to add that we were reaching out to all council members, and I would echo what Barry said about our desire to have the city of Reno publish a resolution and send a letter to the PUC to that effect about your concerns about this proposal.
Okay. I have their liaison reach out to you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Before you go, you mentioned the high base rate. I heard that was tripling
Correct.
and that it was going from $16 to $45.
Yes, that's
And
correct. It would make our basic service charge here in Reno the highest in the whole country.
That's what I wanted to make sure that it was that you put that on the record.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe you want to say that again.
Sure. If NV Energy goes through with this proposal to increase basic service charge, make our basic service charge right here in Reno the highest in the country, disadvantaging low-income Renoites and folks across the state of Nevada, across Northern Nevada.
Triple.
Correct.
What it is today.
Yep.
Yeah. Do they see a reason for why that is?
I think the reason that we've heard is that it would add more stability to the revenue stream for the energy, so to be able to count on have set amount of money flow in every month. But if it wouldn't allow for folks to do things like conserve their energy, turn off light switch when they leave the room to try and protect their energy bill, it would allow NV Energy to make more money, which is the reason they're putting that.
That seems disingenuous.
It does. It does.
One more question, if I may, Madam.
Sure.
Olivia, I read that their rate of return, I think, would go from 9 to 11%, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So that their shareholders, their core shareholders make more money every month.
Is that in a public statement?
I believe so. I believe it's in their proposal in the PUCN, in the docket that you can look at. It says that their return will be higher under this proposal.
They have commissioner, PUC commissioners?
There are 3 PUC commissioners. They're appointed by the governor.
Okay, know who they are?
Yes, there's, I'm not going to be able to remember all 3 of their names,
The one doing this hearing is
but,
Randy Brown.
Oh, okay.
yep,
I'm from.
yep, the
Yeah,
council work.
he's a
Oh, he's
PC.
not, oh, I didn't know that. Perfect. Okay, thank you so much. And Olivia, I'm so impressed with you, future senator.
Thank
We
you, Mayor
need more
Sheedy.
women to run.
Thank you.
Good job.
And we are counting on all of you to protect your constituents from this proposal, so I appreciate your attention to this urgent matter. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Terry Brooks, followed by Benjamin Castro, followed by Bill Miller.
Terry.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks, again. And today's presentation is about different so-called classes when it comes to discrimination. Many sociologists have described a lot of different classes, and they all usually fall under 3 known classes. These 3 classes are the upper class, and the middle class, and the lower class. The upper class is usually known as being the most wealthy, and because of their living conditions are probably the most healthy. Born in a wealthy family and neighborhood, they usually receive a better education, which usually leads them to a better occupation. Most of the wealthy don't work long, because once they've gained their wealth, they don't have to work anymore because they're just living off of their wealth. Then there's middle class, who are quite high. They're referred to as the working class, make enough to get by. Most of them have access to a decent education, which can then lead to a decent occupation. And a middle class person usually has enough what they need and survives, and usually winds up working for most of their lives. Most people of the said lower class were probably born poor and can easily wind up being even poorer than before. Even being brought up in a poor neighborhood, they don't receive such a good education, which does not help their chances of receiving a good occupation. Lower-class property is usually inherited from generation to generation, which is why it may have such long duration. Sometimes it's the upper class that practices discrimination, while it's usually the lower class who are victims of discrimination. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back because I still have more to say. Oh, this is chapter 34, and just so you know, I've only got 12 more chapters to go. Oh, good.
Benjamin Castro, followed by Bill Miller, followed by Robin Palmer.
Good morning, Madam Mayor.
Hi, Ben.
Manager Bryant, City Council members and staff. My name is Benjamin Castro. For the record, I am the Executive Director of Reno Initiative for Shelter and Equality. Today, I'm here to give you an update on the Stewards program that we launched back in May. For those of you who may not recall, this is us employing residents of the river or unsheltered neighbors to help pick up trash on 100 feet either side of the river. So far, from West 4th and McCarran all the way down to the end of the world, which is out past Sparks Vista, that's what they call it. That has been kind of the almost our river stretch. We have gathered 571 50-gallon bags of trash, which is pretty significant. Our truck holds about 12 at any given time, assuming that we're putting like a net over it to make sure it doesn't, go all over the freeway. So that's about 48 dump runs, or about into the dump other days times twice a day. So I have tons of pictures of before and after. I didn't bring them with me. It's pretty significant, though. And I definitely don't want to discount those wins. But for me, of course, I'm always happy it wins back to people, right? Because people don't remember what you did. They remember how you made them feel. So if people feel seen, if they feel safe, and if they feel heard, that's really where the work begins. As of today, I've employed 10 of our unhoused neighbors to help us in this work. 4 of them are looking very, very promising as far as being consistent and reliable, and one of them we've actually convinced to access emergency shelter. So that is within the first 90 days of the project. Yep, and I'm very confident that by the end of 12 months we'll have even bigger wins. So there's that project. Again, we would have been able to achieve this without our original partnership here and our partnership and connections with the county. So I think the intersectionality of government agencies, public-private sector, and even just environmental sciences and human sciences, we're able to achieve a lot. So I'm going to come down and say thank you, and you all have a okay?
It's impressive where we've been and where we are now, and what you've done. It is truly remarkable.
Well, we do it together. So.
Well, that's very, very, very kind. Curious, are you also still over seeing our place as well, and both initiatives? Tell me.
All the stuff we're doing. So we operate Our Place in partnership with Washoe County HSA, Human Service Agency. We operate the Women and Families Crossroads programs in partnership with HSA, that's sober supportive housing for our unsheltered neighbors. Under the Clean and Safe Fellow here with the City of Reno, we do outreach. The Steward is funded by the Truckee River Fund and administered by the Community Foundation of Northern Nevada, so we have that partnership. We have a partnership with One Truckee River to maintain the loos at Broadhead, outside these stores here in Champion. And we're about to launch another project with One Truckee River, the State Forestry Division, and the City of Reno to do workforce development, reclamation, and restoration along the river paths.
Wow, that's impressive. I mean, you've really grown.
I think, again, it treat people well. They tend to stick around.
Yeah.
So they do all the work. I just get to sign their
That's
checks,
not
I
true.
guess.
That's not true. You do a lot of work. Great job. So great. And please keep coming back. I love the update.
Yep, I will be back.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I may?
Thanks, Ben. Go ahead. Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you. So good to see you. I think this is a phenomenal project, and I think it goes back to one of the challenges that we, Madam Mayor, always talk about is the dedicated fund source for the river. And what you are doing, it helps the whole community, and I am always going to be supportive of what you do and the way that you do it. So from the bottom of my heart and I would say entire council, thank you for this, and we know it's not easy. We know you have a tough job, and you do it with compassion and with leadership and results. So thank you very much, Ben.
I appreciate that. Thank you, woman.
Oh, go ahead.
I think we have a meeting scheduled for August. I'd like to make sure that we have more time than has been allocated, so if you'll just coordinate with my staff. They've only set up for an hour, but it's like I need to know a little bit more. I'd also like to include, as part of that, a walking tour. It's interesting to hear the early presentation, which I think you had a part in. Some of the folks are overlapping team members, so I'd like to be able to actually walk with you when we do the tour in August. But also, I'm interested to know if you know about a group called Green Vibe World. This is a local nonprofit that Mayor was able to secure a National U.S. Conference Mayors grant for, and they do a lot of cleanup activities along the river. I wonder if there would just be an opportunity to coordinate with you and work with you, because I wonder who's paying for the runs.
Yeah.
And the amount of trash, because we obviously have some ability to help with that with our partners at Waste Management and the ways that we can use our allocated. But I'm just saying, there's some there with Revive World. The mayor has gotten a national grant for that organization to do some extensive work in cleanup. So I'm just saying we should try to figure out how to connect you with them too.
No, absolutely. I think we've been really good at station folks and collaborating with anybody who is dedicated to to the vision. So the more the merrier, as far as I'm concerned.
That's awesome. Great job.
Awesome.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Bill Miller, followed by Ron Palmer, followed by Rich Bitt.
Is this a great city or what? Wow. Good morning, Mayor Sheevy, council members, staff and fellow citizens. I'm Bill, a resident advocate for a livable climate in our fair city. I'm here today as a Grinch to talk about Reno's partnership agreement with NB Energy signed in May and already violated by them spirit and principle. I have back a request triple their base rate, sabotaging rooftop solar for consumers and installations owned by the city of Reno. I'm reminded of a fable about a scorpion and a frog. Scorpion and a frog are right across the stream. The frog, being suspicious, says, "You're poisonous. How do I know you won't bite and kill me?" The scorpion replies, "Because if I did, we would both sink and drown." The frog thinks it over and decides to give the scorpion a ride. Halfway across, the scorpion sinks his fang to the frog. As they're sinking, the frog cries, "Why did you do that?" And the scorpion answers, "Because that is my nature." So let's examine the nature of NV Energy and the council. The council is empowered by citizens to protect the public welfare, build and repair infrastructure, plan for sensible growth, and protect our environment, in which it is doing a remarkable job. NV Energy is a publicly traded corporation owned by an out-of-state investor, beholden to Wall Street, and managed by law solely for the financial benefit of its shareholders. NV Energy not only has no stake in the health and well-being of our citizens, it is in fact tasked by law with making as much money as possible any way it can. So how does NV Energy ensure the largest possible returns? Essentially building and converting power plants that burn fossil fuels and emit dangerous trapping gases. Worse, it simultaneously resists highly beneficial infrastructure improvements like rooftop solar that it can't monetize. To return to our fable, NV Energy is a scorpion that will not only act according to its nature, it will actually destroy our local environment, helping kill both the planet and itself for profit. To think it will act otherwise is foolhardy. So I encourage the city council to rethink this so-called partnership agreement. The ink had barely dried when NV Energy sank its fangs deep into our back. Being the city with the highest temperature increase in America, 78 degrees average, 11.1 in summer, is already disastrous for Reno's residents. Expecting NV Energy to voluntarily help is only ensuring our climate crisis will be even more deadly in case drop. Thank you for your time.
Thanks so much. Great job.
Robin Palmer, followed by Rich Bissett, followed by Kathy Fulkerson.
We're railing against data energy. Good morning, Mayor Sheevy, Council, and all. I'm Robin Palmer. I'm a climate advocate. Kudos to the city for making climate action priority, for all the projects undertaken to further clean energy goals. 11 solar installations with 2 more to come. In May, I stood before you in support of the partnership agreement between the city and Nevada Energy. City and Nevada Energy expressed intent to collaborate a shared vision to reduce emissions, increase local renewable energy, and support energy-related solutions that are accessible and equitable. I voiced concern that the agreement had no visions to resolve disagreements, particularly when impacting Nevada Energy's bottom line. As you've heard, Nevada Energy has requested that the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada, PUN, approve a monthly increase in the base rate from $6.50 to over $45, the highest of a U.S. investor-owned utility. The base rate is the amount we pay Nevada Energy before flipping a single light switch, the amount we pay just to be a Nevada Energy customer. Average Nevada Energy customer's bill will increase nearly 9%. If you use nothing electric or are solar powered, your Nevada Energy bill will nearly triple. Low fixed income families who typically use electricity will be financially burdened, while higher income, high energy users will be rewarded by a decrease in electricity rates. Those who have installed solar will be penalized and future solar installation will be incentivized. Meanwhile, profits to Nevada Energy investors will increase to over 10%. Nevada Energy's proposed base rate increase conflicts with the vision of partnership agreement. I'm asking the city to protect our low fixed income families. You and Nevada Energy agreed to increase renewable energy. The Nevada Clean Energy Fund was recently awarded $156 million to encourage solar installation in low-income families. Base rate discourages solar. Call Nevada Energy on the carpet. Please formally oppose the base rate increase and inform Nevada Energy double talk regarding the partnership guidelines. The city and Nevada Energy customers can submit comments to PUCN. Overhead, please. Is it going? It's up there. All of us can submit comments to the PUCN through PUCN's user-unfriendly website or by letter with subject line docket 24-02026 received by August 12th to PUCN, attention docket number 24-02026, 1150 East William Street, Carson City, Nevada 89701. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job.
Rich Bissett, followed by Kathy Fulkerson, followed by Rochelle Mazzano, Zoom.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. Reno Mayor Hillary Sheevy won one of two top awards at the recent U.S. Conference of Mayors 92nd Annual Meeting. Our mayor, members of the council, and Washoe staff, Reno staff, won for the Moana Springs Recreational Complex and Fire Station 3 nearby. This is a rather complex community-based resource. These awards recognize outstanding leadership in combating climate change. Reno citizens can feel justifiably proud that Reno is recognized nationally as a greening city, targeting the ill effects of our warming region and worsening air pollution. Mayor Sheevy and Reno Council's community-based solar resource initiative utilized a partnership with NV Energy to build the state's first community solar project in the city's core. Participating businesses and residents receive solar energy from a utility-scale facility as opposed to installing a private solar system on their property, with low-income customers eligible for a guaranteed lower rate. There are many climate and environmental groups in our region. I feel I can speak for all or a majority of them when I say congratulations and good job, Mayor Sheevy and Reno Council. Keep up the work. Realize we are here to help you on any climate project in any way we can to help reduce carbon use and emissions or moderate the harmful effects of higher temperatures. Mayor, you all hit a grand slam with Moana. We will still be looking forward to some home runs now and again. We'll be cheering Team Reno on. Thank you.
Well, that was incredibly kind. I could take the credit, but we have wonderful people like Suzanne and Jackie and my
All
team
the
over
staff.
here. So
Absolutely.
thank you so much for the kudos, but really it's the hard work that they do. And then we get to come and go, look what I did.
We have an offering.
Oh, is that large?
Yes.
Okay.
Come on.
You know, the baggie is in. We're going back to the 90s. Thank you. How can we support you?
Yeah, we
Yes.
all want one. I'm sure that's a very bright color, and so it's definitely a rat some for you all. I'm grateful,
love it.
but the color is
Thank
very
you guys.
bright.
Thank you very much.
Kathy Fulton, followed by Rochelle Zano via Zoom and Dora Uchel via Zoom.
Hi, I'm Kathy Fulkerson. I'm the co-facilitator of Third Act Nevada. Third Act is a national organization that harnesses the generational power of experienced Americans. We work to repair the climate and repair our communities. Those are the values that drive our work. We have 3 main campaigns. One of those is to democratize energy, and that's to facilitate moving away from fossil fuels as quickly as we can, as well as to ensure that all our communities benefit as we transition. My perspective in coming to speak before you is that opposing NV Energy's base rate is a nonpartisan issue. Increasing base rate from $16.50 to $45.30 will be the highest in the nation. That means you have to pay $45 a month before you even turn on your lights, before you cook anything on your electric stove. And it also means that you can do nothing to decrease your bill if you run up short with money. In 2020, the American Council on Energy Efficient Economy did a study and found that low-income Nevadans already experience a high energy burden. That means they pay more than 6% of their household income for energy bills. That was in 2020. This research also found that numerous other groups of Nevadans are impacted with higher, disproportionately higher burden when fixed rates are increased. Those are people aged 65 or older, the experienced Americans. I'm talking about Blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, renters are disproportionately carry a burden, as well as people living in multifamily low-income housing. So by arranging their rate this way, by designing it this way, it takes away Nevadans' ability to choose. They can't choose to reduce their rate when they need that flexibility in meeting their bills. And so I urge you to oppose this. And you can do it individually or as a resolution or as a group. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good job.
And Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please.
Just for the information for the council, I've looked at the time of the hearing and when our next meetings are, and it really has become apparent we would need to take this up at our next meeting if we're to be in time for the PUC hearing. So some thoughts that may want to end of the meeting when we talk about future items, may want to direct our staff bring this back ASAP by our next meeting, which is a very short turnaround. But even if we just record what we heard here from the advocates, there's plenty to get into a resolution by the 31st.
Thank you.
We've tasked you.
What's that?
We've tasked
Okay,
you.
I'm ready.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Rochelle Mazzano via Zoom, followed by Dora Uchel Martinez via Zoom.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, council members, staff, and fellow citizens. My name is Rochelle Mazzano. I'm happy to address you from the previous public commenters. Thank you. Please mark your schedule to attend the public comment at the Supreme Court on August 1st, 2024, at 3 p.m. to voice your opinion on the need for a judicial bench guide for use when judges have unrepresented litigants in their courtrooms. Also, at that time, you can voice your opinion on the family-friendly divorce proposal that they're considering. I'm here today to beg your consideration against licensing Airbnbs. I would like to know from the council if they attend a tour of Airbnbs in the area before they vote And I would like to know from the council, under what terms will they vote no, so I can meet the criteria? When I attended public comment session previously on this matter, the gentleman in charge, when asked, why are you considering this, answered, because Vegas did. I sure hope Vegas doesn't jump a bridge. He didn't have any other reason. It wasn't because they had statistics from the police department, from the fire department, from 911 redirect. It wasn't because of a petition from concerned citizens. I think it's a cash grab, but they have no idea, A, if they already receive money from Airbnb, and if so, how much, because they have no idea. Nor do they have any idea how much revenue they will receive when they start requiring licenses. When he asked what did they do to get the word out to current owners, it was passed the homeowners who are renting their homes to short-term rentals. I have to go to the website to find out about this. That's ineffective. We need to attempt to form hosts. We need to do more information gathering, and it needs to be community-based. Will you please deny the proposed law, since Lance Ferretto cannot show the council serious and successful attempts to inform current hosts? There are no statistics. There was no petition. There is no history of any problems because of Airbnb. The restrictions are far too great to make any sense. Minimum one night. I'm not sure if you've even heard the proposal yet, but they want to make it a minimum of one night. So the person who wants to stop driving for safety reasons won't be able to stay one night in a friendly Airbnb. They might continue driving. I have many notes, and you'll be hearing from me a lot because I will be using my time for these public comments.
Thank you, Rochelle.
Thank you.
Dora Uchel Martinez via Zoom.
Good morning. Can you guys see?
Good morning, we can.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and fantastic council people. This is Dora Martinez. I want to thank everyone, especially you, Madam Mayor, for all that you do, and Devin Reese and Neil Dewar for their help, and Bill Thomas from RTC for making the free trips on the ADA 34th anniversary this Friday. It's the first in our area. I want to thank Madam Mayor because I've learned when I see your name on everything, I get an answer. So I guess who you know really counts. And I am not, I'm not going to abuse that, but it's sort of frustrating because when I do it my own, I don't get heard. But when I see several of you guys, it gets answered and addressed. So I appreciate that. I appreciate that you guys are creating accessible public meeting places. I want to thank Miss Naomi, I hope I'm pronouncing her name right, Martinez from our Reno Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting yesterday. She sort of in charge of the language access plan, and they are implemented. She has in place the ASL anywhere, everywhere. So people who are hard of hearing can request that ahead of time and be able to be included in all of the council meetings. So I also appreciate that so 2 months ago about you guys had the Mr. Juan Osuna for the equity plan, focus plan for the city of Reno, include people with disability on how to implement accessibility and equitable accessibility in the city of Reno. And Madam Mayor and Council, I want to thank to you because I believe the city of Reno, the big little city in the world, fantastic city, we're the first one to implement the stop issuing the 14C certification, and that is the minimum wage shelter workshops for people with significant disability. You guys stop issuing that. So I appreciate all of the things that you guys do, and I thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Have a session and stay hydrated, and thank you so much again. Thank you, Clerk.
Dora, thank you so much. That was very, very kind, but just so you know, there's oftentimes I reach out to folks and I do not get a response either. So I wish I could say that there was, don't feel singled out. It just so happens that Bill Thomas also is very passionate about the initiatives that you're doing. And maybe Dora, just speak really quickly, because I think that tomorrow, is it?
It's Friday.
Right. Will you talk a little bit about that so people know what's happening?
So on Friday, because of the Americans with Disability Act was signed by George Bush the father, 1990, it's where people have the people with disability will have equal access to everything, and sort of like our counterparts. And so it's the 34th anniversary of the sign of that bill. And so all RTC services, paratransit, the door-to-door RTC access will be free, Flex Ride will be free, and all RTC ride will be free all day on Friday until 12 a.m. Friday. So.
That's fantastic. And actually, it was Dora that made this come to fruition. So Dora, I applaud you. You're tremendous. Thank you for all the work you're doing on access and everything you're fighting for. This was all you. So give yourself a round of applause. Let's real quick. Good job.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional opening public comment for the record. Received 27 comments which were general nature and not clearly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, July 23rd. These comments were voicemail and/or written correspondence received via our Reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these have been distributed to the City Council and are available to the public on Reno.gov. 2 letters in favor, 25 letters of concern, and again, those are on reno.gov/meetings.
All right.
We're on item A4, approval of the agenda.
All right, thank you so much, and thank you for my green shirt. I love it. Okay, as time, I would like to ask council for approval of the agenda. No, I'm going to ask her after, or do I need to do it before? Yeah. Madam Clerk.
If there are changes by Bryant, I'm prepared to move
Well,
forward with an approval.
Madam Clerk, usually you chime in and say.
Oh, Madam
City Manager.
Interim City Manager, do you have an announcement in the agenda?
Only one, Q. Mr. Sione, staff member who is leading us on item, D3, Dog 3, is not available until after 1:30 p.m. So we don't need time certain. We just need to not take that item before 1:30 p.m., please.
Okay, sounds good. All right, may I get approval of the agenda?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. All right, approval of the minutes.
Move to approve.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're moving into our consent agenda items, and just for the record, we do have one public commenter on this item.
Perfect. Okay, let's take public comment.
Richard Waite.
Hi, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you. My name's Richard Waite. I'm a board member with Sierra Nevada Community Aquatics, who's been involved with the Moana Pool for a few years as a founding board member in 2008. And I'm here commenting in support of item B45 for you, which is your acceptance of a contribution from Sierra Nevada Community Aquatics Fund at the Community Foundation of Northern Nevada. This funding's been raised by generous donors in the community who have supported SNCA, we call it SNCA, in our mission to facilitate the expansion and sustainability of aquatic resources in Northern Nevada. It's a pleasure to continue our efforts to facilitate development of the highest quality aquatic center to meet the needs of the community. This enhancement to the timing system will prove invaluable to the competitor user groups, but also will allow for enhanced City of Reno programming of things like sponsorships, upcoming event promotion, and movie nights we hope to see. That will prove beneficial to many users of the facility. We look forward to the opening of the pool and our continued partnership with the City of Reno make further improvement and enhancement to the project as it becomes operational next month. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your being here and the donation. I was going to pull it off the agenda just to highlight it.
Well, I was the one available today due to the timing, not able to predict when that would happen.
Yeah. Well, a
That
number
came
of groups have made contributions, but yours is one of the larger ones, and we just so appreciate what you're doing, what you have done to help us get the Huntington grant, and also this individual donation, very important.
Yep,
Thank you.
thank you.
Looking forward to having you at the ribbon cutting.
I look forward to being there.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, and that ends public comment on the consent agenda. And
Madam Mayor, just for the record, we did leave one letter in favor of an item that also has been distributed to the City Council.
Okay. Well, I was just going to start calling if anyone has items to pull off the consent agenda, and then we'll hand it back to the mayor. Councilmember Martinez?
Thanks, Madam Vice Mayor. I don't have any items at this point.
Okay. Councilmember Taylor?
B19, please. Thank you.
19. All right. Councilmember Reese?
B17.
All right. Do Councilmember Ebert?
One second here. B13, B17, B19, B21, B20, and B24.
Okay, let me go over.
Wait, I'm done,
Okay.
actually. 31, B32, B33, B34, and B36, and B41, and B49.
Okay, so just to recap, we have 13, 17, 19, 21, 24.
No, 23 and 24.
Oh, 23, 24, 31, 32, 33, 34, 36, 41, and 49.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
And then I have some, which is, I'm just pulling B11, just so that staff can explain this down to safe skate processes. And so many are on there unless someone's pulled one of those.
I've pulled 17 and 13 has also been pulled.
Okay, so I won't pull 11. I just wanted to have staff explain what that is.
My same
Yeah.
request for
Okay.
B17.
And then I had B29 and 30, just for some kudos. And then B39. I don't know if anyone else pulled that. And I think that is all I had. Let's, hold on one sec. And B45. So I had 29, so 29, 30, 39, and 45.
Okay, Madam Vice Mayor, I'm just going to read them down the list to make sure I've got all of them.
Hold on.
And then
You're
Madam
good.
Mayor.
Oh,
You're
Mayor.
good. I'm gonna pull B11, B12. Hold on. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27, and 39. Is it 39? Was that a number?
Yes, the
Yeah.
park.
Yeah,
Hold that
and B9. No, many of you have also pulled those. I think we'll have a good discussion. All right, did you track it?
Okay, so just to reiterate, we've got items B11 through 27 pulled. We have 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 36, 39, 41, 45, and 49.
Perfect.
All
Okay.
right, so we're looking for a motion to approve the remainder items, if there are any, on the consent agenda.
Moved.
Okay, we've got a motion from Councilmember Reese and a second from Councilmember Taylor. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. And back to you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you so much. B11. Did anyone else pull that? Just me?
I was going to, but I held off. But for probably the same reasons, I
Okay.
don't know.
Okay, let's start with this. Thanks, Lance, so much. Is Alex here? He is. Good, perfect. Couple things. I would love it, and I don't know what the rest of the council's thoughts are on this. I love it if these, because these are privileged licenses, right? These are all liquor stores that I pulled.
That's right. Yeah,
Okay.
they're Lance, for the record, they are safe compliance updates. So
Okay.
all packaged alcohol licensees in the downtown area or in the buffer area that have received their annual compliance check.
Okay, and then we also, I think, probably should have been more clear, because we had a hold on there the last, I think, council meeting, and I think it was a opportunity for the council to weigh in. So what you're saying, this, all of these are approved based on the safescapes of what we approved, correct?
Basically, Lance Prado, for the record, basically these are all existing licensees in the town area that are required to have annual inspection where we go through and make sure they're meeting the certain criteria laid out in Safescape, which is Chapter 5, 7, 1, 2, 3. And we do a checklist, we do interviews with the staff, and we complete that. complete report, and then admit it with a recommendation. In this case, all of them are recommended for approval.
Yeah, and I looked up every single one of them. In your staff report, I saw some pictures. I would love it if from now on that we put these, especially the privilege licenses, onto the regular agenda, not on consent, because I think very easy to overlook. As you know, I have been walking up and down Virginia Street a lot, looking at a lot of these safescapes. I think you should give us a little background on what that consists of, what those requirements are, safescapes. I am still seeing many liquor stores that look very problematic.
Okay.
A couple of things I would like to know that I'm seeing paraphernalia in the windows. Is that something included in Safescape? I think you go over what's the criteria
Sure.
of Safescape so that also the liquor stores are very much aware. And then I also want you to give us the definition of a privilege license and what that exactly means.
Okay. Start with the criteria of what scape is. First of all, your first question about the tobacco paraphernalia. That is not included in Safescape, but that is regulated under the tobacco paraphernalia chapter.
I figured.
And it should not be out in the windows. We have recently started a compliance program for tobacco paraphernalia retailers. We are doing internally, not something that comes to council, but we just started that recently, and that's where everybody, compliance officer will go to a location, go through the requirements, corrective action if necessary, and then we're back. Being done when the annual license renews, so they're not all done at one time. So if there are certain ones out there, then yeah, definitely we'd like to jump ahead and get to those.
Yeah, there's a few right here, right outside this door. So maybe on my box, if I have a checklist, what you got to check off of, I'm seeing things that I'm like, this just can't be permissible.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. As far as the Safescape operating requirements, as I said, we have a checklist. We go in and make sure they're adhering to these. I'll go to a list. Basically, they have operating hours and conditions. Basically, they are required to, like any business operating within zoning hours, they have to have a height marker placed by the door in case of reporting any, identifying anybody that may have trouble. Height marker, like in a lot of convenience stores on the door. They are not allowed to store merchandise in boxes outdoors. As far as products off for sale, this was a big one that came through when we created this new ordinance, Chapter 5. Wine in containers less than 750 milliliters, beer, malt liquor, wine coolers, and similar beverages in containers less than 20 ounces, not in the original factory packaging. Distilled spirits in containers less than 370 milliliters, or per plastic cups in quantity less than usual custom packaging. Those are not allowed at all within the downtown Safescape area, which is basically the bid. There's the buffer area, which is 1,000 feet around that area, and then 1,000 feet north, south, east, 4 feet in the city of Sparks. In the buffer area, all the same rules apply, except for the fact that they can sell these products from the hours of 5 to 8 a.m. That's the only difference of the buffer, okay? Next on requirements, surveillance entry detectors have to be placed at the entry of the door, notify a sales clerk that somebody has entered. ATM machines have to be located inside the building, mounted securely to the floor, and located not so to block required views of the cashier when in direct line of sight, and not less than 10 feet to the edge of the door. Video surveillance. The business has to have cameras that allow sales clerks to monitor the interior and exterior activities. There must be a notification that the premises is under record. Visibility standards. The standard of 25% of the windows not be covered, or 25% of the windows can be covered. We have, as we noted in our last presentation, last time we came to council, when coolers are in a blocking position window, technically the code allows for them to be 3 feet inward, as long as they're not up against the window, which kind of defeats the purpose because you still can't see in there. So we have a memo of understanding with code enforcement that if they are in compliance with everything else, we'll let this one pass because it would require significant remodeling, a condensed store, would take away from business's ability to operate sufficiently.
Wait, I guess I'm confused. You said that they can cover the windows.
They can cover the windows up to 25%. You could have ads, things like that, up to 25%. And the cooler, that could be up to 25% based on our memo of understanding. That's right.
So 25% of the business's windows.
Right, could be cut.
Okay.
Okay. Existing glass and storefront, on the storefront should not be removed. Basically, don't brick in windows and things like that. If there's a window there, it's there for a reason. It needs to stay there. Window facade security bar grate, when used inside of a building, are to be located on the inside. Windows consistent with the style and shape of windows consistent with the design facade and keeping the guidelines adopted by the city for which the business is located. Door security, the metal boarding grate grill type doors, when locked, are they located on the interior and equipped with a metal guide track? So basically, if you can imagine the doors that kind of slide across.
The metal?
There's certain requirement to make sure that they're using the right kind of door.
Okay. And on the windows,
Uh-huh.
I think I just heard you say that I guess it's like a mesh that covers it, or bars.
Right.
I see them a lot on the outside. I've looked up every single one of these on the agenda. Thought you said it had to be on the inside?
Okay, so yeah, on this, this is similar to the coolers, where almost everybody that we asked to put their bars on the inside did so.
Okay.
There were a couple that had issues with, because they said, we put bars on the inside, people can come by and our windows, and it's happened over and time again. This is part of that memo of understanding. Those are the two items that we've discussed with code enforcement, where we will work with people to ensure that we're creating more of an issue, a blighted incident where there's broken glass all the time. So that was as a part of that memo as well, which is attached when applicable in the staff report as well.
Okay.
And then the last piece of this is outdoor merchandise. They're not allowed to things in the right of way outside, set up stands and things like that for sale in the right of way.
Okay.
And that, in a nutshell,
Is
what Safescape.
Let's talk about
oversees.
signage, because there's still a lot of signage down here, anyway, down here, that their signage is absolutely, it's atrocious. So what's going on there?
Are you speaking to like the
A lot
content of the
it's
signage,
broke-
or?
No, it's broken.
Okay.
All lights are out of it. Obviously, it hasn't been changed in probably 20, 30 years.
Sure. I think the signage standards would be more of a question for Director Woodley.
Okay.
If you'd like to address
All right, thanks so much. Good job.
Thank you, Mayor. Alex Wu, for the record, Direct Code Enforcement. So we do have a code enforcement officer downtown who is working alongside the assigned business compliance officer, who's also dealing with Safescape. So that code enforcement officer is addressing those issues that you just mentioned, Madam Mayor.
What is that code? Does it say of signage? Can they have broken lighting and?
That goes to the maintenance of the items. So we do have some cases that are open, and then we have some others. We just recently did a tour when you downtown code enforcement officer and identified some properties specifically on Virginia Street.
Okay. Question here. Do any of these establishments have any outstanding code violations as of right?
I'd have to check. I know we had one code enforcement violation.
I read some
on
of the comments
property.
and they were.
I'm not sure if it's still actively in violation, because I know we had the individual removed. We had someone unlawfully occupied in one business and we had removed. I don't think they've returned there yet. I'll have to
Okay.
check with the code officer what the status is.
Okay, is it possible to wait to bring it to council for approval before, so that those code violations are taken care of before it gets to council? Because I think when we approve them, then it's really difficult to walk it back when there are bad actors. And that's what we've seen, to be quite honest. I think the city has been so lenient for so long, and they become very, very problematic. High call service. I mean, sure, I'm surprising anyone with these comments, but they're troublesome.
That's a good idea. We can do that. We can, typically, we like to separate enforcement actions, but if that's a desired council, we'll definitely start doing that. And we'll work together. We have a code officer and a business compliance officer.
When do we get to meet this code officer? I've been asking to meet this code officer. I'm not sure he really even exists. Just kidding. All right, thank you so much. Okay, good job. Okay, I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Ebert.
I don't have one just yet.
Nothing? Okay. Councilwoman Dewar?
Yeah, I just thought it was very important. We understand, since he's starting to come to us, I'm so grateful they pulled him off. I was going to pull off one, have an example. So I think that was great. And it really sounds like a new day with this new program that we instituted to bring everyone up to compliance. And obviously, the whole team has to be working together to make this effective. I had asked you in briefing, I wasn't sure how to interpret when they're on the agenda. I said, sort of related to what your comment was, Madam Mayor, what if they don't meet it? Are they going to be listed in a subcategory? You might bring in that you review Safescape and don't meet the criteria.
Right. Lance Ferraro for the record. Yes, you make a good point. The intent, we were going to cross that bridge when we got there, but we want to assure the council that if there was a recommendation for denial, it would definitely be brought up if pulled to department item. And we're happy to do that. If you'd like to see these all in department items as opposed to consent going forward, then you'll just know. And then when we have our briefings, we'll be able to discuss exactly. This is the one that recommended.
Maybe you can put them in two buckets and a little title, meet compliance, don't meet. you know,
Sure.
so we know when we look at the agenda what we're reading.
Sure,
And
I
I
could-
know
I could work
if
it
you want
into
to
the
put them on
summary.
a separate item C or whatever, but I think they need to be broken out somehow.
Absolutely.
But you're telling us today all of these do meet, except what I heard Mayor say is maybe, or Mr. Woodley say, maybe one doesn't meet.
And in that being a separate instance of, of the Safescape, in separate code
But,
information
but
from the
again,
Safescape,
are there
yeah.
any on here that meet
No,
the mayor?
not to Safescape standards.
But they might not meet some other standards.
They may have another
Okay.
code infraction
Well,
of some
I think
sort.
that's a little concerning and confusing.
Okay.
You know, I mean, it implies sort of a seal of approval.
Okay.
Good seal of approval. And then another question I had was, on this seal of approval, I wanted to, let's see. I guess what I'm wondering is, the Safescape listed 20 things that are in that, but are there things that we all care about that aren't in there? And if they aren't, like to this point that somebody's out of compliance on another issue, shouldn't we bundle it all together? Say you're either meet all this criteria or don't. I think that's a little confusing.
We certainly can attempt to do that. Obviously, as you know, there's a lot of different departments that interact with these businesses,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of legwork that would have to be done. It's definitely possible to send out an email regarding each individual and say, does the department have any issues with this or any standing
I
item?
think it'd be good.
I could note that, yeah.
I mean, it would be more comprehensive.
Sure.
I guess my concern is whenever I see some of these and the signage is falling apart, the building is, crumbling, the paint. And then also, oftentimes we've seen, the one, for instance, that I'll just keep talking about forever and ever until people stop listening, is when, they come in and say, oh, it's going to be like a Whole Foods. Well, that's not anywhere near a Whole Foods. And so, there's been a lot of leeway and leniency when it comes to approving these licenses. And, you've seen the comments, the public comments, they're not happy about the condition of downtown whatsoever. And as I walk, most of them are typically these stores. So that's where I'm frustrated, that we continue to give them the licenses. And Lance, and I don't remember if you did, but remind this council what privilege license is and what is the purview of the council under a privilege license.
Madam Mayor, let me look that up really fast just to give you the technical definition, and then if Mr. Woodley will address it.
Madam Mayor, if I might, this is John over the city attorney's office. I just want to make sure that we're staying on the agenda. I mean, I'm hearing two things. I'm hearing the Safescape review, which is what's in front of you today, and that's kind of limited to the items that Mr. Ferrato is bringing you. And then there's the broader question about code enforcement downtown. That is an agenda for today. That is something the council would to pursue or discuss more in depth. I would recommend that we put it on a
I
subsequent
guess
agenda.
my issue is I don't want to be approving any licenses if they're out of compliance. So I do think that falls in line with code. Does it not?
Yeah, so I want to make sure maybe that's the confusion, that what you're looking at today is a Safescape inspection, and what staff is saying is that every store or establishment that has been viewed has met that standard. And so you are not approving anything as to other potential code violations or anything else, and nor is that on the agenda today to be actually discussed.
But Ms. Chipman, ask a question really quick.
Hold on a second. I just want to point out, that's exactly what Alex said, so I want to be clear.
Well, actually, Madam Mayor, Alex Woodley, for the record, I did want to clarify because as this discussion was going on, I want everyone to understand, you can have a small business owner who's doing everything right and doing everything comply with the city. And you can also have a property owner that has code violations.
Got
And
it.
it would just be terrible if we have a small business owner that's doing everything that we ask for in Scape, because their landlord has an enforcement case, that'd be penalized for it.
That's a very good point.
Thank you.
Good point. I'm so glad you mentioned that. Very good point, Alex. Go ahead, Councilwoman Taylor.
I guess I can wait until my turn if we're going
it is
down.
your turn.
Oh, okay. Well, then, whoops. I'm going to just time to say I am fully in support of your initiative on downtown. I want a clean and safe downtown, and I think we all do. And in this item, I only pulled one because it was one of the ones that calls for services gone up. I think for the most part, this is really improving downtown, but what is the tolerance? I mean, I'm seeing places that have 1, 2, 3, 4 tries. How many tries are you giving this business downtown when you have to go back? You start in May and then the fourth time it comes in July. So how many compliance checks do they get before we say enough is enough?
Lance Ferrato, for the record, you make a great point. Being the first go-around, we were trying to introduce this in a way that we didn't just run and shut everybody down. That was the approach we took. Being that the next time that they get a review, you've already been on notice. You've been warned. This needs to be fixed. You're
But they
gonna
don't get
cited.
another review for a year, right?
That's correct.
So we're letting,
But at a
I
minimum-
think, spending a lot of time making sure people are in compliance when we've already been there 1 or 2 times. So is there a time after the third time when we say, forget it, you're not getting this privileged license anymore? I don't know if that was a discussion that council had. I did have a chance to talk with our code enforcement officers on a ride along, and I would like to meet with him too, one-on-one for the downtown initiative. And I think code enforcement is definitely a part of this discussion because it's in the reports. We meet with code enforcement in these safe operations. Is that accurate? There's combined out. So we need to look at how we bring them back as one, I think. And I'm just very passionate about this. I think our teams are doing a great job, but these businesses are taking advantage. And I want to say, I'm Reno open for business all at times. I want to be business friendly, but at this time, you follow the rules. You got to be a good partner downtown. You can't have all of these violations. And if your calls for service aren't going down, I mean, most of the calls for services are going down, correct?
Most parties.
And ones that aren't going down, we have a problem.
I'm not prepared to speak about calls for service specifically, but I know Chief Nance could, and I know there are some situations where calls for service may be equal or maybe even up, depending on what type of activity that we're talking about or the initiatives that the police department is taking. But if you have questions on that, I think the chief.
I think Golden Gate, Fireside, K Bazaar, those are 3 that I noticed where the calls for services went up, and they had multiple compliance checks. So I would like to understand if there's something we need to be doing to say, we're not going back 4-5 times. We're going to, maybe 2 times. I don't know what the council's preview or, decision would be on that, but that would be something that I would be interested in doing too. But thank you very much for you and your team, and thank you, code enforcement.
Thank you so much. Great comments. Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. I appreciate all the clarifications on what we're being asked today. I had a specific question about the calls for service and what a business check is, what happens during that for service.
Good morning, Chief Nance for the record. On a business check, a lot of that is when our officers are going out to do something to look at the business. So for a variety of reasons, it could go in, it puts them out in that area, so dispatching their officer know where they are. Usually those are initiated activities that our officers would do, not necessarily as a result of any issues or crimes.
And that's different than the SafeScape walkthroughs that were also included in.
I don't know the answer if SafeScape, when they walk through, if they themselves out on a call for service. My assumption would be no. No.
Okay, so in addition to some of the numbers that we're seeing that are reported for these business checks, that they also got maybe 1, 2, or 3 SafeScape walkthroughs as well.
I couldn't answer that question, so it would be Lance on that of it.
Lance Prado for the record. Absolutely. So our process is to just go and meet with the licensee. The first one is a surprise. Once we're back, we're trying to make sure that we've recorded the situation. Those aren't really related to call for service, or we're not, again, as we're not calling out that we're at that business, that those are totally separate.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to understand, I hear a lot of concerns, not just up here on the diet, my colleagues, but also in the community about the multiple opportunities that folks get to come to compliance, and when are we going to actually, put our foot down and decide where enough is enough. And we do see the detriments to our community, to special events, to things happening downtown, encourage more business coming and things. So I know it's not what we're considering in the SafeScape, but I would like to see us look at code and calls for service within this sphere. And if there's something else that we need to do in a future agenda item, happy to support that conversation and continue to help create a living business situation for Reno, which we do have here.
Understood.
Yeah.
Take it away, privileged license.
Wait, I do have questions now. I'm
Okay.
sorry, I didn't go my first round. Is this for all of the Safescapes or just doing 11 right now? Okay, so I do have questions, and a lot of my fellow council members brought up some things that I've been trying to communicate since we went through this with Fireside, or not Fireside, but Right Market and Little Max Mart. And one of the things that was said specifically by Mr. Woodley is that we don't want to penalize a business owner for the code violations of the landlord. I think that's something that happened to the Mill Maxi Mart. That was something that I was trying to express when we use the calls for service to the Lake Mill, and is specifically why I want to know what calls for service were and where they were going to specifically. And I think it was relevant that the calls were to the motel for things like human trafficking, stolen cars, things like that. I think in that instance, we did use the calls to the landlord facility to remove the license for a tenant. And that's exactly what I didn't want to happen. So to hear now the rest of council get that and understand that, I hope that they have better perspective as to where I was coming from. I was arguing my case for those two liquor stores at that time. Another thing I would like to mention is I also brought up the comparisons that were used at the time for Mill and Roy. One of them being we should have compared Fireside to one of the locations, and I can't remember which one it was now, but I think it might have been Right Way because it was a closer liquor store than the one that was given in our staff report. I think it's interesting that now the liquor license has been moved from Right Way, that the calls for service have increased at Fireside, because I think the issue is the location, and these things are shifting to another location. I don't think it's necessarily the fact that they have a liquor license, it's a proximity to a station. And I think that's pretty clear based off of the data that we now have. And I also have concerns and questions about these types of calls for service. I think it's relevant. Calls for service, we look at them. We should also look at what they were. But I've also been asking since the first discussion about Lake Mill and Right Way that we do have a hard and fast set guideline for when we pull license. And I know Mr. Lee said previously that we need to trust their judgment on this, but it doesn't seem like it's uniform. And to Councilmember Taylor's point, how many times are we going to give them opportunity to make these required changes? Are they really required at the point? And are these rules being enforced unilaterally? And we need to have a hard and fast set thing that says, this is the rules. And if you don't follow these specific rules, you don't have a license. And from what I'm seeing, we don't have that this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, privileged license.
Section 505.005 title regulates those activities which found by the city to require higher demand city services by affecting the economic, social, health, and general well-being of the city and its residents. The activities have commonly been referred to as privileged and must comply with this title, shall be known as the privileged license and permit code.
And what other businesses privileged licenses?
Quite a few. If I can run down a list. So we got interactive arrays, alcoholic beverages.
So a bar? Any bar privileged.
Pawnbrokers and secondhand dealers, auctions and auctioneers, escorts and alcohol services, gaming, peddlers, solicitors, and temporary agents.
Okay.
Tow and booting companies, vehicles for hire, tobacco paraphernalia.
Okay.
Cannabis, massage establishments. I think I hit them all.
Okay. And what is the reason to give them a privileged license? Tell us why that's important.
Essentially, as that definition kind of entails, it takes more city services, more special attention to a licensee. They take greater effort to regulate, and they may be doing something like serving alcohol where you want somebody that's on the up and up and that's following the rules that is going to, they're going to listen, and it's a privilege to do that, and it can be revoked.
Thank you, I appreciate it, because oftentimes there are a lot of community members say to me, how do businesses, not saying I'll be on this agenda, but how do these businesses with these privileged license continue to operate, and they, are problematic, with crime or whatever those things that we're seeing calls of service. So that gives the council more leverage to revoke those licenses, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I just really strongly believe that privileged license from now on should go to a regular agenda. Because what I would say is I think the city has been lenient for a very, very long time. We've allowed people, one of the reasons why we see the way things look the way that they do, because they're allowed to get away with it. So in some ways, it's our fault and have been the business fault in that retrospect, because they've been able to get away with it. So, yeah, I just think you can tell we're all very passionate about it, we're all paying attention. And also take in great consideration the level of calls for service through the Reno Police Department and what I hear from the Reno Police Department. And if our officers are having to spend outrageous amount of time and resources in one particular business, having to manage that when they have to be out, in the community working hard on other serious issues. I take great offense to that, for sure. And so, that's why I go off on some of those last ones that we pulled. I hold the Reno Police Department's discretion in very high regard, and will continue to do so. All right. Thank you. Anyway, Councilman, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I have probably more than 3 minutes of comments, and they're not particularly linear, so I'll just start where I can. The first is really, I guess, I suppose I need to know from Mr. Shipman, our agenda items, 17 licenses, 11 through, I think it's 24, which all were pulled by various persons for various reasons, but are all centrally about our licensing process. I'm trying to understand what the contours of discussion are supposed to be about, because in my mind, I feel uncomfortable voting for any of these, even though they've been recommended as compliant, because there's a broader question to be had about the Safescape policy discussion. What is it that, and then I've also heard a lot of council members go on to tangents about past revocations, which I think you did not say that they shouldn't be doing, which I think probably would have been the thing I would have advised. I'm trying to understand the contours of the item in front of us, IB 11, and what I talk about and what I cannot.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Reese. Yes, so there's two things that I'm hearing pieces of discussion about. There's the what has been noticed for the meeting, which is the Safescape review and inspection that conducted city staff of these X number of establishments, 11 through 27. If you have questions and questions about specific operations, specific through 27 involve Safescape, that's fully within the scope of ability to make questions. Where this is starting to get a little concerning on my end is that we're starting to talk about broader issues about code enforcement in general, about where things unrelated to Safescape specifically. In addition, I would say that to your question, you are not doing anything here today that I would call a seal of approval that these, that these businesses, other than complying with the safety requirements as has been verified staff, that is the full extent and scope of what the council is doing today relative to those specific businesses that are on the agenda. If there's a desire to talk about broader issue about privilege license, about revocation of privilege licenses, about non-renewal for certain code violations that are unrelated to Safescape, that's fine, but that should probably be put on a separate agenda and so that people would have the ability to participate and know that's what's going to be happening, if that makes sense.
I think understanding, except I think it's a related concept, meaning if I, as a council member, believe that a specific license holder among these enumerated 17 licensees is a bad actor, and that actor evidence is that they have a high volume of calls for service. That is one of the criteria under the Safescape or Safescape compliance considerations. So may I today vote to deny a privilege license to a person for believing they have excessively high numbers of calls for service?
So I think our recommendation would be if you believe that there is a business that meets that criteria that because calls of service, then I would recommend you pull that item and put on another agenda, on a regular agenda, notify the owner, notify everybody that potentially would respond to that, and then deal with it at that point in time. And I say that because at this point in time, you have a staff recommendation that says they meet the Safescape requirements. So it's you need to have a record. If you want to go and not renew a license or deny a license, from a city attorney standpoint, we'd want to have a record, not so much, I think it's calls for services. That should down on a little bit more before you make that recommendation. So that would be our recommendation.
Okay, and I agree 100% with that line of analysis, meaning I think that if someone is going to lose a privilege license or the decisions we make, they ought to be here, they ought to be noticed, processed, all of those things. And at this point in time, I'm not sure that I can personally vote for any of the licensees because I don't think that that piece has been teased out. And there may be one example on this list where I have I don't know, a gut instinct, a feeling from talking to our code folks, from talking to our police folks, that one of these on this list enumerated is a bad actor. And you're saying if I believe that to be the case, that individual should be pulled off and tabled, and the others should be going through.
That would be our recommendation, correct?
What if I am not in a position to opine today because I did not get the information necessary to make that? Should I have every one of them tabled at time? Because that's an option for us, is to table them all,
Correct.
send our staff back to find out, are there and I'm using a generic term, I'm just saying bad actor. I don't know if any of them are bad actors. If I am concerned about all of them individually, because I don't have the information I need to make that decision.
So I think the recommendation at that point would be, yes, continue these to the next meeting on the 31st, number one. Number two, have that additional due diligence done. Number three, it comes back and there are flags that you believe that one or multiple of those companies or businesses do deserve an additional layer of scrutiny. I would still go the next step and at the next meeting, move those particular ones to other meeting, because my guess is, and I'm doing, that there's not 11 of them or what have you. It's probably maybe a couple bad actors in the vernacular. But again, it would conduct that more instead of kind of all of them at once. Do a specific drill down on each particular one that you think, and give them the time and the effort that you need, and not do it kind of as a broader view.
If I vote to approve one today, am I saying that I will not have an opportunity to revoke or do something negative to their license if we come to find out that they're non-compliant? Meaning, this are only shot at by the people?
No, and that's maybe the misunderstanding. We have an entire code enforcement division that is working with all of these businesses on a day-to-day basis. If there are code violations and they're being administered, triggers things like revocation of license hearings and that sort. So what you are doing today has nothing, you are not passing judgment on the quality of any particular establishment. You are just recognizing that staff has indicated that the safe requirements have been met, and you're accepting that, and we're moving on from there. That does not, it's not a seal of approval. It's not anything other than just that. And if you want to come back and look at some of these because you think that hasn't been met, that standard, you're entitled to do that. We just need the conversation not to turn into a broad discussion about downtown. It would be the request. Because we can do that, we just need to notice it as such.
Well, I think then I have to ask Mr. Ferrado, is one of the requirements of the SafeScape licensing schema is it an analysis of calls for service?
It is not.
Okay. That answers the question. I suppose then I'll leave my time, Mayor, for round two, so I can continue just briefly.
Any questions? Okay, back at you.
Okay, so I want to also ask, the mayor said something which I think is very instructive to me, and that is whatever decisions we made in the past, and I won't spend a lot of time on our past decisions, those have been gone, but they were based on our police department and our code enforcement team's very strong recommendations. So anyone who's not following the strong recommendations of our police department and our code enforcement, I feel very bad and shame on them making that choice. Other motivated reasons. I, like the mayor, believe that when the police department and code comes to us and says this individual business owner is a bad actor, that evidence is kind of presumptively the answer. Right? We can dig around the edges, but I'm not conducting my own stings of those individual places. I'm not sitting on them for 6 months at a time and analyzing their calls for service. I trust our police chief. I trust our police officers in this community, and they have my full support when they tell me the business is a bad actor, right? I do think that a mayor, that although these safe street or SafeScape compliance considerations are on our agenda, there are broader questions will require us to have different kinds of agenda items about them. Because, Madam Mayor, your point, and I think Ms. Taylor's point, is well taken, that what we are looking for is a different enforcement mechanism. And if you're saying, Mr. Farad, that the SafeScape standards are not that enforcement mechanism, we need to know as a body where our off-ramps are. How do we see and identify a known bad actor and make sure that they can continue? Because Madam Mayor is correct. We allowed a long history of this, either by sort of malfeasance or misfeasance. And what we need to do is perhaps do a town hall where we bring all these license holders in, say what we're going to do. I'm just suggesting the safety standards are not necessarily the way for us to do that today, but there is some future action that should come from it.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I
Go
have
right ahead.
a quick question. Thank you. I don't know if it's necessarily a question, but I also want to bring attention to this is not something that these business owners are new. It's not something that they just heard of. As I understand it, it was put into effect. Then we gave them 18 months to comply with and also do more outreach with them. So when they're not complying with Safescapes, it's not something that they have not seen before or have had adequate time to prepare for or invest in. Is that accurate?
I would agree. It was enacted in 2022 at the beginning of the year, and then the order gave them 8 months to come in compliance. Once we started doing our outreach, there was a lot of, it's been a long time. I forgot. I didn't realize it was this quick. And so that's where the staggered approach to.
And I have to, and that sounds like a child answer to me when somebody says that to me. The other thing I wanted to talk about real quick is if this were to come back, one of the things that I would need, I think, help with, and this I'm going to ask our legal team, is in our staff report, it talks about the city council may review these businesses upon the annual business license renewal, and that's RMC section 5.07123J2. And it's linking the safe process to the annual review of the business license. And that's why I'm having it's not we're removing or revoking a business license. We are either renewing it or we're not renewing it. And that's why I don't know if it's tied to the Safescape, but I just need some clarification in that. And if we bring it all back together with Safescape, call for service and compliance, that's something that would be asking for. So we're clear on what we are looking at and what we are not. And I do agree with Councilman Reeves, business owners, them noted that this is something that we're going to be looking at, but at the same time knowing they've had years to comply with this. So, and I appreciate the outreach that you and your team and code enforcement have been doing with these businesses. We didn't send them a postcard. We sent them a postcard. We talked, we worked with them. We've been going back and back and back and trying to help them. So thank you. Thank you, Matt. That's all I have.
I think great questions. I'm just curious because from what I'm hearing on the city attorney side, that we really don't have any, purview at this moment. So I wonder why does something come on an agenda if the council, what would be the purpose if we really didn't have any leverage to look at each of these?
So, Madam Mayor, for the City Attorney's Office, just to clarify the comment there, what we're saying is that there's a set of standards called Safescape. What staff has done is gone out and measured the current business operations against the Safescape standards. And every case they've come back and indicate that the business that are on our agenda are in compliance with that. So that is what the report is showing. It has nothing to, we're not saying that you can't do anything. I mean, I think if you want to talk about enforcement, that's fine. If you want to talk about potentially revoking license, that's fine. That's not what the item is. And that can come back on a subsequent agenda for a broader discussion.
Okay. And we should probably do that to have better clarification. I think exactly to the point you discussed, or someone discussed, I can't remember, but in the sense that they should be here because it is serious and it's their livelihood. But also, one of the reasons why we see high rates of liquor stores and bars and things like that, and I did not realize it because I've been doing a lot of studying on this business and agenda, is that it's much more expensive in California to get a liquor license. I did not realize how lucrative these liquor licenses really are, how Nevada is very easy to obtain one. So if that's the case, then they need to be probably handled much more like you said, as a privilege. So just kind of based on the discussion up today, that it's something we are all concerned about.
Okay.
And, because these are sort of coveted licenses, that it's time to start treating them as such.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
And I appreciate, because honestly, you've been doing a ton of work, Lance, a ton. No better person to do this than a past gaming regulator. But a good one. So thank you so much. You've been tremendous to work with. We were in my house not too long ago, and you've just been fantastic. So appreciate you. Okay, go ahead. Go right ahead.
Mr. Ferrado, I was looking at each of the various license holders, and for each one, you've provided the checklist for the Safescape. You've also provided calls for service. So why are the calls for service included in the packet for each of these businesses if that is not one of the items that is supposed to be on the Safescape checklist? Because this is why I confused us all. Because here we are thinking that if we saw calls for service that were extreme, that we're ready to reach out and grab them. But now it sounds like that's not the case, and our legal counsel has recommended a different path for us. Why include them at all if it's part of the checklist?
So basically what happened, as you can tell by the conversation, there are the the path always leads to calls for service. So this came up many times.
Yeah.
It did not get written into the ordinance, so I put a little subsection in each staff report that says during the adoption of the introduction stages, ordinance 6618, council precedent and calls for service when conducting these reviews. According calls for service were compiled for the 6 months preceding the annual license expiration and compared to that same period in the prior year. A summary of the data is attached to Exhibit D. Essentially, it's supplemental information because the question has come up. It's not in ordinance. Thankfully, we're in the process of rewriting our code at this time. And if that's something that council wants to adopt, then we can talk about that as well. But that's why it comes up as a supplement. And I know the question would be asked, and rather than rush, dig, and try to somebody really quick while standing up, put it in the report for your review.
Yeah.
So.
But of course, many of the things in the SafeScape checklist are about safety, right? It's video surveillance, it's cameras where they are, what kind of doors are being used. So it seems like we just have a gap in our SafeScape ordinance that should be changed to reflect that the concern that underlies those safety and surveillance things is calls for service, so that when we move forward, we'll have a way to evaluate this. As it's now, based on what you said and what our city attorney has recommended, even if I felt like there was a bad actor in this bunch, today is not the day for me to say, this is a bad actor and I'm not going to vote to their license. Is that an accurate statement?
I don't think that's completely accurate. I think that you have the ability right now, based on the information you have, if you wanted to go against staff recommendation and condition the license, or refer back to staff for the look, or revoke, deny the annual renewal, or denying this report. So I think you still have that ability.
Of the 17 or 18 licenses on this agenda, is there one or two or three you think we shouldn't approve today? We should see you back for a deep look.
Based on my review of the SafeScape compliance, no, everything should be everything is recommended for approval.
Does
Based on the
your
fact
review of
that
the SafeScape compliance include calls for service analysis?
no.
This is why I should have to be a lawyer cross-examining my good friend and staff member to get the answer that we just got.
Sure.
Right? Because at this point in time, I'm not going to be in a position to evaluate any of them because you've told me now that they're disconnect from call for service. So that'll be my position on all of the license holders, Madam Mayor, is that I would move to table all of them individually until we can fix this disconnect.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to approve license today without the connect being made. And it's the fault of yours, Lance. You have not done anything wrong. It's just that you've now identified the singular gap between the two analyses and the code provision, which will not allow to make an informed judgment today.
And maybe there's a question for Alex and how do we thread both of those? How do we marry those to work?
Well, I have to be honest, Madam Mayor, Alex Woodley for the record, the code. The only reason why you see this for service is because the body asked for it the last time we brought it forward. And that's why you see it attached there. Initially, SafeScape had nothing to do with calls for service. SafeScape was, here are some extra rules that we want on these businesses downtown in this geographic area. We want you to do all these things, to include restricting you from selling the 99-cent shot bottles. That was the big one that had kind of concerns, which is great. It's been a positive thing. I haven't up one empty shot bottle.
You're right, good, there you go. So it's working. But what I'm curious is, because the number one to me, when we're talking about safety, and what I really pay attention to, what I said before, was the calls for service from the Reno Police Department, because that would tell me something unsafe is going on. So that's where I want those two together, because I think Councilman Reese is right, where he's saying, this makes no sense. We're saying, yes, you're safe, but you're not safe here. So I'd love to know, Mr. Shipman, how do we, what would your suggestion be so that the council feels like that they could see this issue very broadly?
Yeah, so again, I would think this would be a good item to have a separate discussion on, not necessarily today, if the will of the body is to continue these items until the next meeting.
Okay.
I think calls of service is a very difficult situation because you've issues about you don't want to penalize people for calling the police, but won't call the police because they know potentially it'll have an impact on their license that, again, jeopardizes potential people. So it's a very subtle, very, it would have to be a thought conversation. I don't think calls for services alone is a very good metric. It needs to be thought out and create that metric. Yeah. And we're just not equipped to do that here today.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. So
Yes, there's two components. You want to have a discussion about call for service, where that should be located in this broader regulatory framework. That would be an item. If you want to table these items until the next meeting, that would be another issue. So.
Okay.
Mr. Shipman, are there any unintended consequences of laying this? And I'm not saying to next meeting, because by a week from now,
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to be able to make the change to coordinate linking the Safescape standards to calls for service being part of that list. So we're going to lose revenue. Is someone going to be without a license to operate? Do you see what I'm saying? I'm
Yeah,
trying to
totally
figure out.
see, and I would defer to Mr. Ferrato on kind of what that would do to the status of the license and, the time element.
Louder for the record, so no, would be no impact right now. The ordinance read these may come to council for review. Council expressed when we initiated this, bring it to us. So the shall is not there. Licenses will keep on operating until make a decision.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just to clarify, so Lance, are these, you said it was done in recognition that they were up for their license renewal? I mean, are all the ones on our list, of which there are, I guess, 16 or 17, are they all up for renewal?
They're up over renewal over the last couple months. So there was when this project came on, it all got kind of bunched together.
So
you're
are
seeing
they on
something.
hold now?
No, they're not on hold.
They've already been issued their license?
These ones in issue, some are coming up. But the way the ordinance reads is basically you could just say, the current license that's issued right now.
So it's not
still an
tied to
opportunity.
renewal?
It's
You're
tied-
doing
the-
it
the
at
review is
renewal,
tied to
but it's not part of the renewal. Already people on this list got renewed licenses.
Correct.
Okay, so us holding it up or during it doesn't affect their license.
That's correct.
And it's not a precursor to have this done to get your license.
Correct.
Okay, so then I just want to be clear too. These Safescape to me is primarily about infrastructure improvements in a building. Now, there might be some operational changes too. For example, you mentioned security cameras. And is there a requirement, an operational requirement that they retain the security footage for a certain time? It's different maybe than it used to be? Is that an example?
There's a requirement, and it is the data should be collected, stored for at least 4 hours, and that is in our Safescape standards back when you're Title 18, so that reads straight over.
So how long have we had these Safescape requirements?
2005.
2005.
They were in Title 18 from 2005 till 2022, and they were brought over as part of the regulation of, they all existed with exception of the minis and,
Okay,
and the alcohol
that was the big
restrictions
change.
and the buffer area. Yeah, those were the big changes.
But everything else was been in there for 20 years.
20 years.
almost. They are not new, to the mayor's point. They just maybe haven't had that scrutiny attention. Then one more thing. I want to support what our attorney said. And I brought this up way before, and I think it was really well said right now. And I just put up the first one, B11, and these were the kind of calls for service. There was an accident at their place, 2 of them. There was medical. I mean, they can't control if someone has a medical problem at their place. And there was a suspicious vehicle. They can't control whether a suspicious vehicle suddenly goes up. And the other thing is, like him, I do not want to discourage them from calling. I don't want them to be punished because they're trying to be careful. And so whenever this comes back, I just think we really have to keep that in mind, that it's not just the sheer volume of calls. I think Ms. E brought this up a long time ago, today again. What is the nature of the call? Is it a medical call? Is it an accident? Is it a suspicious vehicle they had no control over? Or is it something that they did control over? So I'm not they do. I mean, do they control over larceny or robbery? I mean, how well they secure their facility, if they deposit their money frequently, all the things that prevent big robberies. So, I think if we didn't do service, we'd be super careful on how we analyze that data.
One thing I do want to point out, because I know we're saying, listen, we don't want to penalize the businesses versus the landlords. That is a joint relationship between basically business. The city has to be very careful of getting in the middle of that. And that is where, as a business owner, it is your responsibility to also do business with a landlord that is going to maintain the property so that they can also thrive, right? That goes there. Is something the city has to also, as I think about it, and understanding what those leases look like, you would want to rent from someone that is going to keep those properties to the condition that meet this requirement. So I get we don't want to penalize them, all of that, but there is a responsibility between you when you're in business and also who you do business with. So let's just be very careful about that, and we don't want to penalize them, but also I think probably appropriate thing to do, and attorneys over here would probably recommend something in your lease that says that you have to maintain the property to where it's up to the city standards so that they are found in violation, and if that to be broken, then maybe there's a clause in those leases. But I want to be very careful of the city getting into that business, because we're not. That's a relationship between the business and the landlord and the lease. So as much as it sounds like, oh, yeah, we don't want to punish these people, but therefore it can work together where they're both sort of putting pressure on each other to make it work. If you really, want to receive revenue from those established or those properties. All right, go ahead.
Mayor, I'm going to move to continue item B11, B27.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councilwoman Ebert for a second.
Well, I just had a comment, and I just wanted to start by saying that I would just appreciate a little bit more respect for colleagues during council. I don't think it's appropriate to call lines of questioning and thinking of one member tangents while theirs are relevant. So I just wanted to ask for more respect amongst the colleagues. The other thing I wanted to call out is part of the reason why we were talking so much about calls for services, because that was the reason why licenses were revoked. That's why we're talking about it. And that's why it doesn't make sense that we're talking about it now, because it's not a safe scape that is used to justify taking licenses. And yet, here we are now saying it's not actually relevant currently. So that's why there is a disconnect, because it didn't make sense to do it that way. And I also recall that case and reaching out to Mr. Woodley about code violations, those locations. To my recollection, there wasn't any, or they had been addressed. It was things like a cord in the wrong place or whatever. So again, I just want to reiterate that we really need to have a set of rules for everyone. And if we are going to use calls for service, and if that's the identifier for knowing who's the bad actors, then that needs to be included in the safe scape, and that needs to apply for everyone. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. I do want to say, I think this is, go ahead, Councilman Martinez. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine. No, I'd much rather you guys get on the record, for sure.
Appreciate it. I had a question. We are looking, I know this is not the option or the agenda item, but when we're looking at renewals for annual business licenses, are code calls for service included in that process?
Lance, for the record, in a normal annual renewal, no, code for service on. This is the only compliance type checks that we would run in concert with a renewal.
And being one of the new members, I was just wondering if, like, those two ever envisioned to couple, so the escape renewal, denial, implementation of more conditions, along with the annual business license renewal, or was there just a different focus? It doesn't like it's evolving. We've implemented escape a little bit differently over the last couple of years, and so just curious your thoughts on if there's a way to merge both of those processes coming together, or if you think with the code cleanups that we're going through currently, that would be a way that we can. And I know they'll have different times renewal dates, so it might be a little bit of legwork to get that done, but just curious on your thoughts on how we can put both of those processes combined together.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that anything's possible with this, right? And the way that things are worded and that we draw out holistically, the biggest thing to consider will be how those are measured. Like if calls for service are considered, what's the line and what's the type of call, and that's where it gets tricky, I think, and that's where I would need the assistance of Pete and Code and anybody to can be some real intel on how we can use this information. But it's possible. We can definitely look into it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Councilor Reese, just clarify the motion. I do want to say, I think this has been a very respectful conversation, despite some of the comments that were made. I think we're actually all sort of speaking the same language up here, but just a little differently. So I don't want to give the impression that we're up here hacking each other, because that's not what I mean. And when that happens, you guys know I try to call it out. I want everyone to be up here cohesively, even if we are have a difference of opinion. I think that that's important. Okay.
I would ask then, we can call conversations tangent. Thank you.
What did you say? You want to repeat that? I didn't hear you.
I said I would ask then that comments would not be called tangents. I find that to not be respectful.
All right.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'll renew my motion, which was motion to table items B11 through B27.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Hey, Madam Clerk, sending it back to you.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, just logging that motion. We're now moving on to item B29, pulled by Councilmember Dorr.
Take a break at 1 o'clock, Madam Clerk, just so you have a little heads up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It was item B29 and 32. They're both on the same topic of Hufker and Lake Ridge lift stations. And this is really just a compliment and a reminder, since half the council wasn't here then. But in 2017, we had a flood, and it was caused by a lot of rain. And the 10 was on Swan Lake. However, a few houses flooded in Swan Lake, but a majority of houses that flooded in Reno were actually in the Hufacre area, about 40, as compared to, say, 3, 4, or 5. And in all those 40 homes were being flooded. We have a sewer lift station that's below ground that also flooded. And what happened there is that mechanical, the electrical, and actual facility was below ground, and so it filled with water. And what that meant was that sewage started backing up in these 40 homes, or more homes, because it didn't matter if you were flooded or not. The sewage is not moving, and so you're flushing your toilet, it's backing up to your house. Not a good situation whatsoever. And so the staff did a two-phase process. They elevated, I think, the electrical, mechanical parts of this, but there was still an underground vault that is really not a standard. Bottom line, much as sewer flows gravity, but then if you run out of angles, you got to lift the sewer again so it can run by gravity. And isn't that what these are? These are lift stations to lift the sewer up so it can continue its journey gravity, right?
That's correct.
So I just want to say that back in 2005, now this is 20 years ago, there was also a flood in this very same place. And in fact, the city was sued about that because it was perceived that it was lack of action the city took that caused that flooding, and there was a settlement back then in 2005. I didn't come on council till 2014, so I had to learn about this. And I learned about it when I went and visited all the homes in 2017. After that flood, I learned all of the previous flood. And we have worked very hard on our stormwater, but we have not really made progress like we would like to with a separate stormwater utility, separate fee. Which would have helped. Remember, this sewer, right now, sewer and stormwater are together in the same budgeting bucket. They might be separated internally in the CIP, but they're, for all intents and purposes, together. We don't have separate stormwater funds. So I just want to say, now, I know far less about the Lake Ridge challenges, and the Lake Ridge, apparently, I learned the sewer lift station that's within the private community of Lake Ridge, and so it doesn't flood, and it's a different issue. Is that correct? Or it does
yes.
flood?
No, it's not flood.
Right. And it's a similar issue, the station, we want to bring it up to code. And isn't the idea, I learned, to not have to go below 5 feet in an enclosed space so that our employees don't engage in a risky situation that would might danger to their health? Is that why we live, we're raising these vaults, or could you explain a little?
Yeah, Eric Miller, Associate Civil Engineer with Utility Services, for the record. Both of these lift stations, how they currently are designed, are referred to as a dry pit, wet pit scenario. So the live sewage comes into the wet pit portion, and then the dry pit portion has the pumps and all your valves, which sit, I think these ones are about 20 feet deep, or we have some others that we've already fixed that were about 25 deep. And so all the pumps and the valve are all down 20 feet deep. So if a service needs to happen on these lift stations, then the maintenance folks have to come down 20 feet, service it, and vaults are maybe 5-6 feet in diameter, and so they're doing all the work down there, and it's, yes, they need
in
to
a
have,
dark, confined
in
space.
a dark confined space where they have to use confined space entry techniques, where they have to be hoisted together, drawn down, so in case something does happen, they can pull back up to safety. And so, yes, we are trying to bring those valving and the equipment that maintenance actually has to work on up to the surface, or as close to the surface as possible.
Okay. I just want to commend you that we're finally addressing this. I mean, it's been a long time coming. That 2017 flood, when it came to my attention, is now, 7-8 years ago. And so we're finally here. And this is, here government moves slowly. Well, we have to have the money to address the issue, and we only take on so many things. But I just wanted to bring everyone's attention to the issue that, we have employees crawling into confined spaces. It's like mining, and you have safety gear, and probably oxygen, probably some other safety gear, as well as hard hats, as well as blow up above. I mean, it's a complicated operation. and dangerous. And now these will be raised up to 5 feet now. They'll only have to go down 5 feet? Is it?
The vault will be roughly about 5 feet mark, so you still have a ladder they can climb down and.
Is it wider too? So it's
Yeah, so
not,
the vaults are wider and they're spaced and, yeah, a lot safer in
Okay.
that sense. The pumps are still down deep, but
20
the 20 feet, but they're at a portion where they can hook their crane truck up to and bring the pump to the actual ground surface, do all their repairs right there on their truck, and then they just lower them back in, never have to go below grade at all for pump.
so one more question on this. Once you complete this, obviously it's a big safety improvement and obviously these are older. But let's say we have another flood because we really haven't addressed the flooding problem there at Huff Acre. Will these likely flood again and we'll have a sewage backup still?
I can't guarantee there won't be a sewer backup, but these pumps are designed a little bit more than what just the peak design or the peak flow rate coming into the station is. And our electrical will also still remain high, along with our generator will remain high. So in the instance that a power outage happens and a flood is happening, those pumps can still be operational.
Which did happen.
Yep, and so our generator will be working and that, and we maintain 24 hours of fuel in the generator time, so they'll be able to handle and go and
Okay.
still
One more
maintain.
question. When we have floods, we have a lot of water. And so is there a way to separate the stormwater
Councilmember, you're
from?
over, yeah, you're way over.
I'm so sorry.
I'll
I
back
won't
to you. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but
No,
I want
thank
to
you.
make sure, just in
Thank
case
you, though.
anyone else has any.
But
You're
I
very
appreciate
welcome.
it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate you. Councilwoman Ebert.
I don't have questions on this item, thank you.
Councilwoman. No, ma'am. Councilwoman Miller, okay, go ahead.
Totally,
Back at
I
you.
apologize,
No, go
everybody.
back at you.
I totally lost my place. I'm so happy, but I am learning. Is there a way to separate the stormwater flood flows from the sewer? Because what happened is the sewer mains popped up also in the street, which is very dangerous, covered by water. Anyone can step in there and fall into the sewer main with the lid popping up. And so what's the answer to that?
For record, Johnson, Engineering Manager and Utility Services. With regards to separating sewer and stormwater flows, once the flows get into the sewer system, it's difficult to separate those because that water has to be treated at that point. That's in there. However, when we do have surge in our sewer system, that's something that we look at. There are opportunities to lock the manholes and do other things to prevent manholes from lifting and moving away.
Well, it would be good to
from-
lock manholes in areas that have something like this.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe it could be part of this project. I don't know. Is that possible?
We will look into
Okay.
some opportunities to evaluate that. And if
I mean,
it's
it was
appropriate.
super scary. There actually was a person walking right where that main was, and though the flood going to rescue her dog, she's only like 22, not really knowledgeable about the world and stormwater and sewer mains and all that, and had just moved in 2 weeks before, so wasn't even knowledgeable about the region and the area. Could have so easily fallen in this main. Just, I'm so happy she didn't, but I don't want the risk at her, okay?
Agreed.
All right, well, with that, Madam Mayor, I'd like to recommend approval of these two items with much thanks to our staff.
So much. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're on items B 31 through 34, pulled by Councilmember Ebert.
All right, Councilwoman Ebert.
I'm going to ask if we can do these later. I need to leave to a count meeting for something that's relevant to the soccer fields in Ward 4. So I don't know if possibly we could do these items after our lunch break.
Yeah, I think that'll be fine.
Okay, thank you.
We'll just hear them right when we get back.
Great.
Sound
Okay.
good? Okay.
Are you for item 36, Councilor Ebert?
I think B36 I show is pulled by Ms. Ebert as well.
Oh, okay.
So the
That's
next
what
one
I
that
didn't
I
know
show,
since
We'll
it was
hold off on
shorter,
that
if
one.
she wanted to do that one.
We'll hold off on that one.
B39 is first one, isn't it? Because we're trading all the item that Ms.
Yep.
Ebert is on.
What's next?
Okay, so item B39 pulled by Councilmember Dorr, Vice Mayor Dorr and Mayor Sheedy.
Right. So I'll just say, it was a challenge meeting at FUD. Mr. Martinez and I were there. We did get through it. Mr. Uliat, who I think is here, did a very good job, and he had been able to meet with the staff, and it sounds like Mrs. Esparza as well. By that, I'm flood staff, but Mr. Uliat maybe come up and, no, it's not what I wanted. I wanted a higher number, and I wanted it more defined and easier to administer rather than a 20% of every employee. I wanted it to be a amount, more like a grant to go to this program, simpler operation. I didn't make the motion to approve it. with a caveat that every quarter, Mr. Uliat will present probably just a written report to the flood management on how it's going. But one of the things I brought to Mr. Uliat later, and well, actually brought up in the meeting, is there was an argument made that the flood should only pay 20% of these costs based on the lineal frontage of flood lands along the river. And I brought up a meeting, that is probably a flawed metric, that we're not just looking at 1 foot within the river bank, we're looking at the whole property. And the whole property is over 100 acres. And I asked Mr. Uliat for a future time to compare our city parks, their acreage, with the flood parks, or flood property. So we might come up with a different number, that's not a 20%. I mean, it could be less, it could be more, but it's a different way of looking at, if you want a trick on who should cover what, I thought it might be helpful. So, some thoughts from you?
Sure. Thank you, Nathan Elliott, Parks and Recreation Director, for the record. I think it's definitely worth looking into, and I think as we've had discussions, let's not wait another 2 years to get something going. So getting the position funded will be very helpful in the meantime, and hopefully allow us to share that reality at a clearer level for the entire board to hopefully understand and see the value of the Rangers, not just on that property and what it means for the flood authority. So looking forward for the next year and getting started and build that relationship further.
And we also made the point that the work that we do upstream in the city, upstream of this property, helps keep this property clean. I mean, things float around the river during floods, or just high waters. Things are deposited on the land, all kind of trash, debris, logs, all kind of things that impair the property. So I'll leave it there. I'm sure other people will have comments or questions, but thank you.
Okay.
This is maybe at this point, River Rangers.
Yes. I guess I'm sort of confused, Nathan, like who's doing what? Today we heard Ilya. It sounds like they're somewhat involved. I think like a lot of points. We never see them here. I don't know where we're moving along. Part of the initiative was supposed to be that Sparks and the county were supposed to contribute. It was supposed to be, and I feel so strongly about the river being really regional cooperation, because we've seen where when one side is doing something and the other is doing another, you can clearly see the difference when there's two very different ideas. So what does that look like? And I would love for the Rangers to come and introduce themselves, and I think they should take council on a tour and see how we can possibly help them as well. But I really look at it in the way that you're responsible for so many miles or feet or whatever. So also what those standards are, what they believe the standards are, because my big fear is if we have a fire or a flood, especially the people that if they're living there or they're camping there, they could, it could devastate effect, right? It's our drinking water. Want to, make sure that you can't be sleeping there. Make sure that, because I believe that's in our ordinance, those things. And we've looked at doing the Park District. I just think there's so much more to do. Maybe you can weigh on what that's like.
Sure. Firstly, the general fund positions that were approved, we're near hiring those. That should go through the final steps in the next week and a half. And then that will be the 2 positions funded to budget. So for that will allow us to get 7-day coverage, which keeps us from losing our foothold through the week. And then the weekend, everything seems to reset. So that's going to be a huge lift for our staff and then also for the river in general. This thing would allow us to hire a 6th. You mentioned county working on the proposal to make sure it's within what they need to potentially fund a 7th or to support the program in other ways, which might free up money to fund a 7th, which will just expand that coverage. And now we'll be able to run the river instead of just kind of focusing in one area. We'll stop the upstream effects. We'll get to the downstream effects a little more often. So in regards to the regional side, I think the county is supportive. Sparks has their method and that's their way of doing it. But we're going to work hard in our spaces along the river and try and get the proposal to turn the river frontage into a park so that we have some more clarity for our public on how it should look, how it should be maintained, and some consistency there.
Thank you so much, Nathan. Really appreciate that. The one I would say, and maybe this is something I could task over to Jackie in the sense is that I do believe we need sort of a regional board to address this, to have Truckee River Regional Board. So that way we're not missing out on a ton when funding comes down. Also, each restriction is sitting on there, so we're all, no pun intended, but rowing in the right direction together. And Sparks can decline if they want a seat at the table, but at least, I'm so grateful for the county and their partnership with continuing to move forward to make it clean, safe, and vibrant, in some place that we should all be able to enjoy. As a little girl, I went down there my whole entire life and felt safe and want to keep it that way for generations to come. I don't think it will ever happen unless we are doing it regionally. I really do. And accountability measures and funding measures, because right now, Reno's doing a lot of the lifting on this, and it's, I say everyone, there's a lot of talk of, oh yeah, we love it, we want to preserve it, but then I see, that level of commitment. And I think it's super critical. So that's where I do think a regional board would be implemented so that, we're having these discussions. Otherwise, it's one of the reasons why the river doesn't get taken care of, because the discussions aren't happening. There isn't public comment. There isn't community members holding them accountable, or us accountable. So maybe that's, you could Eric Brown out and call the new city manager over at Sparks. I don't even know who that is, but call him and see if we can get better regional cooperation, because we're a lot better together.
And I think your recommendation code pros plan and also the being suggested in the Truckee River Plan as well. There's that park district idea, that district that has funding, consistency throughout the whole river. So.
And the other thing that I would say, we're now at a level where this is complex on every level, from the tribe to the flood project to Tumwa to One Truckee River. You have those organizations. Then you have the regional organizations that are government, right? And then there's funding and the tax fund. And then also you got to be, and we should be raising money. And what does that look like? Like you're talking about, like the Parks District. In order to do that, here's the other key. This is what we've had this conversation. I think this makes a lot of sense. But having one person that manages the relationships and all the other inner workings of what it takes to keep this river sustainable and clean and beautiful and all that it possibly can be. Right now, it's all over the place. You need one person to be completely dedicated to solely, this incredible asset. Because otherwise, we're like all over the place. It's over here, it's over there. No, right now I'm talking to you. It would be just really great if we had one person all they focus on, like Suzanne does with sustainability. So, but great answers. Thank you so much, Nathan. All right, go ahead. Councilwoman Taylor, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to say really quick thank you to leadership of Councilwoman Durr and Councilman Martinez. I know this was, and to you, Ms. Gilly, I know this was not an easy lift at all. I saw the couple of meetings where you had to go back, and I appreciate all of your efforts. I would just echo the mayor that this river could be our greatest asset in the region, and we need to look at it as regional partnerships, not just Sparks, not just the county, not just the city of Reno. It is a treasure for all of us, and the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, the Pyramid Tribe. Everybody needs to be on board with this. Echo those thoughts. And the idea of a park district for this, I think, is a great idea. We can start. I love where you're going with that and the pros plan. So, but thank you to my colleagues. Really, very much appreciate your lift us. I know it wasn't easy. Thank you.
I don't know, some broader conversation, maybe Jackie, attorneys, and this is where you're really good, is a ballot initiative for a citywide parks initiative. What do we call it?
Ballot initiative.
Ballot initiative, but there's another name. I know we have a BDR, but something.
It would be a citizen ballot. We already tried going to the legislature for the other ballot initiative, where they authorized us to do it, and they declined, move it out of committee. So this would have to be citizen-led.
But we could put this on ours, correct?
I don't think we can lead, I
don't know, can we?
I think we're foreclosed from.
I guess citywide park district, is what I was thinking.
That's an option. We can look at, the first thing we would need to do is a service plan, somewhere around $200,000 that would give us the options. And it doesn't mean we do anything. It just lets us know what it would do, the amount of funds that would need to raise, what that would cover, those types of things. And you talk about original resource, who's what.
Yeah.
So,
Jonathan, what does that look like? Mr. What does that look like for a ballot initiative?
Well, I think there's two different, Mr. Ulis talking about a park district was already authorized under state law, and I think that just requires some additional funding for some studies, whatnot, if I'm understanding. And then there's the issue about like a an override for either property or sales tax. We'd have to look at that a little specific just because there may be issues about capacity, on capacity, and, tax capacity. So, but yeah, there's potentially options, but it might not be something the city can lead pursuant to what Ms. Councilor
I was
said.
thinking to extend Parks District, because now it is identified as here it is, and then actually you would want to extend it.
It's the flexibility to do, we could do it river only, we could do city only, do regional, so it really gives what the option that we want.
Okay. All right, perfect. Thanks. Go ahead, Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to give a quick thank you to Councilmember Dewar for the support and all of our regional partners. I know it did take a little bit, so thanks for your patience to Director Leah and Director Costi for all of your briefings and information that you provided. Get all of us prepared for those conversations and make sure that we provided the best information. I know one of the key things that was said to us during the meeting was the accountability piece, so I'm glad that Nathan will be provided and show the support, and we continue to prove numbers why it's important for us to continue to work regionally to support our river corridor.
All right, Madam Mayor,
Yes,
I'd like
please.
to make a motion
Please.
to, let me just read, it should be started. That we enter into an interlocal joint funding agreement with the River Flood Management Authority and the City of Reno to partially fund the Park Ranger program for fiscal year '25, amount equal to 20% of the salaries benefits. The overall team is what I understood, of a maximum of $200,000.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Do we want to do our break now?
Let's do, what do we next? Is it something we can do quickly?
The next item would be B45, pulled by Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, this is just purely a thank you. So
Please do that.
I just wanted to do a shout out to Air Nevada Community Aquatics for the effort and collecting $125,000, which they are then offering to us to help underwrite the scoreboard and timing clocks for the pool, Moana Pool. So just let me make a motion to approve it. Great.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion and a second. Those in favor say
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, next, Madam Clerk.
I think the rest of the items were.
Is there anything else on there? Where are we at?
There's nothing else on there that is Councilmember Burt's.
Okay, we'll come back to that, and when we come back, we will be hearing item C1.
When we come back, we'll go back to item B31.
Okay, but right now, if we were to move forward, C1?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct, okay. All right, well, let's take a break, until 1:30?
I think we have a legal.
Oh, do we have
Is
one?
that true?
We do.
Jonathan?
It's a labor negotiation, it's a labor update.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, then we'll come back at 2 o'clock.
Are you ready to call the meeting back to order?
Yes, I'd like to call the meeting back to order, Madam Clerk.
Okay, if the room can quiet.
Okay. Quiet in the house. Is that what you say?
Yep,
Quiet
thank
in
you.
the house? I don't know.
Okay, Madam Mayor, we're going to call the meeting back to order at 2:22, and I would just like to note record that Councilmember Ebert and Councilor Breck are absent at time.
Right.
Seeing that we're coming back, we're moving back to our consent agenda, and we're opening items B 31, 32, 33, 34, pulled by Councilmember Ebert.
All right, thank you so much. We did wait, I thought those council members would, but we did wait an extra 25 minutes. So take it away, Madam Clerk. Item, what was it?
B 31 through 34, Jonathan Smith.
Madam Mayor, I'll move to approve items B 31, B 34.
Okay. A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
Okay, we're on item B 36.
Move to approve.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Madam Clerk,
Item B 41.
Move to approve.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we're on item C1. Oh, I'm B 49. I apologize.
Make a motion.
Move to approve.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, item C1.
Okay, hold on one quick second. Here we go. Okay, staff report. At this time, Madam Clerk, oh, here we go. Okay. This time, was proper notice, the public hearing will begin, was proper notice given, and any correspondence received?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Proper notice was given and no correspondence was received on this item.
Okay, perfect. At this time, I'm going to send it right on over to our City Attorney, Carl Hall, to read the ordinance title. That's what it says here, no?
This one, Madam Mayor.
No? Okay, perfect. Then we're moving right along. All you staff presentation. Hi, nice to see you.
Mayor, in the interest of our economy, I don't need a staff presentation on this item.
Okay.
And would be interested if anyone else does. I'm not trying to truncate discussion.
Sure.
Does anyone require?
Let me just ask a thing. Madam Clerk, public comment on this item?
Have no public comment and have not received any correspondence.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so
Madam
much.
Mayor, I'll move to approve staff recommendations.
Perfect.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And I bet you stayed up last night seeing a little bit of being here at diet, because I know I, like, in mind, you know, whenever I prep and prepare for something. So, there you go. Good job.
Very happy with this outcome. Thank
All right, thanks so much. Okay, Madam Clerk, back at you.
Item C2.
Hold on, my agenda is very different today. I'm liking it. I'm definitely liking the new structure, but let me just say, I'm just trying to get down here. Okay, we can open item, what is it, C2, C5 together?
C2, C3, C4, C5. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, C2 through C5 together, but we'll need to make separate motions,
Yes.
correct? All right, so let's dig into,
Madam Mayor, I have a comment.
sure, hold on before you do that. To reiterate, I will now open the public hearing. Was proper given, any correspondence received?
Proper notice was given and no correspondence received. Additionally, we have public comment registered for these items.
Okay, thank you, that's all I wanted to know. I don't believe, it says on here, city attorney? No, we don't have to do that. So at the time, then, I'm going to send it right to you. You, wait, it stayed last night too, thinking about your presentation.
I may or may not have.
All right, go ahead, take it away.
Jesse Pewitt, Labor Relations Manager with Human Resources for the record. I'm here presenting items C2, 3, 4, and 5, which are the tentative agreements with 4 of your labor groups, REPG Admin, REPG Pro, and then the 2 local 39 groups. Item C2 is for the Reno Administrative Professional Group, the administrative unit, we call them REPG Ad. We've come to a 3-year agreement with these folks. There are 25 employees in this group. It's mostly your department managers, managers out in maintenance and ops, managers in public works, and manager parks and rec. And then they're sprinkled through other departments as well. Again, a 3-year agreement with 3 salary adjustments for each year, 3% in July of '24, 3% in July of '25 with a reopener in case that the per rate increases on salaries, and a 3% increase in July of '26. Other economic items we have for our APG admin, we've implemented the classification and compensation study in totality for these groups. That affects about 10 employees in groups, almost half. And we've added indication incentive for going above and beyond the minimum qualifications of a job with a degree. For item C3, we have the Reno Administrative Professional Group Professional Unit, or APG Pro. Again, here we've got a 3-year agreement. This is for 93 employees. These are your engineers, your analysts, your professional white-collar employees that are work throughout the city. We've got 3 salary adjustments here as well. 3% in July of '24, 3% in July of '25 with a PERS reopener, the same kind of PERS reopener we have for our APG admin, and then a 3% increase in July of '26 with an additional step added to their salary schedule. Here as well, we implemented the classification and compensation study that the city began in 2022. It affects 28 employees, and we've also added an education incentive with the same limitings as well. C4 and C5 are for the International Union of Operating Engineers, Stationary Local 39, which is a mouthful to say. So instead we say Local 39 non-supervisory and Local 39 supervisories. For 2 groups, we do a 2-year event. We have a 3% in July of 2024 and a 3% in July of 2025 with that same PERS reopener. Some other economic items that this group received. The big one, longevity. They were the last group to receive longevity that is included in this contract. We've also implemented the classification and compensation study for this group as well. So for this group across the 2, we have about 443 employees. These are your clerical staff, your dispatcher, maintenance workers, your blue-collar folk who are working out in the field. And for the classification and compensation study, there's about 128 employees that were affected by the study. And we've included various incentives that really gets group to match them and match peers. On this slide, I have a total fiscal impact by group and by applicable contract year. So for REP admin, $269,000, and on and so forth across these. The total per year in year 1 for all 4 groups is $6.2 million, rounding up, $9.2 million in year 2, and then $2.8 million in year 3, which seems counterintuitive because Local 39 doesn't have a year; their costs are included in the 3rd year. On this slide, I have some recommended motions for you. The way I envision this being read to make it easier for you is to read the first line and the first bullet point, return back to the first line, the second bullet point, and so on. Any questions?
I don't think so. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm prepared to make a motion, but I also want to make a comment.
Yes, please.
My comment is that I'm incredibly impressed with members of this group because what they've done is they have used the time. They've been able to come to closure on their bargaining. They did a very reasonable multi-year, for the most part, contract, the reasonable salary increase, able to implement the class comp study, which is major. And then we were able to do the longevity for this long delayed group that never has received it. But I just want to do a shout out to them and tell them how grateful we are for coming to the table, getting through this process, being reasonable in their ask, being open to negotiation, and then we can actually bring it to closure. And here we are today, right at the beginning of the fiscal year. So a huge shout out, kudos to them, and a privilege to make a motion on the.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
Just on top of that too, I'd also like to thank our team, Jesse and Norma and Vicky and all of our management team. I know there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes here, and you're all very talented, and appreciate your expertise in this area and getting us to this. And I agree with Councilwoman Dewar too. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you so much. All right, well, with that, I'd like to move to approve the tentative agreement between the City of Reno and the Reno Administrative Professional Group Administrative Unit.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And then I'd like to move to approve the tentative agreement between the City of Reno and the Reno Administrative Professional Group Professional Unit.
All right, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
And then I'd like to move to approve the tentative agreement between the City of Reno and Local 39, the non-supervisory unit.
All right, I have
Second.
a motion. I have a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And then finally, I'd like to move to approve the tentative agreement between the City of Reno and Local 39, the supervisory unit.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
We done?
Yeah, with
Good.
this.
Do you have any more?
Not me.
Not from, I want to say, Norma and Jesse, great job. What a difference a day makes. Norma, you should be really proud. HR wasn't always smooth and well-liked. So one thing I hear from a lot of people, hey, I may not agree with her, but I really respect her, and they feel heard. Whatever you're doing it really well, and you're doing it really right. And Jesse, you've done a really great job too. So I've got a good team, and I want you to know that I'm noticing such a huge difference. We used to live in a day where people didn't even want to go to HR to voice their complaints, and that's where they would come to my office. So I knew directly how challenging the challenge we had in our H department, and you've totally changed the complete dynamic, and people are incredibly happy. So, Norma, good job. Kudos. Good job.
Okay, Madam Mayor, moving on to item D1, David 1.
Okay. Hold on one second.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My
Hey,
name is
how are
Travis
you?
Drew. Very well.
Right, Madam Clerk, do I need to open the public hearing on this? It doesn't look like it.
This is not a public hearing item, and just for the record, we did not receive any correspondence and have not received any public comment as registered.
Perfect. That would be my next question. There's a lot more jargon on my agenda, and I just want to make sure that I'm reading everything that you want me to. I'm sure there's a reason why she changed my agenda. Okay, all right, good job. All right, Travis, it's all you, get away.
So item D1 aligns with the strategic plan in the area of public safety and then also infrastructure, climate change, and environmental sustainability. Providing just kind of a quick overview to the study as to what we're discussing today. On April 24th, a presentation was given to council to discuss downtown public safety. And following that presentation, staff was directed to address the railroad corridor. Today, we are here to discuss maintenance operations, safety concerns, emergency services as it pertains to this railroad corridor. Staff is proposing to develop ordinance, and this is where we're just here to discuss with you at this moment, get feedback from you, direction from you on how you might want to proceed. So we are looking at developing an ordinance that would create a 100-foot buffer safety zone from the edge of the road. And this is intended to really allow unencumbered, unobstructed access to maintenance and operations, to our emergency services along the railroad, and to keep our public safe. The railroad corridor is a very dangerous area. That's why we keep fences. That's why we already have signs listed telling people to keep out. So we're trying to remedy some of these issues. Maintenance and operations specifically has a lot of infrastructure along the railroad way. We have everything fencing and lines like I mentioned, but we also have a lot of certain storm drain structure which requires regular attention. Days like today where we get a downpour that we're not expecting, it's our job to run out and inspect these ditches and inspect the inlets and make sure everything's functioning properly. And if we can't get where we need to be because of obstruction, the very limited access road we have along the roadway, we're talking delays that might cause property damage from flooding.
Yeah.
We have infrastructure such as a sewer lift station. And we need to be able to get that lift station that's right there in the right of way.
Yeah.
The map here is kind of to snapshot a small area of the overall railroad operations in town. If you think about it, the railroad runs east-west through the entire vicinity of the city. We have spur lines throughout the city, and then we also rail up in North Valley. So this picture here, this map, really kind of just depicts one of the more problematic areas we have in Reno. The red line is actually the railroad right-of-way, and it's very narrow. All the yellow, I'm calling it yellow. All the area is city-owned properties, just for reference. And again, so this ordinance would give us the room to be able to operate safely 100 feet past, say, that red line. And this would be consistent throughout the entire railroad area. Some of the challenges we face specifically in M&O is, again, the obstructed maintenance access to the infrastructure we need to get to. We have a lot of increased costs year over year of related to vandalism, theft. The pictures you see here are actually, they were taken down in the retrack area. And This is the electrical that controls the safety lighting and retrack. It's all the controls for our relation systems. And currently, we're looking at about $25,000 in repairs that are needed just in that retrack area because of the vandalism, theft, and people using this space. And then, lastly, as I already mentioned, stormwater conveyance is a major issue for us. We need to be able to get the areas quickly. Public safety is probably the number one issue that we want to make sure we're addressing. Fire hazards are regular in the railroad area, and the fire department needs to be able to get to these fires as quickly as possible. Again, if the areas are obstructed and they can't get to them, as you see in the top picture, it's going to delay their ability to put out a fire. A lot of these areas are in space where you have brush that's easily going to catch. Derailment trains has been a very recent concern we've had. It's been kind of something that's gotten worse fairly recently, where we're seeing a lot of people disposing of garbage on the tracks. Just a couple weeks ago, actually, I had to move an engine block that was deposited on the tracks. So something like that could easily cause a derailment. These people who are using the space, it's not all campers. We have people that just park cars along the rail area. People that use it as shortcuts for walking, biking. Train comes off the tracks. Not only could it potentially hurt people on the train, obviously the people that are next to the tracks. Then we have the increased costs for patrol for our PD, and their inability and often to get to where they need to go to deal with concerns they have. And then, like I already mentioned, the emergency services. A lot of times this can be medical emergencies. Again, product if they can't get to where they need. So proposed solution is this ordinance with this safety buffer zone created. Again, we're here at this point. We're not introducing an ordinance in any way. We're trying to get feedback from the body to see what you guys want and to see what you have for back for us so we can incorporate it into a future ordinance if that's the direction to move forward.
Okay.
So with that, if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Okay, any questions?
I think it's a good,
Go ahead. Well, I will say, I have been noticing some real issues on the train track with debris being there. Now, I saw the motor and I wasn't sure if that was deliberate or how it got there. And I'm afraid that if we don't start to really look at ways that we can protect people around that whole area, it is very, very dangerous. And again, I don't know if people really see that until something happens. And I hate to be one of those, it's not a matter of if, but it's a matter of when. And I know it's the same thing whenever people get very upset with me whenever I don't want people camping along the river. Very prone to fires, very prone to floods. And then people are really going to be unhappy for, people lose their lives because we didn't take safety measures. So I appreciate you bring this forward. I can understand why it is necessary. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam
Taylor.
Mayor. Can you go back to your slide number 6?
Absolutely.
While you're doing it, I just want to say thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you to the team. This is just unacceptable. I'm thrilled that this is coming before us. Sleeping people near the tracks, trash. It's like you said, it's a health and human safety issue. And I am so grateful that we're going to be looking at something like this. So I fully support an ordinance. I know Madam Mayor and I just had a meeting with some of those 4th Street businesses, and this is a real concern for them too. So I think this is a way that we're going to be able to support the businesses along the railroad corridor. This is a way that we protect our citizens, our tourists, our businesses. I'm just fully in support of this, and I'm very grateful to you and your team for bringing it forward. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Marquez, anything?
Yeah, thanks so much, Madam Mayor, so much, Mr. Trujillo, for the presentation. Outside of an ordinance, are there other things that staff is looking at? I know you said already like barricades and fencing and signs, but are there other things that will be included in this one? So are you just asking us to look at the ordinance for now?
I'm soliciting feedback right now. If there's something particular that stands out to you that we would like incorporate into, we certainly work with our legal team. What we currently use right now as a main way of trying to keep the public safe is the fencing we have up along the right-of-way, which requires frequent mending. We have to get to it frequently. It gets cut daily. It's also the signs. The signs that are we're required right now to have, in order to make sure that somebody's informed that they're trespassing, we have to have signs placed every 500 feet. And when you think about the entire stretch of Reno that the trains run through, plus these spurs, plus the options in the valleys, it's a lot of space and it's a lot of infrastructure. So we do our best with what we can under the current laws. This kind of expands it out. This creates a wider area that would give the ability to trespass people who don't have the legal right to be in the space they're in.
And when I think it's just curious, out of the word, you're using encroachment in a lot of the language and that's just to be a bit more encompassing of not just, let's say, a tent or human, but a block and a car blocking access to those sites.
Yep.
And then the other thing, just to help me, once the ordinance does come through, if we can get a more clearly defined map that you have on slide 4, I think that gives the impression that there's things, obviously, like north of 80, which is, I know it's just a city-owned parcel, but if I could kind of see more clearly what areas we're talking about, I think that'll help me better support this proposition.
Be to do. Nope.
Thank you.
Okay, that being said, I would like to get a motion, please.
Madam Mayor, I move to direct staff to introduce an ordinance for railroad adjacent city-owned property that includes prohibiting encroachment and recommendations made by its council today.
All right, thank you.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moving on to item D2.
Okay.
Which is a presentation and a discussion and adoption of the Reno's language access plan.
Okay, thanks so much. With that being said, do you have public comment?
We don't have any public comment registered for this item.
Okay, thank you. Staff presentation? No? Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please do. Second. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carried.
It has to. Work though.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, was D3 the one we needed a time certain on? I wrote a note. I'm so sorry.
Yes, it was after 1:30, and we're well past that. So on item D3, vid 3.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have any public comment on item D3, which would be a presentation, discussion, potential direction to staff regarding the bill draft request, BDRs, for the 83rd session of Nevada Legislature? And it's the one and only Nick. So good to see you. Okay, the floor is yours. Take it away unless there's any public comment, which I don't think there is.
We have no public comment.
All right, let us know what's going on.
Okay, great. Nick Stoney, Government Affairs Manager, Office of Policy and Strategy, for the record. Today's the beginning of our conversations with respect to bill draft requests. I want to be very clear here. This is an open discussion, a dialogue on some of the ideas that we've heard so far, but we're not running ahead with anything until we get the fact from this. There are a number of BDRs that you'll see here. We have 5 different ideas, and they kind of align with various different elements of the strategic plan. All of them, I would say, apply to fiscal sustainability for the city. So as you know, the legislative session is quickly coming up. I can't believe it's almost here.
I know, can you believe?
We're actually less than 200 days away.
No one's counting, right?
194.
Is that what's going on? No one's counting?
Oh, I'm counting.
For you.
So the city of Reno can submit up to 2 bill draft requests. Last session, if you remember, we only submitted 1 bill draft request, and the direction from this body was to go ahead and move forward with affordable housing policy and find a way that we could align the state's goals with our goals. That worked out really well for us last session, in that I was able to spend that extra time that I had to find rental assistance dollars for the city of Reno proper. So again, the city of Reno can choose up to 2 bill draft requests, but you're not required to. I'll be back with this body on August 14th for the final selection, and we have until September 1 to actually submit that to the Legislative Council Bureau. So again, just going through the process, since the end of this legislative session until now, we've been gathering ideas. I've heard some from committees, we've heard some from individual council members, and now we're at this July 24th meeting to get some additional feedback from the council and let me know or let the staff know if we need to do additional research on any of these topics. And finally, September 1st, that deadline. Factor in BDR selection. There's quite a few here. Today we're at the council input section, and I think that is the most important to understand and get that feedback. How it aligns with strategic plan is also incredibly important. What is the impact or need? How are we bettering service delivery, as well as making sure that we're meeting the needs of Renoites is incredibly important. And the ability to effectuate. I don't think it's any secret a city, opposed to a legislature, doesn't have quite as much political capacity, if you will. And so I think it's just important to, be aware of that and look at what our stakeholders are asking for and see if there's a way that we can sync that up with what the legislature is looking for. Again, kind of chime in on stakeholders and partners. So over the last year, it's been an honor to serve as the government affairs manager, and I have had the opportunity to work with many different coalitions, leagues, the Urban Consortium, the Nevada League of Cities, the Housing Coalition. I actually was on a learn for the Housing Coalition and sit on policy committee, so that's why I had to have a time certain after 1:30. So we're building up those relationships. And I just want to make it clear that for all of these ideas, I don't think any of them will be a surprise to our local government partner or the Housing Coalition. Not to say they've done extensive stakeholder feedback on every single one of these ideas, but we've been working very closely with our regional partners and other local governments. So these are the 5 ideas before you. The Charter Committee recommendations, changes to Capital Surcharge Fund, sewer, and changes to the residential construction tax, some kind of state mechanism or fund to replenish the cost of waiving affordable housing, sewer, or enterprise fees, and an update on the regionalization or consolidation conversations that we have to date. So, as you know, on Monday, July 29th, you will be meeting with the Charter Committee, and they will be presenting their recommendations. Of those recommendations, and I'll give them the opportunity to actually present those ideas, but of the recommendations, First Amendment, and just a reminder, although there are 4 recommendations in here, it would use 1 bill draft request slot. So of those recommendations, the amendments include the requirement for a special election in the event of a vacancy. There is a staff listed item that just aligns the terms of Senate and Assembly member appointed Charter Committee members with the City Council terms and the terms of that individual that is actually holding the office. The third would be requiring the manager to reside in the City of Reno. And the fourth is, has returned, I believe, for the 4th time now, to remove gendered language from our city charter. Next up is the Capital Surcharge Fund. So in 2011, Assembly Bill 376 gave the City of Reno, and only the City of Reno, we are the only local government that has this ability, to charge $2 on every room night for non-restricted gaming hotels in the district that we define in order to fund capital improvements for the purposes of tourism. To date, and I believe you've heard a bit about this, but that generates about $1.3 million. We've identified 2 different scenarios we could look at to potentially increase that rate, and I will go into them now. So as I said, that's $2 for the purposes of tourism. We have existing obligations. If you look over the course of the fund, with the removal of some of the hotels or non-restricted gaming that were originally downtown, we are losing the ability to pull in as much money. With like Harrah's no longer being around, there are less rooms naturally to produce that money. And so that money, over the course of the next 4 years, will eventually shrink as it relates to our existing needs and future needs. So one of the options that we looked at had to do with simply increasing the rate, not including any other hotels or non-restricted gaming and not changing the boundary district, simply looking at what it looked like if we just increased the rate from $2 to $4. You'll see there that we went all the way into our analysis of $10. We just did that for the purposes of understanding that at this point in time, Nevada revised statute says that we can lead to $2. If we want to go down this path, it would be my recommendation to ask for the ability for this body to actually increase by more than just the $2 to $4 for the purposes of not having to come back to the legislature to ask again when we are starting to run out of money in this account. The second scenario that we played out would include those non-gaming resorts in that district. And as you can see, it does generate a little bit more money, and the 2 parties that combined that would be acted by this would be Whitpeak as well as the Renaissance. And I believe there are a couple other stragglers, but we will continue to define that. And like I said, these are early stage, so we'd have to continue working with our stakeholders to see what that impact would be like for our region. The next one would be changes to the residential construction tax. So the residential construction tax, for purposes of changes that aren't technical in nature or have larger impacts, has not changed since the 1990s. Since then, the way the residential construction tax works is that it would charge 1% of the valuation of that home in order to bring that money for the purposes of neighborhood parks, or $1,000. Since the 1990s, homes have been over $100,000 in cost, so it's been effectively capped at $1,000 for each dwelling unit since then. Naturally, the cost of parks has only exponentially increased. So a couple of the options that we've looked at other than simply saying, please remove this cap, would be consolidated districts. When I say that, I don't necessarily mean that all of the money would have to be spent in one district or that it couldn't be negotiated by this body to where those parks would go, but it would remove that limitation that money generated would have to be spent in the place that it was generated. And then if we were going to do that, it might be wise to look at the option of removing the acreage limitation, which is currently 25 acres. Again, it was created for the purposes of neighborhood parks, and the legislature at that time did not deem a 25-acre park or greater a neighborhood park. The example that came to mind, because I was very curious last night, Virginia Lake Park would be 30 acres, to give you a kind of idea of what it looks like. And so just, again, draw attention to the fact that this has changed quite a bit over the years. In 1990, about 100 homes were needed in order to build 1 acre of a park, or actually that. Versus with the cap, it takes about 346 homes. And if there was no cap, if it was just 1% of the valuation of the home, they would only take 65 homes. So there is potential for a happy medium here. Again, we have not a stakeholder discussion with any of the developers or realtors on this topic, and so I couldn't tell you where they stand or how they feel about any of these ideas. And this is just another example of, what would it look like if we actually consolidated all of those districts, put all the money in one place, and then give this body the opportunity to decide where that money would be spent. So as you can see, these districts are not actually broken up by ward. I'm not sure when they were drawn. Maybe they at one point did align with the ward boundaries, but they do not currently today, and they mostly do not align with the 6 wards that we will soon have. But if we were to have one single district, that would have $26 million in it, which could mean a game changer in terms of what that means like for building new parks. One thing I'd like to add here too, with the $26 million, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Oh, just the discrepancy when it comes to these different districts. And if we were to consolidate the districts, the idea would not be to say, hey, we told you that you were in this district and this money was going to be spent that way. This would only be looking forward, so for 2024 on. The next idea is something I'm sure you all are very familiar with the sewer fee waiver connection cap that we have placed on our affordable housing waivers. To date, this body has waived roughly $9.5 million just for sewer connections, which has resulted in roughly 1,800 units being built or on the way to being built. The body has made great strides in this lane, and I know that Clark County is considering or has considered actually adopting an ordinance similar, but I'm not aware of any municipality actually looking at what it looked like if we waived these fees and would it build more affordable housing. So I think everyone knows we're a leader in this space, but unfortunately we have capped that, and we're looking at other options for how could we replace this money. In my mind, one of the things that could be helpful here is encouraging other local governments to be a stakeholder here and join us, because they might be more likely to actually waive those fees if there's a state fund that they could access. And we've had early conversations with the Housing Coalition as well as the League of Cities on this topic. Fire regionalization discussion updates. So we're in very early talks. I think, meeting with my counterparts at Truckee Meadows Fire, Washoe County, Sparks, it's clear that we need more time to narrow down our ask and work together collaboratively. So I don't want to tell you that this is a pause or a stop on this conversation. I think it's quite important for our region. It's honestly been an honor to even be part of it. But we need more time to really vet the idea and make sure that when we go down to the legislature, all of us are from the same sheet and are ready to ask for the same thing and work together to build that ask and really understand how we're helping community and that will look like reality from the financial piece and from the fire departments, 3 different fire departments in our jurisdictions. So again, the plan would be to come back for 2027 with that actual idea. So what's next? Continuing to meet with stakeholders. The Nevada cities will soon have bill draft requests ready. And again, these are stakeholders that we could ask to sponsor a bill for us rather than the city proper. The Nevada Housing Coalition, their policy forum is actually tomorrow and we'll be there. And I'm interested to see what kind of ideas they come with. Continuing to work with the local legislators in our region, depending on the direction from this body, looking at additional research and analysis on any of those items. Identify potential sponsors. Like I said, the city of Reno doesn't actually have to sponsor these bill draft requests. We could all go find a legislator that would be willing to pick up the idea. And finally, on August 14th, I will be back before y'all to select the BDR concepts and admit those before the September 1st deadline. This is the recommended motion. Just to dive into this would mean that I would come back on August 14th with the Charter Committee recommendations, with the residential construction tax and the capital surcharge bill draft request items. The second motion would ask that I look at the sewer favor state fund and find a sponsor, or at least continue to have that dialogue. And the third would just ask that I come back for 2027 to explore the option of fire realization or consolidating based on our talks go with other stakeholders.
All right, thanks, Nick. Very comprehensive. And what I'd like to do now is to take these one by one and just discuss them. And so if you could pull up your first proposal there about the charter, I think it was. I'm going to start on this. I am supportive of moving forward with the charter bill. I'm not necessarily supportive of the way that the charter committee laid everything out. And some of these could be dropped potentially, but some could also be added. And so just very briefly, the very first one deals with a special election. And I actually agree with this principle, not necessarily the division that laid out in terms of months and 2 years. Over 6 months you would go to elect. I actually think we would need a longer time, let's say 8 months, because even to go through an appointment process takes a couple months, as our appointees know. I mean, they got to register their interests, go through interviews, meet the public, have decisions by council. So I'd probably move that to 8 months. But here's why I think it's important. I think it's important because I think that the narrative for the last 2 years has either intentionally, probably, or unintentionally delegitimized our two council members who we appointed through a duly approved process. So we appointed them, we went through a rigorous analysis, we selected them, we put them on council, and then there has not been an end to this constant drumbeat that they're illegitimate, that they don't really belong, that they're a temporary placeholder, and I find this very offensive. They were appointed through our process that we have, and they're doing a very fine job. Coming to the meetings, they're learning, they're paying attention, they're bringing their brains to the table. And I feel that if we had a process laid out for when we appoint and when we elect, that, and it was set up, that this could get rid of this entire dialogue, which I really feel has hampered us, and hampered them, and hampered us as a body. And I would like to see it addressed personally. And I know that often there is a point that, it's either the 6 of us, let's say, appointing one, or the fact that special elections have very low attendance. But we just saw some lower attendance elections in our last primary, disappointing. But still, thousands of people participate. And we could say, well, those thousands of people have low information. But they have some information, at least they would have been participating in the democratic process to elect their representatives. And so I feel strongly that we should move forward with something like that. On the other 3 things, very quickly, the terms fine. On the city manager, I don't necessarily think they need to live in City of Reno. I wouldn't mind having that said Washoe County more broadly. Okay, but there is some benefit having the people that are running our city locally. And so I could support something like that. Elimination of gendered language, I think that's pretty much, I'll call it no-brainer. And then I just want to add 2 more things very quickly. I put this up at almost every discussion charter bill. That is, and I think some people agree with me, I think that we should look at appointing our legal counsel instead of electing our legal counsel. I know that our charter committee, I guess, didn't dive into that one. I know our legal counsel was opposed to that years ago. It came up, but his term ending just mine, like the mayor. And we are only 2 cities in Nevada, to my knowledge, that have an election for city council, city attorney, and that is Reno and Sparks. All the other cities appoint their council. I think there's a benefit there. They work for the body and for our staff. And lastly, I would like to have a conversation about the mayor. I think that it's a very simple fix. I don't think we have to do a lot of heart-wrenching. I think it's simply say in our charter, the mayor and city members are not the same position. I think lost some, it's not that it worked out poorly. I love our mayor. But people have lost an opportunity to run for mayor. I mean, 18 people ran in 2014. For 21 people ran. Some people dropped out. But I do think that it would provide an opportunity for those with experience to run for mayor. And that's the way it is in most cities, in Nevada. And not all, I think Anderson is more like, I'm not positive, I haven't done analysis. I do think we have an opportunity to address it. I think it would help members of the council that want to run for mayor have a longer term. I think that it would really help, provide council with leadership, given people with experience could run. So I'll stop. I went over, but I just wanted to get it all out on the table quickly. And let me open it. I think Councilmember Reese, we're on the charter.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Dewar. I'm going to start maybe take a step back. I'm not going to dive into these. I want to first ask, is the two that we get to run, that includes if we ran one for the charter, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And
It would
then
use one
last
of ours.
time, we really did a charter bill that ran, and we tasked you with refocusing efforts on housing, so we run another bill.
That's correct.
And then I want to talk about the general use of capital, and that means political capital. I get the sense oftentimes that their experienced local governments is very different. Their experienced local governments is very different than our experience with them, meaning that in spite of our protestations about various things that impact us, at times it appears our legislatures believe that their experience would trump ours. And as a result, I'm skeptical to believe that they are really listening to us specifically about what we run. Now, that's a general statement. It's not directed at any person, political party, or entity, but simply that I often wonder why a lot of the things that come out of there are not ask about them. They don't ask what the impact would be on us. We are not necessarily always invited to the tables where those decisions are being made. And as a result, I think that fewer BDRs on our part is more effective, right? If we're going to have a particular policy option that we want and we think is very important, we should run fewer bills, not more bills, just because there's only so much political capital. There's only so much time that you have in the day. Sometimes how the sausage is made in Carson City is a bit confusing to those who are there a lot. And so for my part, I want us to sort of say what our absolute priority is, rather than say, I want to do all of these things. It's potential we would say we would want to do none of these things. Now, if we turn our attention to the specific things that you posited here, there are none of the charter recommendations that I would talk specifically about today, because we think we're going to do that in a special meeting. I'd rather save my energy to have those conversations in that context. I will say that some of these are a little bit more not aligned with my interest, but that's why we have a charter committee, right? One that's not here, which I am and would like to explore perhaps more generally, is this question of whether or not, when there is a very close election, whether or not recount those elections should be automatic and for out of government costs. I believe fundamentally that when an election is close, as it was in this last election cycle, and there were some headlines about it, we should not have placed anyone in the position of having to make very difficult choices about how those were paid for. So when you have an election that's, say, within a half a percentage point or a percentage point of being contested, those should have automatic recounts. Now, I will say, back to my political capital argument earlier, it's like the county may already run such a bill, so maybe we don't need to be running our own bill, but we're just supporting a bill being raised there. And if I may, Madam Vice
please.
Mayor, I think the bill draft request on residential construction tax is probably a good one in concept. Again, the question will be whether or not we want to raise our political capital and spend it in order to achieve that. I'm not saying whether I would either way. As to the capital surcharge fund, it's absolutely true that that fund will not be self-sufficient within the next several cycles of its budget. And as a result, we just really need to think about how we make sure it's solvent. And if it's not, it really cannot be borne on the backs of just two properties, which is what we're really down to there. But again, I'm not saying that would be my priority. There are other things that might be a priority, like housing. The last two are most important to me, and I think perhaps will be I would look at using our political capital. One is the replenishing the cost for our sewer fee when we do use those funds to otherwise support affordable housing projects. Super important, super critical to allow for those projects to build, and really speaks to our concerns about affordable housing, and one of the few tools that we have in the toolbox to do it. So I am very interested in that. And then the last one, I think you've already said, that we need probably a little more time to bake and ruminate on it, and therefore would not be in favor of using our political capital in that regard. But I will say that is a very important topic. It should be the number one priority we have in a multi-year analysis of how we do. And I have been someone who has always said we should regionalize our fire service in this case. I'll continue to say that. So sorry I spoke rather quickly,
No, that's
Mr. Sony. Just trying to be respectful of my colleagues. But now you have my general thoughts. The overarching one, which I would like you to take from my conversation with you today, is just that concept: more bills does not equal better chances of success passing. In fact, I think if we early tailor our asks, we are more likely to use the political capital we have to achieve the goals we want.
Okay. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'm looking at it from a global perspective at this point, and when I look at the five bill draft requests that are here in front of us, 4 of them are specifically about revenue and increasing revenue. So talking about something about what Councilman Reed said, regionalization and how the local governments are funded, and that is through property tax and primarily sales tax. So until we figure out something different, we're always going to be having these conversations about fees, about added, trying to get more revenue somehow. I'm not going to get into the charter committee recommendations because we're going to be meeting with them. On all of these other ones, I'm not expert in any of these things, and I'd say that we definitely need to have the experts at the table, and it sounds like you're going to be doing that through more targeted stakeholder engagement. There are some good ideas in here, but I would need to understand if the capital surcharge fund, if the capital projects, if all properties down, and those are the conversations that you are going to be having, and I look forward to hearing that. Again, residential construction tax, we are always trying to find a way to increase our revenue at the low level. And this is, look at parks, right? We want to build more parks, we want to have more parks, we're having a hard time maintaining our parks. So it all comes back to what is the global conversation, and it's how we're funded. On the sewer enterprise fee, I think there was a comment made about how we look at this as a regional program, which is great because, I mean, we've been able to help so many people and move affordable housing in a positive direction. However, there is still somebody subsidizing costs. I do love the idea of regionalization on our fire. Again, I don't think we're quite there yet, and I would rather us be really confident and have all of our ducks in a row before we take something that's unbaked to the legislature. But I tend to agree with my call too that less is probably more, and I want to make sure that where we can collaborate with our partners on bill draft requests, we're doing that, and we are being very strategic in what we're asking for. So appreciate you and months that will coming in your life, and all the hard work, and I'm glad that you're excited to still be working in this field. So thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Vice Mayor, and thanks, Nick, for the presentation. I think I'll keep my comments global as well and reserve some of the stuff that I have for the Charter Committee for when that comes up in 5 days, I believe. And we have that joint meeting with our Charter Committee. We'll talk a little bit more specific there. I think that looking at bioregionalization, as you already talked about and seemed to get a lot of support up here on the dais for, is something that's been identified for 2027. And so hopefully we can continue to push that forward and lay the groundwork so we can have a successful BDR partnership for that legislative session when it occurs in 2027. For number 2 and 3, so changes to RCT and capital surcharge fund, I think similar to the comments were just made, it's important and crucial for us to continue to look at providing a high level of service and opportunities for our community members. And with the tax structure the way that it is now and the way that our budgets are set up, it keeps diminishing, and so it impacts the way that we're able to serve our community. And so there's maybe a more global thing that you can think about to help increase revenue overall. I think that might be a better push for us to look at that. And then I do hear that there might be some support from their partners about the certain enterprise fee waiver and establishing some sort of budget at the state level. So I'd be happy to talk more about that, especially with our partners, and keep exploring that collaboration with other folks to help us carry the water in that sense.
I'm going to make a final comment, then turn it back to the mayor. I think it's worth noting that in my 10 years here, this would be the 5th session, I guess. In my opinion, we've been spectacularly unsuccessful getting any bill passed. Can you think of any? No. I can't think of any. So whether we've submitted 0, 1, or 2 bills, we have been not successful. And I believe that that has become almost every time gone asking for money, whether it's a parks or a regionalization of fire. We asked for that before, in a different way. We asked to be able to set up a fire district ourselves. That was a no-go. We asked for a ballot initiative on parks. That was a no. I can think of several others. Now, I think it's important for people to know there was a bill on residential construction tax, and it made very, very modest changes, as I recall, and not really the changes we wanted. And that was a bill that was put forth by a variety, a consortium of people, and it didn't really yield a lot of fruit. And I wanted to echo, and I'm very glad Councilmember Reese brought this up. I wanted to echo his points that, my knowledge, none of our local legislative officers, elected officials, have ever served in local government per se. We have one person that served on the school board, so has more experience maybe in making a budget. But most of the ones that are either elected today or in contention to be elected have not served in a local government, have not participated in a budget process like we do, and have not faced the dire restrictions on revenue that we have, trying to patch it together to make this all work. And so I think the biggest issue we could probably do is to educate our legislators better on the real challenges that we face and do a very good, thorough job about that very early as possible, starting now. And in past years, I sort of remember we had an enclave with elected legislators, but sometimes it was like in the lobby of county commission, and it wasn't like we got to really talk. Right over at the county in the lobby, it wasn't really a sit-down talk about issues with legislators. It was more, hey, how you doing? Good luck at the session. So I think that the education process has to start occurring, and it has to continue throughout the years. And all of these bills, like I like to prioritize bills on revenue too. I just haven't seen us be successful. They seem to not want to give us more money.
All right,
And that's what I have to say.
You're over.
Okay, well,
Okay.
I wasn't aware, I didn't see any clock going, but okay. Over to you, Madam Mayor. Would you like to add for this?
Yeah, the one thing I want to add, just really quickly, first of all, great job. I'm so impressed. You've really grown into this role, and it's impressive to see how knowledgeable you are, and I think you're really enjoying it. Nick, job. The one thing I want to say is I think it would be really helpful that we send invitations to every single representative from our area and jurisdictions, especially when it comes down to so often we never hear from them, ever. And I don't know if that's on us because we haven't invited them. I'd love to know the bills that they are going to bring forward and the ones that particularly are going to affect the city in general. And don't be disrespectful, but we do these jobs, 365 days a year, and they do theirs every other year. And so it's a very different dynamic because a lot of times they put in bills and laws that affect us greatly, and then we're left holding the bag. Now, it works both ways, good and bad, but typically it's not so good. And so it's the work that they do down there that we have to end up carrying the water on. And I think a lot of times they don't understand the challenges. And at the very least, I think it also helps them understand our frustrations and our challenges and what it's like to live in that space all the time, 24/7, 365 days a year on the local side instead. Because the state tends to be much more removed than we do. And we always have that right. I know even when we walk into the building, they don't love that. It's just very territorial sort of dynamic. But I really do think it would help, especially they represent us. I'm a constituent, you're a constituent, just like everyone else is. You're a constituent. And I think we should know what they're going to proposing, bringing forward. Really hard to hear after the fact when we should have all been at the table addressing some of the issues that are going to be the biggest issues in the city. And having some make those proposals or bills are going to be I just think that the people that they affect the most should be at the table. So maybe you could send some invites out and let's hear about what they want to do, what they want to propose, and I think that could be beneficial. What do you think, Nick?
I just wanted to chime in and let you know that there is at least one local elected official, Assemblywoman Anderson, is moving forward with a key group of stakeholders to look at the property tax and how that actually funnels within the state of Nevada. I can't say exactly what it's going to look like. I know that we've heard a little bit about how that might like Senator Patty's bill from 2018 with respect to reset at sale, but she's starting to get stakeholders together, and I know that it's a slow process, but I think that we're being heard. I think that's
Various processes. Guess what? There isn't a politician that wants to go out there and say, "Hey, we want to raise taxes," and especially maybe one party more than the other. I don't know. I shouldn't say that, but the nonpartisan in me gets a little bitter right? So, but no, I mean with everything, that's an important issue, but everything, I would love to see them come and address, the city, and also, I would love for the community to hear, because a lot of times they don't. They have no idea, so too, a lot of times, they are supporting one when they do. Usually it's a recommendation from a friend, those kinds of things. But at the end of the day, Nick, I would love to see, let's send them some invites, let's have them come to council, and then it would be nice, be able to expand that, or, kudos too, so.
And just one more thing there, I am excited to invite them and make sure that we continue having those conversations. I know that with respect to this council and for the safety center as well as Moana Springs Center, that's exciting for this community, and it's also exciting for them. And although they may not have given us money directly for any of those projects, I think it's important that we invite them to the table when we're celebrating our ends, so that they know what we're working on.
Totally, because we'll have to do it together. Promise you, it will be so much better if we are collaborative and doing it together. Thank you, Nick. Okay, do we have to accept this?
Nick, you had put up a recommendation here.
What would you like from it? I move to direct staff to bring back BR 2401.
There was 3.
I'm going to send it to Councilman Reese. Go ahead.
Do you have sufficient input from us to move forward, or do you need a specifically directed motion? Because none of these apply to what we've talked about.
I could go either way. If you feel strongly one way or the other, then I feel like I've gotten the feedback that I need today.
Yeah, perfect.
And Mr. Hall or Mr. Shipman, do you believe we have to have action? So I have
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Great job. All right, Madam Clerk, sending it to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're on item F1.
All right, Madam, do you have any public comment on this?
We do not have any public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to send it to the one and only Carl Hall. It's all you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6079, case for ANX 23-0002, Bellevue Estates. Ordinance annexing to and making part of the city of Reno certain specifically described territory being 81.81 acres of property consisting of 2 parcels located plus or minus 350 feet southeast of the intersection of Claim Jump Way and Tulare Mine Drive and directly east of Truckee Meadows Water Authority Reservoir Tank. The subject site is adjacent to the city of Reno jurisdictional boundary, located within the sphere of influence, and has master plan use designation of an unincorporated position together with matters properly related thereto, Ward 2.
All right, thank you so much. Making a motion.
Move to adopt.
I have a motion. Second. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Okay.
I voted no
All right,
originally.
motion carries. All right, Madam, item F, any public comment?
No public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. Sending it right back to you, Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6680, LDC 23-0002, Bellevue Estates, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled zoning, rezoning a plus or minus 81.81 acre site consisting of 2 parcels located plus or minus 350 feet southeast of intersection Claim Jump Way and Tulare Mine Drive, directly east of the Truckee Meadows Water Authority Reservoir Tank, from plus or minus 71.19 acres of unincorporated transition, 40 acres, UT-40, and plus or minus 10.62 acres large residential, 0.5 acres LLR-2.5 to 81.81 acres of planned unit development, PUD, Bellevue Estates, together with matters properly relating thereto, Ward 2.
Move to adopt.
That's a long one. Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. A second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Madam Clerk, any public comment? No? Seeing there's none, I'm going to send
No,
it.
sorry, my computer's still loading. We don't have any public comment, but we did see the comment on this item, and we're all in opposition.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to now send it right back to Carl Hall.
Item F3, again, ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6681, LDC 24-0044, Riverside SPD, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled zoning, rezoning a plus or minus 1.39 acre site located west of terminus of Riverside Drive, north of the Truckee River from multifamily, 30 acres per acre, and 32 Civic Plan District, SPD, with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith, Ward 1.
All right, perfect. Great job. Okay, make it a motion. I have a motion to adopt. I have a second. All those in favor say
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries. All right, sending it right back, Madam Clerk. Any public comment on item F4?
We have no public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to send it right back to Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
This one's really long. There you go.
Ordinance adopted, ordinance number 6682, case number TXT 24-00001, Title 18 Affordable Housing Initiatives. Ordinance amending the Reno Municipal Code, Title 18, Annexation and Land Development, specifically in Chapter 18.03, Use Regulation, Section 18.03.206, Table of Allowed Uses, Section 18.03.302, Residential Uses, Chapter 18.04, Development Standards, Section 18.04.905, Additional Standards for the Family District, Section 18.0.1503, Incentives for Affordable Housing, and Section 18.04.150, Density Bonus Incentives for small unit sizes in order to expand zoning districts, multifamily, single-family, attached uses are allowed, and use standards for residential uses, locate the standards for density bonuses in multifamily districts and certain mixed-use districts to a different section of the zoning code, and an expedited building permit process for affordable housing projects, increase the density bonus for affordable housing projects, to increase the density bonuses for small units ranging in size from 800 square feet to 1,200 square feet, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith. Wards 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and at large.
Move to adopt.
Sorry. All right.
F4.
We're at F4. Did you make a motion?
And I second.
And you said, okay, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. We're going to hand it over to G1, Madam Clerk, am I correct?
You are correct.
Okay, I'm going to send it to Vice Mayor Dewar.
Yeah,
This
and I
is
was
all
going
you.
to, thank you, I was going to ask to lay this to the first meeting in August.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Uh,
Or it could be on next agenda if you're up for that, Mickey. No, she doesn't want to do that.
Whatever.
Okay.
Let's continue to the first meeting in August.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. All right, you don't need a motion from us, do you?
Nope.
No? Okay. Item H1, comments and any announcements regarding city boards and commissions, anything? No? Okay. So I'm going to, just a couple things. So we need to be back here at 6 o'clock for the public hearing. That'll be important. The thing that I want to let everyone know, please eat dinner before you get here, because we are not going to be ordering dinner tonight, because we're going to have a few hours in between, so it would be a lot easier. Everyone, please eat and be ready, energized before we come, okay? So I'll see you all at 6 o'clock. Madam Clerk, do you need anything from us? No? Okay, good. All right, see everyone soon.
All right, Madam Clerk, where are you at?
Hello, Madam Mayor. We are all set to call the meeting to order. I to preface that we do have quite a bit of public commenters. I have about 25 registered right now. But secondly, there's a lot of people that are outside that weren't able to come in. So if you're here and you're just making public comment, there are TVs and speakers out in the foyer, and we have public commenters that are out there that are not able to get in. So I'm asking if you're just making public comment and just here to view, if you make your public comment and leave the room so we can make sure that others are able to get in if they're not capable of being in here right now.
Okay, fantastic. The thing is, because we have so many public commenters, I would love if we could get a chair up here, and then the next person can come forward, so we're sort of in sync.
Okay, Mayor, while we get set up, let's go ahead and open the meeting. So we'll call the meeting back to order. It's 6:05. And at this time, all members are present with Councilmember Breckus absent.
Okay, thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here. I so many future mayors out here, right? Yes, she's saying yes. Maybe if you saw my email, you might think different. No, I'm just kidding. Kidding. No, we need you. You're our future. Okay, Madam Clerk. I have a little different script here, so just bear with me. If you need to correct me on anything, because I know we are changing it up a little bit to accommodate such a large group, just stop me or have the attorney stop me, Carl, please. Okay, so at this time, I am going to have, let's see, City Attorney, Carl.
Oh, Madam, if you want to open the public hearing.
I will. Hold on one second.
Okay.
I'm going to open the public hearing and then I'm going to send it to you. Perfect? Okay. All right. At this time, Madam Clerk, we will now open the public hearing. Proper notice been given and all correspondence received.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Per notice given on this item, the record, we received 214 comments, 53 in support of the MUP, 157 in opposition of the MUP, and 4 of concern. And then, as I stated previously, have about 20 public comments that are registered this time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So I assume I'm going to send it to our City Attorney, Carl Hall, and then I'm going to ask you for public comment.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. Let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing for item I-1, case number MUP 24-00010, appeal of the administrator's approval of a minor conditional use permit to allow for the development of a primary, secondary K-12 school campus.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask my council members, do you have any disclosures to make? I'm going to start with you, Councilman Miguel Martinez. Nothing? Councilman Taylor.
Madam Mayor, I don't know if this is, I met with the applicant and the Washington School District.
All right, thank you so much. Councilmember Reese. No. Councilwoman Brewer.
Yeah, I toured the site and I met with whoever called me to meet with me. I don't have a list, but there was.
Councilwoman Burt.
I do have a closure, just one moment while they find it. Thank you. Okay, so preparation for this time, I sought legal guidance from the city's attorney's office. I understand that the city council is acting in a quasi-judicial capacity as opposed to legislative capacity. The council member, I understand that in cases like these, have a legal duty to be neutral and unbiased in hearing and voting on the matter. If I cannot be neutral and unbiased, I've been advised that I shouldn't participate. I want the record to be clear that I can and will be neutral and unbiased in hearing this case and cases Ward 4. I have not made up my mind, nor have I prejudged the specific facts of this case or any other upcoming potential case. I am open to hearing the evidence, applying the facts to the law, voting accordingly. Madam Clerk, please lodge this disclosure for the record.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to send it to you, Madam Clerk, for public comment.
Madam Mayor, I'm actually just going to go over the structure of tonight's meeting so that everybody in the room is clear. So the way that it will work is that we will move into staff presentation first. We will then move into appellant presentations, and then we will finally close out with the applicant's presentation. After the presentations would be the public comment period, and then closing that out would then be the discussion and deliberation by the body.
Okay, so we're going a little bit reverse than our typical.
We are.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, so then I would say then at this time, we're going to have staff presentation.
We are starting out with Ms. Leah Picotti.
All right. Leah, nice to see you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Leah Picotti, for the record. I am an associate planner with the City of Reno Development Services. And this evening, I am presenting the application for Matter Academy, my conditional use permit, which you all know has been appealed. So to give you a little bit of information, the project is located on the corner of North Hills Boulevard and Beckworth Drive. This is on Ward 4 in Kilwoman Ebers area. The site is 10.62 acres in size, and the request is a minor conditional use permit to allow for a kindergarten through 12th grade school adjacent to a residential zoning district. To orient you with the site, I'm going to bring you up a little bit closer here where you can see that it is on the corner there of North Hills and Beckworth. The site is highlighted in yellow, and that is the Matter Academy site right there. This is Rayleigh Shopping Center, that's adjacent to it here, and Alice Smith Elementary School is adjacent to the east. The subject site does have split zoning. It's approximately 5 acres in the SF3 single-family residential zone district, approximately 6 acres in the rural commercial zoning district. Split zoning is fairly common. We do see this throughout the city, and rather than having the applicant split it or rezone it, we do allow the uses on the specific site of the parcel as long as they're consistent with the uses that are allowed in the zoning district. Key issues that were analyzed in this request were the overall site design, compatibility with surrounding uses and developments, traffic access and circulation, and natural resource protection. The reason that natural resource protection is in there is because there is a major drainage way on the site. However, it is being avoided completely, so it wasn't necessarily part of this application, and there is no disturbance to that major drainage way. So here's the overall site design. The school is proposed to be approximately 150,000 square feet. It is going to be 2 stories with a single-story gymnasium. It is going to be built in 3 phases over the course of 6 years. Phase 1, you can see in the pink there, will be the elementary and middle school buildings, which can accommodate approximately 786 students. Along with the elementary school and middle school buildings, all site improvements will be completed during Phase 1, so that will include any of the off-site improvements that you'll see here later on in the slide. It'll be the stacking lanes, the driveways, the parking areas, all of that will be completed in Phase 1. Phase 2 will be the school building, which you see there in green, and then high school building, which will add 668 students. We have a total of approximately 1,554 students. This is based on the traffic analysis, is going to dictate the maximum amount of students. And then Phase 3 will add a gymnasium. It's an 850 user capacity gymnasium, and you can see that on your screen in blue. So most of the slides today are talk about traffic mitigation because that seems to be the main concern here. So regarding traffic mitigation, again, we have Matter Academy located here. We have Alice Smith Elementary located here. So what I want to show you is the existing school zone. And this is the school zone that requires 50 miles an hour with the blinking lights overhead that makes everybody slow down so that kids can go back and forth. So that current school zone runs right across here, across the face of Beckworth, essentially. What we've done to mitigate traffic, first off in the areas, only have we expanded that existing school zone, but we have created a whole nother school zone adjacent to it. So where we do have some concerns along North Hills Boulevard and that other portion of Beckworth, the new school zone will be all of Beckworth and this portion of North Hills you see in green on screen. So one of our ways of mitigating these traffic concerns was to increase the size of that school zone, increases safety, slows people down, makes people more aware of what's going on out there. Secondly, I want to point out where our access points are. So you can see again where Matter Academy is and Alice Smith. Alice Smith accesses off of Beckworth Drive. They have an in and out over here on this side. Matter Academy is going to access off of North Hill Boulevard. So it's not accessing on the same street. There was contemplation about whether or not the access should be on Beckworth, and the overall determination was that Beckworth would having the two schools next to each other like that on Beckworth would compound the existing traffic issues there. So at staff's request, that was moved to the North Hills side. Off-site improvement. Okay, so preface this. This is 30-day process for minor conditional use permits. Normally, those are submitted. We have 30 days to review them, and we issue a decision letter. This particular case took about 7 months from the time that it was submitted to our office till we issued that decision letter. And one of the reasons for that is that we were working with RTC, Public Works, our engineering department, and planning on this traffic study. And I believe we ended up with 4 iterations of this traffic study. This was the final traffic study where we decided collectively that these were all the improvements that needed to be made off-site to mitigate the traffic concerns in this area. So first of all, we have a dedicated right turn lane off of North Hills Boulevard in Matter Academy. Secondly, the applicant also owns that little triangle there on the corner of Beckworth, so they're going to do a dedicated right-of-way for a turn lane of Beckworth onto North Hills Drive. Additionally, we're going to have 2 overhead rapid flashing beacons here on North Hills. We're going to have 4 side mount rapid flashing beacons along Beckworth and 1 on North Hills, and we're going to install 2 additional crosswalks here and here. So these are the off-site improvements, and these will all be paid for at the applicant's expense. This is not going to cost the city anything. On-site, we're looking at backing and circulating. So where the blue arrows are, those are the same blue arrows you just saw on my other slide for the entrance and the exit onto the site off of North Hills. This stacking line has been designed so that it runs all the way around 10-acre site. And what they've done here is create a double stacking lane with a bypass lane that can accommodate over 100 cars on site at one time, possibly up to 150 cars, depending on how close together they are and the size of those cars. Additionally, they created a very large pickup drop-off area that can accommodate pickup and drop-off for 30 cars simultaneously. So when we look at how many cars can stack on site, how many can drop simultaneously, it meets all parameters for being able to pick up and drop off in a fairly swift manner. Additionally, we have offset the bell times by 30 minutes between Matter Academy and S. Smith Elementary School. So these schools will not be starting or ending at the same time. There will be a 30-minute difference. And there's a 30-minute difference between Matter Academy's elementary, middle school, and high school as well. So all of their 3 schools will all offset by 30 minutes, and those will all offset from Alice Smith by 30 minutes as well. And just kind of to break it up, right? And then we're going to have them open up that campus and do a 30-minute pickup and drop off. So it's like everybody needs to get there in 5 minutes of school starting to pick up, drop off. They come anytime 30 minutes prior and drop off children. So we all read the appeals, and I've just kind of highlighted the concerns on the appeals and what mitigation staff has taken. So number 1, traffic and safety. The city staff, engineering and public works, and RTC worked with the applicant on traffic mitigation plan for 6 months. So please understand, we worked very hard. We went back and forth. We did several different iterations of what this would look like, what it needed, and came out with this final plan pretty much 7 months after we started looking at it. Again, the bell times are offset 30 minutes. And additionally, Matter Academy is paying $100,000 in impact fees, road impact fees, to RTC for this project. So that's always a good thing as well, especially when we're looking at those up in the valleys and the different improvements that are needed. There were concerns about lack of transparency, public participation in the decision-making process. I just want to make everybody aware that this application was received in mid-November. It was November 14th. And on November 17th, a development review memo was emailed to 1,385 contacts. And that development review memo is all of our internal and external agencies. It's anybody and everybody would need to see this, including Washoe County School District. So that was sent out, 1,385 contacts on November 17th. On November 22nd, we moved 506 notices surrounding property owner and interested parties. That also includes all of your NAB members. The following week, the site was posted with 2 of those large yellow public notice signs. Those went up, one Wentworth and one North Hills, for over 6 months. I believe they're still there. And then on June 3rd, pretty much 7 months later, the decision letter was issued. So this wasn't a fast process. There was no lack of transparency, public participation. We had it out there. It was on our website, development review memos. Everybody received notices that it was happening, giant posters on site. So there was nothing happening behind the closed doors. Everybody had an opportunity to participate in this project, including Washoe County School District. And we received our first round of comments from them on November 30th, just so that that's clear. Okay, inappropriate zoning. Primary school absolutely permitted in the single-family residential zoning district. We do all the time. We permitted one. I issued a decision letter yesterday for Washoe County School District about a mile away in the single-family residential zoning district. Secondary schools are permitted in single-family and general commercial. So it's inappropriate zoning. It's appropriate zoning. There was some talk about us forcing them to rezone to public facilities. We don't do that. We don't force anybody to rezone to a public facility. Schools are allowed pretty much in all the zoning districts. And then there were financial concerns from Washoe County School District. Unfortunately, it's just not a concern. We don't analyze economic impact to the surrounding businesses, and that's just not a thing that we do in our analysis. So minor conditional use permit findings. The findings that are on the board are the findings that we have to make in order to approve an application. So number 1, complies with Reno Municipal Code and the purpose of the zone district. Absolutely. In the single-family residential zoning district, schools are literally listed under the purpose. In the general commercial, it's a gradual transition to the city's suburban neighborhoods. And those are exactly what you would see, that gradual transition. You kind of the neighborhood on one side, those neighborhood commercial businesses on the other side. So that's it definitely complies with RMC and the purpose of the zoning district. Is it compatible and consistent with surrounding development? Yes. It's adjacent to a school, a neighborhood, and a commercial center. It's an ideal location. Public services and utilities are available. Absolutely. It's an infill project. Everything is available for it. The characteristics are compatible with types of surrounding development. Again, it's adjacent to a school, a neighborhood, and a commercial center. And, those characteristics are what we look at in our staff analysis over the past 7 months. And as you know, there were a ton of conditions of approval for this. And all those conditions of approval are making sure that those characteristics are compatible with the types of uses that are surrounding. And then not materially detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. We know traffic is a problem in the North Valley. We all know that. We are very, very aware of it. And of course, the traffic study was completed, and it was based on that information that the applicant worked with staff and determined those appropriate mitigation measures. And what you saw on my slide for offsite improvements are what was recommended by the traffic study and what was reviewed and approved by our engineers and our public works and RTC. So were we able to make all of the findings? Yes, we were. That concludes my presentation. The recommended motion is on the board, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Leah. Really appreciate it.
No problem.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're going to move into appellant presentations. As a reminder, the appellant have 10 minutes for your presentation, and it's my understanding that the WEA and NSEA have combined their presentations, and they're looking about 20 to 30 minutes for a presentation. So we'll clock it at 20. If they're not done in that time, we'll just add on about 5 minutes for them. Our presenter today, Washoe County School District.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Adam Searcy, representing the Washoe County School District as an appellant to this decision. The district is an aggrieved party by virtue of our adjacent property ongoing school operation. And we're also technical experts in this area of facility design, entitlement, and construction. Tonight we will highlight how this process was flawed. Improvements do not meet the standards. The project not comply with existing zoning code, and therefore the bill must be upheld. The school district did provide comments to the city nearly 9 months ago. However, since then, it has been through individual effort that we're able to learn much of anything about the critical details required for approval. In fact, the process through which the city of Reno has approved this brand-new charter school with nearly 1,700 students and staff has included exactly 0 public hearings. It was only upon repeated direct requests that we were even made aware that an approval had been issued at all. An approval which disregarded the majority of the district's substantive comments. In an effort to better understand the materials which the staff's approval was granted, the district was asked to file a public records request just to view the traffic study on which this important decision was made. I highlight all of this in support of the perspective that the public has done a great disservice with this extreme lack of transparency. Postcards emailed to your junk folder really does cut it for a project of this significance. The district knows this well. We have constructed many schools within the city of Reno in recent years, during each of which the school district has regularly conducted public meetings, hearings, community events, attended neighborhood advisory board meetings in person, planning commission, and many other public meetings in a good faith effort to partner with our community and the city. The new Hug High School at Wild Creek, which you saw on our title slide here tonight, and which there's more similarity than difference to this project proposed, was participatory in a great many public hearings, as this council is well aware. Again, I frame this to highlight the extreme disparity between how this process has been administered with the school district and how the process is being administered in this instance, and to emphasize that the community deserves better. Beyond the issue of process, upon review of the actual approval, it's clear that numerous technical deficiencies exist. In fact, the decision to approve the project was reached in error. The initial issue is with the underlying zoning of the property. Much discussion was made about how this school is allowed in this zoning and back and forth, but the existing zoning does not support the proposed use specific to primary school. The applicant should have initially and absolutely been required to initiate a zone change on the property prior to proceeding. We shouldn't even be here tonight. Currently, the property is split zone, general commercial and family as described, but primary schools are not allowed in general commercial. Yet a significant portion of the primary school building itself is literally demonstrated in the applicant's own submittal to be physically located with the general commercial zone. Therefore, it does not comply with zoning requirements and certainly does not comply with additional requirements such as setbacks, access, and circulation. Yes, staff did condition adjustments to address this violation. Such a remedy would require major site reconfiguration to comply, and it is an unreasonable presumption that all of these deficiencies can be cured. Perhaps more importantly, the approval should be based off of plans which are substantially complete, representative of the true future development, and not hypothetical. This is clearly an erroneous approval in conflict with allowable zoning code and use requirements, an abuse of discretion, and to the original point on process, use adjustments such as this should be vetted through a public zoning map amendment process. Next, we want to talk about significant traffic and safety impacts associated with the application. We talked about this earlier, and again, I want to reiterate, we're talking about a new school where none exists today, which have well north of 1,500 students, has no district enrollment zone. Students won't necessarily be walking to school, they'll be coming from all areas of the community, nor no organized transportation program or department. Hug High School, for example, in comparison, conditioned over $8 million of off-site road and pedestrian improvements, and even J. Woodrow Elementary School, it recently opened in the city of Reno, a school with less than half the number of students that this is proposed, installed hundreds of thousands of dollars of off-site improvements at the direct west of this council. This project tonight provides little more than some pavement striping and a couple of overhead flashers. However, more specifically, following the receipt of the traffic study via public records request, by the applicant's own analysis, this project doesn't meet the required standard in multiple instances. Policy states that level of service D must be achieved or mitigation is required. The study presumes that major regional road improvements will be completed within the RTC program for the next decade. Of course, not all of the projects are currently funded, planned, guaranteed, and certainly should not be relied upon for such important safety measures. Even after these improvements are actually completed, it will be more than a decade after negative impacts of this project are brought to bear on the community. As you can see on this slide, by the applicant's own analysis, they have demonstrated their failure to comply with the approval criteria, and therefore the appeal must be upheld. Even after factoring the factor in the mitigation was provided or described previously, the implementation of this project will immediately result in 7 intersections in the vicinity failing to meet code, including 5 of which that are documented as a level service F. This is not just traffic congestion, we're talking about children's safety here, and our community deserves better. In addition to the past precedent that I've referenced, which WCSD has participated, there's also relevant precedent from just a few yards up the street. 2 years ago, Reno Planning Commission denied the North Hill multifamily application primarily on the grounds of traffic and safety impacts. The North Hills project was actually proposed on land which was correctly zoned for their improvements. The project relied almost exclusively on the same future presumed improvements by the RT. Their ethics study on the North Hills project suggested around 4 times less traffic impacts than the application under review this evening, and yet that project was denied by the Reno Planning Commission not 2 years ago. Regardless of the outcome, it was that project, the North Hills project, at least reviewed public hearing by an appropriate body. And this community deserves a more transparent process directed towards such significant decisions, and that these evaluations be applied more consistently. So this evening I provided multiple examples of new school projects which have been subject to a more thorough and public process. I've provided an example of an extremely relevant project which represents significantly less acute impact, which was publicly denied. More importantly, I've also illustrated how this application is insufficiently complete and the analysis is more than deeply strained. The applicant has demonstrated through their own documents that it does not comply with numerous general and mandatory findings. These deficiencies are statements of fact. They are clearly documented in the applicant's own analysis and unfortunately are only brought to light for you in my presentation this evening. These facts represent the object grounds for our appeal. As is often the case, there is much emotion associated with this item. And whether you hear about frustrated drivers, school choice advocates, or the safety of our precious children, we encourage you to consider all of that as you see fit. The school district doesn't support or oppose this or any project. We seek only for an equitable, consistent, public consideration of all such projects. And in this instance, the city has fallen short of that mark, both in the eyes of the public and a matter of technical fact. However, allowing this project to proceed through an appropriate zone change process would provide the applicant with an opportunity to remedy these deficiencies, would provide the public process our community is entitled to. I'm here on behalf of the Washington County School District speaking directly to the facts and demonstrating objectively that the decision to approve this application was made in error and that the appeal must be upheld. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, Madam Clerk, sending it back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I believe we have someone else from your team coming
We
up.
have a joint presentation from the NSEA and WEA.
Okay, perfect.
Good evening. My name is Robert Munson. I'm here to represent the Nevada State Education Association and the Washington Education Association. I currently serve as the Government Relations Chair of the NSCA and the Treasurer for the WEA. I will be presenting today with my colleagues, Adrienne Connolly, who is a kindergarten teacher at Silver Lake Elementary School, Jen Martinez, third grade teacher from Donner Springs Elementary School, and Chris Daly, our political director from the Nevada State Education Association. So, who are we? No problem. Okay, thank you. Okay. How do we change slides? I pushed it. Oh. This one here. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, the NSA, Nevada State Education Association, has been the voice of Nevada education for over 125 years. We represent 11,000 educators across the state. This includes licensed educators such as teachers and counselors, but also support staff, including our bus drivers, our custodians, paraprofessionals, school secretaries, etc. The NSCA has nearly 2,000 educators living here in the Reno area, including 250 in the 89506 zip code this would impact. NSCA represents hundreds of educators working in this impacted school area in the North Valleys. Now, I may not be a planner for the city, and I'm certainly not a professional planner or land use attorney, but as a high school English teacher, I teach at Worcester High School, and I spend a great amount of time planning courses, my lessons, my assessments, etc. I know what good planning is. And let me tell you what good planning is when it comes to school facilities. Over 8 years ago, a large coalition of community groups, businesses, labor unions, and educators, including our associations, came together across the city to address the serious school facility issues that were dire here in Washoe County. We worked together to craft WC1 and campaigned and worked our community to get it to pass overwhelmingly. Sorry. So, embedded in the process of developing WC1 was a Citizens Oversight Panel school facilities. This committee, now it's sometimes called the Capital Funding Protection Committee, helps plan and oversee all of Washoe County School District's facilities plans. Two members of this council, Martinez and Councilman Reese, are being members of this committee. As of today, Washoe County School District has completed the construction of 4 new elementary schools, 4 new middle schools, 1 new high school, as well as a major expansion to 1 high school and a middle school. Washoe County School District began construction of the Debbie Smith CTE Academy in Northeast Reno, which will be serving some students from the North Valleys as well and open in August 2025. Throughout 2023, the WCSD conducted a thorough evaluation of all existing school facilities and in partnership with the community, developed a plan to modernize these buildings on the primary basis of equity and efficiency. With nearly 50% of our schools now 50 years old, and with a healthy, reliable source of revenue to address these needs, the school district developed a plan to provide equitable learning environments for all students. This plan, now known as 2023 WCSD Facilities Modernization Plan, was approved in December and is in the process of being executed. In addition to renovations at Worcester High School, which I can attest to because I teach there, this good planning process has delivered for the North Valleys. In the past 5 years, the school district has invested nearly $500 million in capital projects within the Valley's code or immediately adjacent to it. This includes the new Hug High School, Desert Skies Middle School, Inskeep Elementary School, and fully reconstructed O'Brien Middle School. Pictured here is a rendering of the new Stead Elementary School, which is less than 3 miles from the proposed site and is scheduled to open in 2026. Unfortunately, due to a number of factors, enrollment in the school district has declined, and all impacted schools in and around the North Valleys are operating currently under capacity. Declining enrollment is related to the effects of COVID, declining birth rates, rapid growth of charter schools, and while the area's high schools are close to capacity due to declining enrollment, they are not predicted to reach capacity in the next 10 years. Meanwhile, a $120 million modernization and expansion of North Valleys High School has been approved in the facilities modernization plan. Contrast the multi-year process with thousands of stakeholders in the community that delivered the rebuilt O'Brien Middle School, Hug High School, with the item that is before you today. You heard from the district of the total lack of notice and planning with respect to Miller Academy. Just before the holidays in December, the school district received notice from the State Public Charter School Authority, and they responded within a month. No community hearings, no area needs assessment, no district-wide planning. The proposed school site is right next to Alice Smith Elementary School, a school, Washoe County School District school that's currently only at 72% capacity. This proposal has no regard for students and the educators at Smith Elementary School or any other school in the Washoe County School District. Despite this, the SPCSA approved the charter expansion at their January meeting. In this letter that you see before you, in this January letter to the State Public Charter School Authority, the school district stated, quote, "School closures at the elementary school level would be likely on opening of the Mare Academy in Golden Valley. A Washoe County School District school closure in the North Valleys would be devastating to the existing school and surrounding community and would cost dozens of our members' jobs as well as students the school that attend. And it is wild to think, while the Washoe County School District is investing hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars to renovate and build new schools, including a new Stead Elementary School just 3 miles away, this new charter, with very little planning, would cost the closure of an existing school in the community. As an English teacher, I can attest this is most certainly poor planning and should be rejected."
Hello, I'm Jenny
Hi.
Martinez, and this is Adrian Conley. We're going to be presenting on behalf of the Washoe County Education Association. We both sit on the board together. The WA has served Washoe educators since 1965. It represents about 4,000 licensed professionals in Washoe County School District. And we believe that the best possible working conditions for children, the best possible working conditions are children's best possible learning conditions. So by helping teachers make sure that they have those best conditions, we can improve our education for our kids.
When a student leaves a neighborhood school for a charter school, the public funding for that student goes with them. Neighborhood schools' overhead costs stay the same. When a certain percentage of students are enrolled by the district's count day, we lose allocations and teachers have to leave. Either they're laid off or they have to go to some other school. The problem then arises when we get students charter school after count day, when we have fewer teachers. On average, these students are half a year behind those students that are already in our classrooms. Since the public funding has already gone to the charter school, it is now up to the student-owned public school to allocate their already scarce resources to make that discrepancy. This takes me away from earmarked projects and from classroom fundings in their zone schools. Charter schools can also exacerbate existing inequalities by creating barriers to entry for vulnerable students. This could be as simple as students with the greatest self-support self-seeking into charters, effectively siphoning away students with the most engaged parents, leaving students with greater needs and fewer resources for our public schools. Also, charter schools are to expel students with behavior problems and or other issues, sending these students back to their neighborhood public schools who have lost teachers and the funding. This has created a two-tier system of public education. In my experience, many years I taught the garden at Silver Lake, the charter school students we get in our classrooms, when they come in mid-year, are unable to write their names, they don't know their letters, they don't know their sounds, and they're way behind students in my classroom. In some cases, primary and intermediate classrooms will see students who are not only behind, but have behavior issues that the teachers are unaware of until the parents mention casually that the student's behavior was the reason they were asked to leave the charter school.
We're going to bring it back to traffic. The impact of traffic, I don't know if you guys have driven up in the North Valleys anytime lately, but it's not fun on a normal day and school is not getting out. And in this picture, you can see the pickup at the current Matter Academy location on 9th Street. We've received letters from different people complaining about the traffic jams that this facility causes on a daily basis. Now imagine tripling this, since this school would be triple the size of this location in a already traffic-induced neighborhood with another elementary school and a high school nearby, creating these massive traffic problems. The bell times can be staggered, but it's still, if you have kids in an elementary school or a high school or a junior high, you know you have to be there at least a half an hour beforehand to get a parking or to get in there. So staggering the bells, while a good attempt, would still need more. And we have some issues with pedestrian and bicycle safety as well. Adding the number of vehicles to the road to accommodate a school, the planned enrollment of 1,500 additional students on an already strained street presents a threat to educators, students, and other community members in the area. Mater Academy of Northern Nevada already marketing their new location to their existing students and others across the county. This means even more vehicle traffic than a neighborhood public school of a similar size. Between the new man and the existing Al Smith and North Valley's High School a mile away, that's over 4,400 students in a very small geographic area. Meanwhile, city code requires this school site to provide bicycle parking for 150 students to bike to school. This is a standard for community-based, non-regional schools. Staff failed to consider this, and they did not investigate the stability of bicycle infrastructure to safety transportation of students from the school. While we would typically like to encourage walking and biking opportunities in the line of safe routes to school programs, this will not be a safe option at this location for their Alice Smith or Mater Academy if the new school is built.
We have some teacher and parent testimonials we'd like to share with you. And just piggyback on what she said about traffic, if any of you have ever dropped your kids at school, you know what some of those parents do and how they're flipping U-turns and they're speeding through school zones and then add teenage drivers. We all how to do so well. So this is from Ashley Robbins. She has fifth grade at Alice Smith for more than a decade. The infrastructure in the region is insufficient for the traffic for parent pickup and drop-off for our little neighborhood school. Every day, my colleagues are at risk trying to direct traffic before and after school to kids safe. Poorly designed roadways do not give the drivers opportunity to move in and out in an intuitive manner. So we face not just speeding and distracted drivers, but also drivers who are behaving erratically and unpredictably, making turns at their own convenience. There's one neighborhood school with 501 students that pull from a geographically distinct and nearby population. What staff has failed to consider in this Mater Academy is that's 3 times our size will affect traffic far more than we do. Adding 1,500 families to the same already insufficient system of our current needs presents an unacceptable danger to the safety of my workplace and my students, but also to the students of this proposed school and to the community at large. The city has willfully ignored its role in serving families and businesses in this area, instead turning a blind eye to education as a public service. This area is very transient and allowing the applicant to pull the most stable families into what is essentially a private school, leaving the true public facility with revolving door of students who are far more resource intensive while pulling educational resources, cash, staff, and resources into a separate facility. This just doesn't make sense. All these decisions were made behind closed doors with no public input or consideration, relying entirely on a developer's promise. Please reconsider decision and reject this site for Mater Academy.
Okay. And this is from Erica Bowling, teacher. She's a teacher of first grade at Alice Smith. She writes, I feel this project will have a detrimental effect on Alice Smith and other public schools in the region. Washoe County School District has invested millions of dollars into North Valley schools from elementary to high school to ensure we are properly meeting demand the children and family in our community. Building a charter school with a projected student population of 1,500 will directly take students out of the local public schools. On a practical level, this means public schools will lose funding, teaching positions will be cut. Worse yet, Washoe County School District schools could be forced to close. I am also troubled by the traffic concerns presented by a project of this magnitude and the apparent lack of infrastructure planning. This area already faces traffic concerns that Alice Smith teachers and staff deal with daily. Traveling to and from the North Valleys can take up to 50 minutes, worse during snowstorms, due to the ongoing construction on 580. On Beckworth, cars are regularly exceeding 15 miles per hour during the school hours and illegal U-turns in the middle of the street. Staff and teachers are in danger as they protect students crossing the road. We love our children, but blindly approving the construction of schools is not necessary to the benefit of students or families. Careful consideration must be made to ensure all needs of the community are appropriately addressed.
This last letter is from Cynthia Reyes, who's a parent in the North Valleys, a former Washoe County student and a school volunteer. In addition to concerns regarding proximity to current Washoe County schools and traffic safety, a significant issue revolves around financial considerations. With matter, funding may be redirected from existing schools, potentially leading to closures, job losses, the need for teachers to seek employment elsewhere. Questions have been raised about the source and allocation funding for Matter. While it is classified as a nonprofit, its partnership with a for-profit company, Academia, which significant interest in real estate, raises doubts at the destination of funds. Can it be confirmed with evidence that funds will remain within the local community rather than being sent back to Florida? The question of supporting high-earning individuals at Matter while Nevada schools educators face financial challenges further exacerbates the concerns. The initial lack of public hearing, uncertainty surrounding fund distribution, and undisclosed connections to Academia and Florida give the impression of a lack of transparency. Trust has been lost, has been cast, and buy-in is needed. How do you plan to rebuild trust in the community and migrate the concerns?
Council members, my name is Chris Daly. I'm the political director for the Nevada State Education Association. While I politics and my job, I actually spend most of my time trying to figure out how to increase revenue for Nevada's underfunded public schools. And as you've probably heard, they are underfunded. Nevada schools rank 48th in the nation in per pupil funding, and moving Nevada up that list has proven quite difficult. With the massive expansion of charter schools over the last decade, we realized Nevada school districts were losing more and more of their already insufficient funding to charter, so we quickly moved legislation to level the playing field between these two types of schools. While we have had some success in Carson City, there remain fundamental inequities. For example, 100% of full-time teachers at your neighborhood public school are required to license. This is not the case at charter schools. We've also pushed legislation to require limits on charter schools, or at the very least, require better planning. What the state ended up passing instead in 2019 was a charter growth management plan. Unfortunately, the growth of charter has only increased under this growth management plan. So let's talk about the appeal here this evening and a connection that we see that's clear between the impact on the Washoe County School District and the neighboring school and this conditional use permit. So say this, while one might think the charter school authority should have ensured that the growth of charters in Reno made sense for the broader community, they didn't. So it's up to you here at the Reno City Council. You do have guidance, however, based on your own code's master plan. I put to 18.08.304E, which in relevant parts requires consistency with the Reno master plan, mitigation of traffic impacts, and provision of a safe environment. This project and the administrative condition approval fails on all three of those points. The district covered how this project fails to mitigate traffic impacts, and we've talked about how this project creates an unsafe environment for pedestrians and bicycles, but let's dig in a little bit to your own master plan. So there it is, Reimagine Reno, and I'm just going to go ahead and read various parts of your master plan. And it's not surprising that this plan mentions the Washoe County School District no less than 20 times, scattered from resilient local and regional economy, responsible and managed growth, to a safe, healthy, and inclusive community. So in support of a development of a diverse, educated, healthy, and adaptable workforce, 1.5D says you are to identify ways to support education programs of the Washoe County School District, etc. Under collaborate with regional entities and service providers on growth and infrastructure issues, 2.4 says collaborate with the Washoe County School District in planning for the design and location of new public schools in areas that advance the city's growth policies. Let's read on impacts of new development. Coordinate with the school district to evaluate the impact on school enrollments and capacity when reviewing projects. When did staff do that? So funding, support current and future efforts by the Washoe County School District to diversify and or expand sources of revenue. Let's go to a little bit later in your plan. This is the concurrency management planning document related to schools. And it states Public primary schooling in Reno is provided by the Washoe County School District, which plans and develops new or expanded campuses to meet the demands created by new development based on its own resources and needs. The city will work with WCSD by involving the district in the review of development to ensure the implementation of mutual development goals. Littered throughout your vision document, your guiding principles, is the city of Reno is to work with Washoe County School District to make sure that there's quality education for all Reno kids. That's your vision document, the Reno Master Plan. You can go to the findings as well in 18.0804, and I'll lean a little bit on the district's presentation. The zoning at best, with primary schools not allowed in the general commercial zone, the zoning at best is creative. Actually, that little gold section that I colored in there, that's actually part of the primary school in the GC zoning, which is not allowed. At the very least, this violates the spirit of zoning and the prohibition on the primary school in that zoning category, because you know that practically there is going to be a flow of students back and forth. It's not as if you're K-8, you're just going to stay on the one side of the school facility, and high school is going to stay on the other side of the school facility. There's going to be a logical back and forth. Finally, I'll just say this in conclusion. Staff for the district talked about the Reno Planning Commission denying a house project based on lesser impacts on traffic. I had it at a meeting, we were talking, and I said, look, that was a multifamily housing unit that I think the city of Reno actually needs. And the Planning Commission denied it. The school, Washoe County, city of Reno, does not need. So we ask that you deny the conditional use, overturn the administrator's decision, and ask folks at Academy, folks that you're going to from for enough hours, I assume, to do this right, do it in the right way, and do it in the right location. Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, we're now moving into the applicant's presentation, and they also have 10 minutes.
All right, thanks so much.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Sev Carlson with Kempfer Kroll for the record. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, and for the record, I'd ask for leeway. We go over our time a little bit because we've had a number of appellants who've had plenty of time to present their case. There's a lot to unpack. So let me start by saying I come here as a lawyer, barred in Nevada for about 20 years. I come here as a parent, 3 student in the Washoe County School District, and I come here as an advocate for our children and our parents to have a choice. I also come here, most importantly, to look at the legal aspects of the conditional use permit that was granted by the administrator. The applicant completely concurs and joins in staff's comments this evening. Leah did a wonderful job laying out the issue, did a wonderful job laying out substantial evidence upon which staff relied to grant the minor conditional use permit. Before I get to my presentation, there's been some about that multi-family project that the Planning Commission denied. I represented the applicant in front of the Planning Commission on that one. I think it's important to point out that process under the municipal code is different than the process laid out under the municipal code for a minor conditional use permit. The applicant and city have followed the code with respect to this application. There has been no deviation following the code with respect to this application. With respect to the zoning, again, we join in staff's comments. The zoning allows for both uses despite it being split. A little bit of background. Mater Academy of Northern Nevada was founded in 2017. It enjoys a right under state law to operate, NRS 388A. Mater Academy has been ranked highest in middle school and second highest in elementary school in Washoe County. This is a public charter school. It is free for anyone to attend. There's no tuition, and it's exclusively based on public funding. It's open to all families. If we reach a capacity limit, there's random lottery. Preference given based on someone's background, connections, lack of connections, what their families may earn or not earn. And all teachers at the Mater Academy have a Nevada teacher's license. I won't belabor the zoning. It's there, it's clear. The code allows for both the elementary and middle school use, as well as the high school use on the object set. We think about master plan. And it's wonderful that the school district is referenced in there so many times. But the master plan, at that section 1.5D that was referenced by our opponents this evening, says, and other educational institutions. I would submit to you that a charter school, a public charter school, is an other education institution. So the application, again, Leah pointed it out, this was a long process. The code didn't require it to go to the planning commission. Code didn't require it to have a public hearing, but it was a long process. And substantial evidence was created throughout that process to justify the grant of the minor conditional use permit, focusing on residential adjacency, focusing on split zone, being compliant with the Reno master plan. I won't belabor the components of the project. Leah described that well in terms of the elementary, middle school, and multi-purpose gymnasium. The layout again. We have the 5 appeals. The education associations are identical. With respect to the school district's appeal, on its own, on its face, it does not describe with particularity the grounds for the appeal. And that should be enough in and of itself to deny the appeal. And in fact, the school district indicated that things have only been brought to light in his presentation. I agree. He only brought the issues to light of their appeal in their presentation. Sorry for my past language. We have sandbagged with presentation this evening because none of it was included in their appeal documents. With respect to standing, administrative decision permit applications, including under conditional use permit, may be appealed to the city council. An aggrieved person is defined as one whose personal right or right of property is adversely and substantially affected by the action of the discretionary body. And then an appeal has to be written and briefly specify is the key word, the grounds of the appeal. The standard of review is the city council needs to determine whether the administrator committed an abuse of discretion. A decision that lacks support in the form of substantial evidence is arbitrary or capricious and therefore an abuse of discretion. Here, the administrator based approval on substantial evidence presented as part of the application process over that 7-month period and did not abuse its discretion. Substantial evidence is that which a reasonable mind might accept as adequate support inclusion. So I'm going to turn it over because the big issue here, I think, is traffic. And we have a traffic engineer who's licensed here in Nevada. He talked about the substantial evidence that he prepared, staff considered, and relied upon. But before doing that, I think it's also important to point out that the code does not grant this council a right to economic winners and losers. This land use application is not about competition. McDonald's cannot show up and oppose an In-N-Out Burger coming in next door if the zone's right, if they meet the code standards for design. That's what's taken place here. Our opponents don't want competition. Once our traffic engineer speaks, I have just a couple of closing remarks, but thank you for your consideration. We ask that you affirm your administrator's approval.
All right, thank you very much.
Good evening. Ted Egerton, Loxo Engineering, 6345 South Jones Boulevard, Suite 100, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm a licensed engineer in the state of Nevada. I've been here in the state of Nevada since 1990 preparing traffic studies. In 34 years, I've been preparing traffic studies. We prepared traffic studies for public schools, public elementary schools, public middle schools, public high schools, charter schools, and private schools in high school, middle school, and elementary. With that being said, we look at school sites. We go out and look at existing conditions. So when we were contracted to prepare this traffic study, we went out there and looked at the existing operations of the existing adjacent roadways. Of course, Alice Smith Elementary School stuck like a sore thumb. Right next to us, it has access off Beckworth Drive. What was interesting to note, that school, however, as most elementary schools, public elementary schools, they do not have enough on-site storage for the pickup and drop-off operations. Therefore, that's the connection to see on Beckworth Drive. We recognize that, and when we started the layout of the site plan, we recognize that. With that respect, may I continue?
Yeah, please.
With that respect, we purposely had our access point on North Hill. The purpose of that was to lessen the congestion on Beckworth and lessen the effects on the existing elementary school. With that being said, our site will have 1,500 students. We'll have the separate bell times. Our bell times usually, we dissipate the bell times within 20 minutes of the bell times. So with 3 bell times in the morning and 3 in the afternoon, that's roughly 2 hours. So for 2 hours increments, we will have a little congestion out. The other 22 hours, it should be noted that the roadway system will work with acceptable levels of service. With that being said, the presentation by the Washoe County School District, it latched onto a table that showed levels of services, and it showed level of services findings. I think I need to explain how that table was created because it creates a false impression. When we do a traffic study, we go out there and we look at morning peak hours when the drops are going to happen. We look at afternoon peak hours when the pickups will happen. And then we also look at the afternoon peak hour of the adjacent street traffic, which is typically the rush hour between 4 and 6 in the afternoon and evening hours. That being said, we look at existing conditions, and then we look at the existing conditions with the project and try to identify areas where we will impact that. For example, one of the table that we presented, Buck Drive and North Shores, it showed level of service. That's correct. But that is under the existing conditions with a 4-way stop, an unimproved intersection. It's important to note the RTC does have a project and it's funded. Not only to improve Buck Drive, but to install a traffic signal at Buck Drive and North Hills. That will allow the levels of service to be acceptable. Very important to note. It also noted the intersection of Beckworth and North Hills. Currently, that is a four-legged intersection with the stop controls being on the east leg of Beckworth and in a commercial driveway. What we identified, the problems that we have with that intersection is the left turns that are coming out onto North Hills from Beckworth in the commercial driveway. It takes a little bit of time to make that left turn. We acknowledge that. That is the truth. Right now, Beckworth has 1 lane for all movements. With a part of this, what we're proposing to alleviate some of the levels of service in some of those lanes is to install an exclusive right turn lane, which will also be a through lane. What does that do? That allows an exclusive left turn lane. So therefore, those movements that are making left turn onto North Hills will not impede any through movements or any right turn movements. Now, what's important to say is how much is this school really affecting that intersection? If you can imagine, in the morning, all we're adding is 23 cars making a left turn. In the afternoon, it's 19. Now, that's over a full 1-hour period, 19 cars. In the evening, it's 6 cars. So the impact, while we're not increasing it, it still has a delay associated with it, okay? So when we do those level of service, we try to identify those problem movements at each intersection and try to mitigate it. Like I said, our mitigation for that was to install an exclusive right turn lane, therefore try to alleviate the level of service at that intersection. But also then, with the guidance of staff, we also have to look at the intersection 20 years down the road. So we had to look at a 20-year projection. 2 more minutes, I'll try to wrap it up. So we did a 20 projection. 20-year projection, things can change in 20 years. In other words, one of the major components of a level of service analysis, for example, at a signalized intersection, is the signal timings. You can't expect signal timings to maintain constant over 20 years. So RTC, Regional Transportation Commission of Washoe County, they actually recognize this, and they do a volume to capacity analysis and then assigns a level of service for that. That intersection, which is very, very important, at that particular intersection at Beckworth and North Hills, based upon the proposed improvements that we're doing, in 20 years, based upon the volume capacity ratio, we will be a level of service B in the morning, B in the afternoon, and A in the evening. Now, that's based upon the number of vehicles that are projected out there and the capacity of the intersection. Therefore, we meet the guidelines set forth by the RTC level service. That said, I'd also like to address the queuing. We know we will have congestion out there. We know we'll have parents dropping off students. From our experience doing charter schools, this isn't our first rodeo, folks. We've done this the last 10 years designing, instructing charter schools. What we try to do is we project out how many parents will be dropping off their kids per each bell time, and then we accommodate that on site. Unlike a public school that cannot or will or shall not accommodate, we do accommodate all our traffic on site. And in order to increase the traffic flows along North Hills, we have also proposed an exclusive right turn for our driveway. That will help the through traffic of North Hills to be impeded by our traffic. With that being said, I'd like to say one item. Your staff up here in City Reno, fantastic. We worked with them. They were great. They offered insightful insights on it and explained. We came to heads. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your time.
30 seconds, Madam Mayor.
Okay,
Sev
because I was going to
Carlson.
say, I'm only going to give you 1 minute.
All right. Appellants do not have standing as it relates to competition. Appellants have not met their burden of proof to show an abuse of discretion. Therefore, we ask that the City Council affirm its administrator's grant of a minor conditional use permit. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, sending back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are closing out all of our presentations this evening. So we're moving into our public comment period. Again, sorry, my timer will not reset. I have 26 commenters, and we have a person queue. So I will be reading names for those who have registered for public comment in 3-person increments. If I've read your name, please come up and sit in the queuing system so that we can move through this as quickly as possible. Our commenter today is Rebecca Flannery, followed by Mary Ponce, followed by Janet Urbina. And for those making public comment, I'll just read my disclosure so that everybody is aware. When you're called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be for 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers, in accordance with Council Rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting, may result in a warning issued to the presiding officer. If the behavior continues, it may be removed from chambers. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. So again, please state your name for the record and begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Marianne Ponce. As a mother of children that graduated from Washoe County School District and one of them that is still currently attending a district middle school, I still come before you to ask you to please approve Matter Academy's second location. I have a daughter that has been on an IEP since pre-K. When she left elementary school, she was pretty much at a grade level, but would still require some help to continue her educational growth. Last year, she began her 6th grade and attended Desert Skies Middle School. As a parent that is very involved in my children's education, I noticed a shift in her after a few months. She no longer wanted to share how her day went or what she learned that day, a question I ask every evening during our dinner conversations. I really began to worry when I received her fall progress report, and it stated that she was failing almost every class. The next day, I went to speak to the teacher that read the report and was handing her IEP. He shared with me that in the 6 months that she had been in school, he had never met with her to discuss her IEP goals. The week after the meeting, I went to school to see what her day was. like for. I was so disappointed and heartbroken, my child. I witnessed how she was not receiving the help that she needed, the help that her IEP clearly states she should be receiving. I saw how she was completely shut down because she couldn't keep up, how she was offered help. That evening, my husband and I had a discussion, and we're going to do everything that we needed to pull her out and take her to a private school. What happened next, I called divine intervention, you can call it you want. The following day, I received a notification that was a spot for her at Matter to begin immediately. I took it, and in 4 months that she has been at Matter, they've met with us several times to discuss her IEP goals and what her day-by-day learning will look like. Her grades come back up, and she is once again excited about school. More importantly, she knows that she is in a place where she matters. I hope the city sees how important this approval is for all the children that are failing due to overcrowded and understaffed district schools. Thank you.
All right, nice job. Were you nervous? You were? No, we couldn't tell at all. No, I just know how difficult it is. It's in the top 3, fear of flying, the dentist, and public speaking. You did a great job. All right,
Rebecca,
take it away.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Henry. I'm going to speak on behalf of the fact that I do have currently a son who is 16, who is living with his father in Fallon because the Washoe County School District is considerably full of bullying, full of violence, full of all kinds of fun things that, kids do that don't seem to be addressed. They seem to be swept under the carpet. The bullies are then, they get away with it. The children who were bullied are then retaliated against. And it ends up being a very cycle of school district that do not want children in. And I'll tell you, I grew up in the North Valley, so I am a graduate of Hug High School of all places. And Hug High School, when I was in school, was actually pretty amazing. And as a graduate, now seeing what kids have went through, and what currently happens in the Washoe County School District is it's the same school district I went to and graduated from, unfortunately. And I also want to address traffic because I do live in the valleys, and it is really bad every day. There's also apartments being approved down the road in either direction from this school. So I don't understand what the difference would be where we get something that is absolutely beneficial for our children to have an option of education, but yeah, we keep getting apartments approved, developments approved. But to think that better for our kids and give them an option and an opportunity at possibly a better future for themselves, I think is something that we should be very much looked at, and we should be entitled to, apparently, as parents and as people in the valleys. At least we are benefiting instead of just getting more and more development, where these kids are also going to have somewhere to go for more education. So I hope you take that into account, and I thank you for listening to me. I know it's not quite as well as hers.
No, great job. You did a great job.
Guys, you have a great evening.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Janet Urbina, followed by Aurelie Martinez Rodriguez, followed by Lily Jo Perkins.
Hi.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and
This is future mayor?
Yes.
Don't forget that, future president, right? It can happen.
I know, right? I am here to express my strong support for the proposed expansion of Mater Academy of Nevada. As a parent of a student attending to Mater Academy since kindergarten, I have seen the positive impact this institution has on the students, particularly those with minority backgrounds, including bilingual students. I am bilingual. Mater Academy works really hard to provide high education to students, and my experience as a mother is that when my daughter came to Mater Academy, first we started it at Washoe County, and then within a matter of 2 weeks, I was regretting turning around Mater Academy. I turned around and I went to the school, and my daughter landed on space number 9. Within a couple of months, I received a call from Miss Stephanie. I call almost every single day. I'm one of those parents that call schools and will find a way to get in. And I follow up with Stephanie. My daughter got accepted to the school, and since then, my daughter has been a student of kindergarten, first grade, and now second grade. Now she's into third grade. Kindergarten and fifth grade, I had my daughter was one of the first class that was part of a new process where the same teacher stayed with my daughter for a couple of years. Statistics shows that a kindergarten student going to first grade, it takes about half a year for that student to get used to the new teacher or a new system. My daughter went right away to first grade like nothing, and continued to grow. I value the effort from our academy and teachers to provide quality education to our students, and also my daughter is part of a program called 21st Century which it is a program that provided some students that they need more help or education. And on a daily basis, when I pick up my daughter from school, I can see how excited she is to leave school. And the first thing that she asks is like, how's your day? How's your day? No, my day, okay. How's your day? Great. See my daughter happy, it's one of the most rewarding things that a mom or as a parent can have. I honestly would like to request, please move forward with this project. It will be benefit for the Northeast. I live in the North Valley. I drive every day a 50-minute drive. And I think it will be not only beneficial for our students, but as a parents, to see our kids grow. I want to see my daughter be one day a mayor. I want to see my daughter be a council member. And I'm here to support that and support our community and support my background, which is Hispanic, but other people that they don't speak the language. Thank you so much.
Are you proud of your mom? You are, huh? She seems like a real good mom. All right.
Hi. Martinez Rodriguez, followed by Lily Jo Perkins, followed by Fred Meyer.
They would like to do it together.
Sure, come on up.
Fred Meyer and Luke Welmering, you can come up and queue, please.
Hello, good evening. My name is Aurelie, and I have been attending Matter Academy for 7 years now. This year I will be entering 7th grade. My experiences at Matter have been unforgettable. The teachers give students personal attention and provide informative feedback. Motivating students with rewards for progress or accomplishment will only make them try harder. Moreover, the uniforms would decrease the amount of bullying and allow students to be more focused on work instead of what others think. With the help of our teachers at Matter Academy, strong efforts keep us on track with a topic we may not comprehend. High school at Matter Academy will introduce new experiences such as after-school clubs, therefore making a Matter Academy High School only broaden and our horizons and allow us to exceed in the future for upcoming opportunities.
Hi, my name is Lily Jo, and I'm going into my 7th grade year. I have been at Matter since 3rd grade. When I first came to Matter, I had transferred from public school because I was struggling with my schoolwork, and after I transferred, I haven't struggled anymore since then. Since being at Matter, I have a higher level of education available than students from different schools. While being at Matter, I have seen students and teachers work together to stay safe, and I have been able to help teachers with student aid to keep students on track. At Matter, all students have support and attention from teachers. All teachers are so helpful and deeply care about students. Moreover, the high school will benefit many and open so many more opportunities to change lives for the better. Therefore, I support the expansion of Matter Academy.
Wow, you did a great job. Are you BFFs? No? All right, excellent. Thank you.
Fred Meyer, followed by Lou Welmer, followed by Melissa Estep.
Fred Meyer, for the record, that is a hard act to follow.
Yes, Fred,
I'm
you're
not
in
going to do
trouble.
as well as
I
they did.
suggest-
I'm going to tell you that right now.
I was going to say, I suggest using your guitar.
Drums. Drums.
Could have done
Is guitar.
Could have
Drums.
everyone. Take it away.
Thank you. I am for this Mater School. I believe we need it. I guess it's competition. That's the way. That's the way. Beth Smith is here she's against it. I go to the school board meetings all the time. I don't know what they do over there. They do a lot of slapping each other on the back. I go to a lot of the meetings, so I'm there and sucking through, and they don't address the issues in the schools. We have major issues in these schools, these public schools, and forcing our children, giving them that one choice is which they like is just not fair. We demand. Adam said, he said, we deserve better, and I agree. We do deserve better. We deserve better schools, and that's what Mater is providing for the young people, these beautiful young children that are out here, and fantastic. And I'm just here as an advocate for choice. I really believe we need choice. I think the competition will be good for the public schools. They need something to wake them up, because we are last in the country on everything public schools. So we really need to step it up. And I think that if if they see these things happening out there and people are waking up to what's going on in public school and don't like it, and they don't want kids have to be exposed to the material that are available, the books. You can't believe what's in the books available to the kids in the libraries. It is filthy, and it does not belong there. It's not occasional. So I'm getting on a little bit of a tangent there, but I just would appreciate if you would just look out at these beautiful people and give them what they're asking for. And the attorney here did a fantastic job, I think. But thank you.
All right, thank you.
Luke Warring, followed by Melissa Estep, followed by Jackson Cross.
Hi, Luke.
Hello, Madam Mayor. Luke Walmerink for the record. Madam Mayor and esteemed committee, I stand before you in a number of capacities. I'm a full-generated Nevada, born and raised in this town. I'm an attorney, also bar licensed in the state for the last 10-plus years. I'm the father of 3 daughters who all attend a Washoe County School District public school, going into 3rd and 2nd grades this fall. I'm the son of a businessman who operated and owned an orthodontic practice the dentists were all afraid of in Sparks for nearly 40 years. I'm a business owner. I own commercial property in the state. I own residential house in this state. But I stand before you today as the chairperson for the board of directors for Matter Academy of Northern Nevada. So what you're going to hear, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and argue the merits of the application. I believe staff did a wonderful presentation. I like the issues. Our counsel for the applicant reiterated all of the support for the application. I'm not here to argue the merits, but I'm going to highlight some of the issues that have been addressed in the appeals. There were a number of comments made by the appellants regarding the economic impact in the area. What I would just like to point out, I did a little research. There are more than 340 job openings right now in the Washoe County School District. And you can't deny that it will have an impact on Alice, an undeniable potential consequence in approving this application in front of you, or denying the appeal more appropriately. However, that is not an issue to be addressed here. What we encourage you to think about is the importance of supporting school choice. Mayor, you had started this meeting by saying to our students, we need you. And I can stand as a member of the board of directors. I've been a part of this committee, or part of the board since we were a committee to form more than 5 years ago. And we have seen monumental growth in educational opportunities for these students. We are again, I'll reiterate, the second highest rated Title I elementary school. We're the highest rated Title I middle school. Our academic curricula and the focus on bettering the education for these students comes paramount to everything else. And you'll hear more and more stories tonight presented by our students and our parents about how much this has positively impacted those students' lives directly. And I urge you to take that into consideration in addition to all of the merits and denying the appeals in supporting the administrator's decision. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much.
Melissa Estep, followed by Jack Cross, followed by Thomas Muckles. So, I'm so sorry.
Hi, my name is Melissa Estep, and I am the middle school social studies teacher at Matter Academy.
Wait, you're the teacher?
I am.
Oh my God.
Those are my students. I'm so
sure you're old enough to teacher.
Thank you.
You'll thank me later one day.
Prior to teaching at Matter Academy, I worked in Washoe County School District. I was a long-term substitute teacher, and I completed my schooling and my student teaching in the district. Over the last few months, we at Matter Academy have watched these different groups and organizations attack Matter Academy while having no direct interactions or experience with our school, our staff, or our students. They promoted a false narrative that our school will deign to students and our staff and into the community. This fear-based, entirely false narrative is what I want to address today. I left the school district because of safety. During my student teaching, I was required to wear a panic button around my neck because of the fights that broke out at the school. Washoe County School District also made national news last summer for violence taking place in their schools. Teachers bravely came forward to share their experiences of being thrown into lockers, hospitalized, and bring up over 20 fights each school year. Teachers are not the only ones in Washoe County School District who feel this fear. In the 2023 climate survey from Washoe County School District, 40% of students said they were frequently bullied at their school. 20% of students reported that they feel unsafe in their school. 34% of their students feel unsafe in their bathrooms, and 20% of all Washoe County School District students have stayed home because they feel unsafe in their school. 20%. Students and families deserve to feel safe at their school. It's a concern we hear often at Matter Academy. parents desperately signing their children up for our wait lists in hopes of having a safe option. Washoe County School District needs to address a severe problem in their school rather than spending their time and resource fighting a free public charter school. We want to serve these families. We want to serve this community. I ask the council to continue your support for our school and for students who spoke today. Thank you.
All right, nice, thank you.
Oh, geez. Okay, we have Jackson Cross, followed by Tomas Macaluso, followed by J.C. Hancock.
Hi, I'm Jackson Cross. I just recently graduated from McQueen a year early, and I just like Matter Academy helped me a lot. That went during my grade year, the COVID year, and unlike most other middle schools, we actually got to go to school most of the time. They really helped me turn things around. I was in and out of the foster care system up until 8th grade when my new parents adopted me. I was really good at school until I came to Matter Academy, where I ended up with getting straight A's at the end of the year. So it really helped me with that, and I don't think I'd be able to be where I am now without them.
Wow, I am impressed. Future senator for sure.
I just rejoined the Army. So.
You did?
Yeah.
Well, thanks for your service. Wow. Are you with, no, you're not? I was gonna say, oh my goodness, you make me so proud. Thank you so much, Jackson. You did a phenomenal job. You nervous?
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't look like it. You didn't look like it at all. Thank you so much. Congratulations, and again, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Tomas Macaluso, followed by J.C. Hancock, followed by Tori Palmer.
Mayor Sheevy, council members, for the record, my name is Tomas Macaluso, and I am the proud principal of North Valleys High School. And I'm even excited to see one of our proud graduates sitting on the council now. As a longtime member of this community, I come before today to talk about the building of the Matter Academy near Alice Smith Elementary School. I believe first and foremost, any school should have to go through all of the regulatory hurdles that a public school has to go through. Those requirements put in place to safeguard the community, school, and the students attending it. There is not enough infrastructure in our portion of Golden Valley to support the schools that are there now and the traffic connected to them. Adding additional families to this area creates a very unsafe environment where response schools will not be able to serve both schools, and that will also impact us just down the road. Aside from the infrastructure concern, I think the larger question here is why? Why is the place target for a new charter school? Thanks to the community and the power of WC1 funds, the North Valleys vertical has received a huge investment to our schools. O'Brien has been completely replaced. Debbie Smith and Technical Academy is about to open and come online with 1,000 seats for high school students with career pathways. Stella Elementary School will be replaced in the 26-27 school year. And finally, with robust community engagement, Board of Trustees has approved $102 million to expand and modernize North Valleys High School. These projects alone have brought almost $500 million of investment into the schools and the families in this area. Last but not least, an important piece to consider here is the role of for-profit education companies in this community. Across the country, as you see groups just like the one backing Matter, swoop into a community claiming they will solve all their problems, that they are here to serve the underserved, but have you investigated what ends up happening? Schools open, initially they take every single student they can get, then the trimming starts. Since they are for profit, they have to turn a profit. And if there are no, and that means if you're performing at grade level, you're in. If you're attending every day, if you don't need any additional help, additional resources, you're there. As long as you cost less than the student per pupil funding. And I think it's extremely important to understand that all of the students who don't meet the requirements I laid out, you know where they end up? School. They end up back with us. We have less teachers and less resources to go ahead and help them. And I hear from the people in this audience, and I understand the support, and I am the son of 2 teachers, my aunts, uncles, everybody in my family is an educator, and we all serve this community, and I will continue to serve it this day, and I couldn't be prouder. The North Valleys are in good hands because of schools like mine. Thank you.
J.C. Hancock. Okay. Tori Palmer, followed by Nikki Miller, followed by Phil Kaiser.
All right, good evening, Mayor Sheevy and City Council members. My name is Palmer, and I'm Assistant Principal at Matter Academy. I've been an educator 24 years. I earned a PhD in Education Specialties at UNR. I've for 12 years in Washoe County School District, and the last 10 years I've worked for TNTP, the New Teacher Project, a national nonprofit committed to ending educational inequities for historically marginalized students. At TNTP, I partnered with schools and districts around the country, from California to Tennessee, with a focus on ensuring more historically marginalized students would have the resources and support to achieve academic excellence and to get a picture of what their schools are doing and the field look like. This spring, I chose to return to a building, my consulting role, because when I stepped foot in Matter Academy and walked the classrooms with Gia, there was something fundamentally different than what I typically have seen in so many schools that I've supported and worked. It was fantastic. There's innovation, credible commitment, evidence, clear impact student learning in a very real school setting. At Matter, we serve 88% students of color, 95% of our students receive free and reduced lunch, 18% receive special education services, 52% are English learners. As long as we have the space, we do not turn students away. With that, we are currently serving 498 students. We have 246 on our waiting list at 9th Street campus, another 175 students, this list keeps growing, on the interest list for new campus. Our families want our school. Why? Because they did the same thing that brought me to Matter this spring. We offer a fundamentally different school model with resources and support that are parallel in many of our zone schools. We receive the same per pupil funding as the district, actually a little bit less, and have to get creative with our budgets. But we do that, and we do it successfully because we are small, smart, and nimble. How do we spend our money? On our people. We have 2 adults in nearly every classroom, one of which is always a certified we're looking for an alternative to Washoe County. Yes, we pay into PERS, the state retirement pension plan, and our typical teacher salary is compared with District A. In joining Matter this spring, I not expect WEA, WCSD to raise the temperature of Matter expansion to blistering levels, targeting our school of 498 students, the overwhelming majority who have been historically underserved by schools. Instead of viewing Matter as a threat, I would strongly encourage you and the school district and the union to see Matter as a partner and innovation opportunity that it is. In my 24 years in education, working in schools and districts across the country for the last 10, Matter is one of the strongest models there is. You would be in the city and our families an enormous disservice to oppose expansion to our K-12 campus. So I ask that you vote in favor of innovation, opportunity, and academic excellence, and vote in favor of expanding Matter Academy to K-12. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
B. Miller, followed by Phil Kaiser, followed by Scott Meyer.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nikki Miller, and I have been a teacher in Northern Nevada since 1993. I spent most of my time in Washoe County School District and our 3 sons, and all the way through the district as well. I loved my time at Washoe County, and many of my best friends still work there, and our sons received a good education. When our oldest son was about to enter middle school, my husband and I knew he would struggle with a typical middle school setting. At that time, he was a unique combination of brilliantly gifted and socially competent. Typical classroom academics weren't enough for him. I had him for 2 years just because of multi-track. He's a hard kid to teach because I think he was better than me in 3rd grade. So he wasn't getting what he needed academically, and the gifted program wasn't providing what he needed socially. So we began to search for different options. It had nothing to do with Washoe County School District, everything to do with our son. We needed a place where he would be challenged academically and feel as if he belonged socially. We looked at different options like Coral Academy, Davidson Academy, Excel Christian School, and went with the one that fit our son best. After a year in that alternative setting, we brought him back to Washoe County School District, and he received his IB diploma at Wooster High School. Wooster is not our zoned school, and we were so grateful that Washoe County School District gave choices through their signature academies. Our other 2 boys excelled in sport and academics and graduated from Spanish Springs High School. Just like one shoe doesn't fit every child, the same is true for schools. Families need choices in education. We need to find the best schools for the unique needs of kids, schools where our kids will thrive and excel. 7 years ago, I had the honor of opening Matter Academy. And as a kindergarten and 1st grade teacher, I take great offense to Miss Connolly's comments regarding students that enter Washoe County School District coming from charter schools. 100% of my students this year, I taught kindergarten, and could write their names, knew all their letters and sounds, were writing basic sentences. And I get to work with them next year. So any gaps that I saw will be filled next year because I know them. There are many reasons I chose to teach at Matter Academy. The ability to have a say in the curriculum that I use, administrators' willingness to change if not meeting needs of our kids, commitment to provide an excellent education to the wonderful families in our community, the opportunity to work with exceptional educators who believe in the mission of our school. The families at Matter Academy are different from families in Washoe County School District. All families, no matter the demographics, deserve to have a choice. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Phil Kaiser, followed by Scott Meyer, followed by Susan Kaiser.
Good evening. My name is Phil Kaiser. I taught in the Washoe County School District for over 20 years. I'm a nationally board certified teacher. I never felt threatened. I never felt unsafe, but I don't discount the fact that things happen at various schools, at all schools, I think. But we needed to push for funding for WC1 to get schools built and modernized. We formed coalitions. We went to the county commission. We went to Carson City. We formed broad alliance to get that done. And part of the difficulty I have with this process is that there were no public hearings before this was pushed forward. That's a real problem for me. In all my years advocating on behalf of education, I think that you have to have public hearings to talk about stuff. And let me bring up just one thing. It's been mentioned before, and that's the traffic patterns. I respect the engineer. I respect the city staff. But after teaching over 20 years at a high school level, I can tell you kids come and go all day. Sometimes on purpose, going to a doctor's appointment, and sometimes because they're just leaving the school. Okay? The number of students, we talk about the staggered stop times. Right? At the high school level, juniors and seniors often drive themselves. Juniors and seniors and sophomores and freshmen come before school for clubs, stay after for band, stay after for theater, stay after for music productions. It's not just a couple of hours in the middle of the day. It's not just a couple of hours at the beginning of the day and in the afternoon. Sports teams, clubs, theaters, everybody's coming and going. And I think that that element wasn't really adequately addressed, in part because they didn't have public hearings where people could actually talk about what happens in particular with traffic patterns that go on. And I think that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks, Phil.
Scott Meyer, followed by Susan Kaiser, followed by Gia Marcini.
Oh, I look like Fred, but I'm not double dipping.
I was going to say, wait a minute.
That's all right.
I think you already had your turn.
That way we get two turns. That's the benefit of being a twin, right?
You could pull it off.
So some of these, I'm for this charter school, by the way, and some of these same three-letter school entities here today are the same ones that complained about charter school that recently applied for approval in South Reno. I have to say that the public education system in this state has a very low rating. I'm not going to say how low because it's embarrassing. And I don't mean this as a personal attack on teachers themselves, as I know there are many teachers, some of them are members of my own family. I think no matter where a charter school tries to get an approval, the WEA, the NEA, the school board, and Washoe County School District will object. If these people here from the NEA, WEA, and the Washoe County School District who are against these charter schools spent their extra time focusing on the standard of education in the public school system, we would not be in last place. Sorry, I did say it, last place. In the country. We're in last place in the country of educating students. And one last thing is, someone earlier mentioned that they were concerned about the lack of transparency. I'm sorry, but I think they're getting back some of their own lack of transparency, which I have certainly seen that the school board and these school entities want to take away our choice, which is un-American. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Susan Kaiser, followed by Gia Rossini, followed by Elizabeth Cadigan.
All right, Susan.
Hi,
you.
everyone. For the record, my name is Susan Kaiser. I'm a native Nevadan, second generation. I'm a product of the Washoe County School District. I'm a teacher. I taught for 20 years at Pine Middle School. School is predominantly serving lower income and minority students on Neal Road. I've been a national board certified teacher since 2006. I'm actively involved in the efforts to pass WC1 to provide funding for new schools and refurbish older ones, which, by the way, had leaking roofs, no boilers. It was a disaster. I felt motivated enough to knock on doors. I wrote letters. I went to public meetings. I engaged voters. The success of WC1 showed extremely broad community support, including the Chamber of Commerce, parent groups, the Washoe County School District, the labor unions, and the Washoe Education Association, as well as others. We can view with pride the new Hug High on Sullivan Lane and the new O'Brien Middle School just off Stead Boulevard, both serving predominantly at-risk students in the northern parts of our community. The B. Smith Career and Technical Education Academy, under construction on Sutro Street, will provide students with, from across the district, expanded opportunities for their education. That's sorely needed. These are in addition to Desert Skies Middle School, which opened in Sun Valley in 2019, and Inskeep Elementary, which opened in Cold Springs in 2021. This is just a partial list of the new schools that illustrate the choices available, the investment, and quality of learning, good learning environments for our students that have expanded dramatically because of the community-supported ballot question. We still have a gap with the staffing, but we could only fix the buildings first with BUC. People seem to forget that 48th nation per pupil funding doesn't give you enough to reduce class size and staff those rooms. So that is a state-level issue. Washoe County taxpayers have invested in state-of-the-art facilities located in areas of growth and need, from Inskeep Elementary to Desert Skies to North Valley's Height on Golden Valley Road. The district has literally built the foundation for a brighter future of students. I'm opposed to the Matter Academy Charter School because it undermines the existing taxpayer-funded schools in our county. Furthermore, supporters of the academy argue that the district has been discriminatory in its approach to school. When in fact, the district clearly provides new schools to low-income, predominant minority areas. On behalf of the tens of thousands of voters that passed WC1 to invest in public schools in Washoe County who are not being considered here tonight, I submit the Matter Academy expansion undermines the existing cooperative agreements in our city and our county, our school district, and we can't go there. We need to work together as a team. So,
Thank you, Sue.
One more sentence.
Okay, hurry.
The project did not broadly engage the community members and in fact subverts the will of the public as expressed in WC1's vote. I'm asking you to rescind the approval.
Okay, thank you,
I
Susan.
appreciate your time.
Gia Massini, followed by Elizabeth Cadigan, followed by Linda Sylvia.
Mayor Sheevy and City Council members, thank you for this opportunity to address about Matter out in Northern Nevada. My name is Gia Marasini. I am the proud principal of Matter. I have been an educator in the Washoe County Public Schools for 27 years, 21 years with Washoe County School District, and last 6 with Matter Academy of Northern Nevada, a public charter school. Over the course of my career, I've spent about half of my years as an educator in Title I schools. I've worked with wonderful educators and have always been amazed at the dedication to students. However, at Matter, we have been able to really grow students in a way I've never seen or experienced in other schools. Each public school in Nevada receives an index score based on 100 points, which is calculated by looking at student growth, proficiency, several other indicators. In 2017, Matter Academy was a 15-point index school. We have worked hard since then, and in 22-23, Matter Academy Elementary was an index score of 65, compared to the average index for the Washoe County School District schools in North Valley's 23. Matter Middle School had an index score of 57, compared to 27 for the Washoe County School District North Valley Middle Schools, with the middle school closest to the proposed Matter campus scoring 12 points. Some people think they're able to achieve these gains as we hand-pick our students. That's simply not true. We're a public school, and we accept anyone who applies, even if they have an IEP, a behavior plan, or they're a second language learner. Other people said that we are a for-profit school. Again, we are a public charter school. We have a volunteer board, as you heard, that oversees the operations of our school, and I oversee the academics. We spend our per-pupil money on our students, directly impacting their individual education. Over the past 7 years, Matter Academy has had the wonderful privilege to partner with the Boys and Girls Club. This partnership provides our families with extensive resources as well as a safe place for children from 7 in the morning till 6 at night. We are excited to be partnering with again in the North Valleys and impacting students through their program as well. The bottom line is this: we do great things for kids. I believe that the families of Washoe County have the right of a choice of their child's education. Families need to have access to high-quality schools where children are challenged, and they need to be able to pick what is the best fit for their child. The children of Washoe County need our help. Their individual education needs to be a top priority for each and every one of us. They are our students, whether they go to Washoe County School District schools, Matter Academy, or they choose a different educational opportunity. We need to fight for them and provide them with the very best education. They are prepared to be next generation of leaders and members of our community. This evening, our students, families, staff, and community support met in front of the Believe sign because we all believe that you will do what's best for every child in Washoe County and vote to approve Expand Matter Academy. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Elizabeth Cadigan, followed by Linda Sylvia, followed by Maggie Babb.
All right, Elizabeth Cadigan for the record. My name is Elizabeth Cadigan, and I am a product of public schools. I lived in Northern Nevada my entire life. This school year, I will be entering my 15th year as a public school educator. I get why charter schools are alluring. For years, our public schools have been struggling to meet the needs of our students in our community. I get when a family is told about an option where their children will be given a better education, many jump at that opportunity. But I also recognize that charter schools are not the solution. While charter schools may provide a glimmer of better education for comparatively a handful of families, they ultimately hinder and negatively impact the overall strength of our community as a whole. Unlike public schools, charter schools are able to be selective as to which students they retain and which they do not, which students fit their visions and which do not, which students improve their performance levels and again, which do not. Alternatively, public schools are required to teach all students, regardless of their ability. All students, regardless of their behavior. Rather than give excuses and as such dismiss students that don't fit, public schools are required to find solutions. Finding and fully providing solutions on an already paper-thin public school budget will only become difficult if we continue the allowance of charter schools. As explained in the book, We Are Your Children Too by B. O'Connell Pearson, charter schools that are allowed to pull public funds and other resources away from public schools are examples of modern-day segregation. I encourage Reno City Council to revoke approval of this charter.
All right, thank you.
Linda Sylvia, followed by Maggie Babb, followed by William Mantle.
Hi,
Hi,
Linda.
my name-
Are you
yeah.
Linda?
Yes.
Perfect. Oh,
My name's
good.
Linda Sylvia.
All
I
right,
wasn't going
Linda,
to speak.
take
I
it away.
do stuff on paper.
That's fine. You're
But I will, I have listed everybody here, and the things that I'm concerned with is infrastructure. Because if we have a fire like we did back in 2020, we only have to exit, really actually three. The freeway, we have North Virginia, and we have Golden Valley that goes through over to Sun Valley. My husband and I were evacuated because I live across the street in the housing complex where you want to be, and it took 45 minutes to go over to Sun Valley. And if you include another school and something happens in the daytime, heaven forbid, the people have to come get their kids and then try and get out. It's really disheartening. But the other thing I have heard is high school and junior high kids do ride bikes to school. The ones that do live out there and are going to be able to walk or ride bikes and stuff. There is not enough the pedestrian crosswalks. And in high school, there's a lot of fast foods around my area. High school kids are going to be walking up and down North Hills. That disturbs me too. Students are not safe. Our thoroughfare on Buckworth is cars, trucks, and buses. And they do go speeding up and down there, with or without the school being there. I am very concerned about our kids' crosswalks. And I just think that is a big area of what they want to do. Thank you.
okay. Thank you so much.
Maggie Babb, followed by William Mantle, followed by Arian Horn.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Maggie Babb, and I've been an elementary school teacher in the North Valleys for 9 years. I am here today to express my strong opposition to the proposal to build a for-profit charter school, Matter Academy, in our community. As an educator, my primary concern is well-being and success of my students. Education should be driven by the desire to nurture and develop our children's potential, not by the pursuit of profit. For-profit charter schools prioritize financial gain over the educational needs of students, often leading to cost-cutting measures that can undermine the quality of education. This can result in larger class sizes, less experienced teachers, and inadequate resources, all of which negatively impact children's learning experience. Of great concern to me is that for-profit charter schools can siphon much-needed funds away from our public schools. Our public schools are already struggling with limited budgets, and diverting public funds to a for-profit entity exacerbates financial challenges. As a teacher, I see firsthand dedication and hard work of my colleagues who often go above and beyond to support their students despite limited resources. Weakening our public schools to benefit private enterprise is a service to our community as a whole. Additionally, for-profit charter schools often lack the same level of accountability and transparency as public schools. They can operate with minimal oversight, making it difficult for parents in the community to hold them accountable for their performance and their use of public funds. This lack of transparency can lead to mismanagement and even fraud, as we have seen in numerous cases across the country. Consider then Academica, the corporation that would oversee Matter Academy, which is based in Florida. So we're to take money away from our community, public schools, send it outside of the state if this proposal goes forward. It is also important to consider the social implications of this decision. Our public schools serve all children, regardless of their background or abilities, fostering a sense of community inclusion. For-profit charter schools, on the other hand, may not be as committed to serving all students equitably, potentially leading to increased segregation and inequality within our system. Finally, I urge the Council to prioritize the well-being of our children and the strength of our public education system. I've heard all the comments about the challenges that Washoe County School District faces. I don't believe that we face those challenges by abandoning public schools, but by investing in our public schools, supporting our dedicated teachers, and ensuring that every child in our community has access to a high-quality, equitable education. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
William Mantle, followed by Arian Horn, followed by Genesis Alvarez Cortez.
Thank you for coming today. I just want to acknowledge her. She is my daughter's teacher in the North Valley, so thanks so much for coming out tonight. Thank you.
Can I have the overhead, please? Okay. And zoom in a little bit to embiggen. Great, thanks. All right, good evening, Council. William Mantle for the record. I'm here tonight because I found this current situation to be just really curious. I don't live in the North Valley. I don't have any children. I am a product of a public school, but it's in Eureka County, so very far from here. What concerns me is really a lot of the development with RC and something that I focused on, care very passionately about. One thing in reviewing all of the materials, reports, and whatnot within this whole process is I didn't really see what I thought was a great expression of the traffic that would come in here. So looking at the numbers provided by the applicant, at 890 trips per day, that would be roughly 2.37 miles of cars that would have to fit along a grand perimeter of 0.4 miles in total, which the applicant provided a total 0.39 miles of cars for within the internal property of what they're talking about for the loading and unloading of children or that transport internally, which is roughly 6 times less than what you would need to peak out for the AM. And obviously, 2 miles of cars, 0.64 miles of cars. If you wanted to go 2.37 miles from here and walk south, anybody want to guess where that'd get you? Just slightly past the pepper mill. So when we think about fitting from here to the pepper mill with cars and at 15 miles per hour, and if there's a math teacher in the room, maybe they can check me, it's roughly 9.5 minutes to travel 2.37 miles. So when we think about the inefficiency of timing for traffic lights, or turning, or people's attentiveness, texting while driving, children being drivers in general, I am not seeing rosy pictures of traffic impacts in this very particular section. And I think that does really bear a greater scrutiny. Now, I did listen to the testimony of the traffic expert. I am not. To be frank, I did not quite understand some of the numbers that were being provided in terms of the impact that was there. But I can tell you, these are real numbers. And if it's that many cars at roughly 14 feet per car, which actually will estimate the length of our, you've got a lot of traffic that's going to be there. That's going to be very disruptive to, I think, people's lifestyles, the businesses, and may not really be accommodated by that. Further, I think there's a duplication of service with this entity, and I think that's one of the major rules of government spending. Don't duplicate when you don't have to. Thanks.
All right, thanks so much, William. Nice to see you.
Arian Horn, followed by Genesis Alvarez Cortez, followed by Ashley Robbins.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Arian Horn. My son is currently going to Matter School Academy. Good evening. I am here today to express my strong support for the proposed expansion of Matter Academy of Northern Nevada. As a parent of a student who began attending the academy last year, kindergarten, I have witnessed firsthand profound and positive impact this institution has on its students, particularly those from minority backgrounds. Matter Academy provides an invaluable opportunity for educational choice in our community. In an era where education is a cornerstone of a child's future, having access to diverse and high-quality educational options is essential. The Academy's commitment to academic excellence, inclusivity, and innovative teaching has already made a significant difference in my son's life. I wanted to let you guys know that after kindergarten, so he just graduated kindergarten, he's actually reading off the menu when we go out for a restaurant. So not, learning how to write when he started off because he didn't take pre-K. He went straight to kindergarten. The significant change that we saw from my son experience with Matter is very impressive. Since enrolling, he has not thrived academically, but has also developed a newfound for learning. The post-expansion is crucial for extending these benefits to more children in our community. By approving this expansion, you will be supporting a school that is dedicated to fostering academic success and personal growth of all students, regardless of background. This expansion will enable more families, particularly those minority groups, to access an education that meets their unique needs and aspirations. I urge you to consider the positive impact that Matter Academy has already had on our students and to support this expansion so even more students can benefit from exceptional education provides. Thank you, and hope you consider.
Thank you so much.
This is my son, and he's visiting California, so supporting Matter.
I'm really impressed. I have to tell you, the children in this room have behaved 10 times better than a lot of the adults that come before us. So I am really impressed here. I have some mayor's marks for you too. There's some pins that you can have. So any of the children that are in the room, they can have a mayor's mark. There you go. I am impressed, except for I did see a big yawn there, young man. Which I don't blame you. I don't blame you. It's late. All right. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Genesis Alvarez Cortez, followed by Ashley Robbins, followed by Joe Burgess.
My name is Genesis Alvarez Cortez. I'm a mother to one alum and two current Matter students, and a future student. Notably, Matter Academy serves underserved community across. Through Matter's inception, we've missed an opportunity to demonstrate what it truly means to serve a marginalized community. The expansion opportunity has the importance of having Matter's campus on Main Street and the second campus in Raleigh. It showed our community that we don't have to sacrifice our beloved roots to provide our children with the education they deserve. That's why we choose Matter. At its core, Matter is more than a school. It is a community that emphasizes the importance of having a village behind every child who walks through those doors. Many of us have faced or will be facing the difficult decision of where to send our children once they age out of the current campus's grade levels. Imagine if they could continue that journey through high school, a critical period in their lives with support. It is during these critical years that community sacrifices truly shine through. Ultimately, supporting expansion of Matter means supporting our children as they cross the finish line into high school and beyond. These very children will one day sit at the council sitting, reflect this very day, and see in a community that deserves to be served. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much.
Ashley Robbins, followed by Joe Burgess, followed by Justin Brown.
I'm extremely nervous.
Just take your time, and I'm smiling at you, and you're going to be great.
Oh, thank you.
Don't worry about anyone else in the room.
Thank you. Out of respect for your time, I'm here speaking on behalf of Alice Smith's staff. Instead of us giving an individual repetitive messages, there are at least two others in the room. My name is Ashley Robbins. I'm a teacher at Alice Smith. I've been there since I started teaching in 2011.
You're fine.
I love
Take
there.
your time. Take your time.
Just love
You're
it
doing
there.
great.
Wouldn't want to teach anywhere else. I've taught siblings, I've taught cousins, I've seen families and students grow over the years. I've been to high school graduations for my former students. I love our community. On top of that, colleagues at school like a second family to me. The Matter Academy expansion will create a rift in that family, both for the students as well as among staff. I do not want to lose my team, family, my friends. They are forced downside due to the expansion. We are worried, not just for staff, but for our students. Putting another school up against our fence will take valuable resources, including teachers from our students, and it will disrupt the local education ecosystem in the North Valleys. Alice Smith, as well as other schools in the area, will be left with larger class sizes, with students, while they may be amazing, are very high needs. We will be working less support and resources that we need to provide the quality education. Not to mention the traffic nightmare that will result from adding another school on the same street. Your priority should be keeping our kids safe. I feel this expansion is not taking that into consideration. It will hinder Washoe County School District safe routes to school programs. This impacts our many students who walk and ride their bike to our school. I urge you on the council to please reconsider this project. Thank you for your time.
You made it. How do you feel? I thought you did a great job.
I'm going to go pass out now.
No, you did. I know. You did a great job. You seem like a wonderful teacher. What do you teach there?
I taught 5th grade for many, many years, and I'm moving different.
Oh, okay. Love it. Thanks so much. Good job, Ashley.
Joe Burgess, followed by Justin Brown, followed by Ryan Reeves.
Hi, my name is Joe Burgess. I'm here as a member of the community. I'm also president of a local Rotary Club, Reno Centennial Sons Rotary Club.
Love the Rotary.
And there are Rotary clubs in the area. I don't speak for Rotary clubs, of course. I can speak for my club. We've had the opportunity to look at the Matter program. We're so excited about what they're doing for kids, and we're basically planning a project with them. No other Rotary clubs, it's just charter schools. There's no, I think I go with Gia on it's making all schools the best they can be. I know Sparks Rotary, for example, we're out with Dilworth. And what we want more than anything else is to give kids the chance to get that hand up, to get started and have the opportunity later. It's important for us as a community. And what they're doing at Matter with test scores, it's exciting. I love watching teachers and seeing the teachers and their commitment, and they're teaching because they love teaching. The lady who just spoke to me, she's another teacher who's doing what she wants to do as well. She loves her work. And there's no differentiation between traditional public school and charter school because the teachers are all out there doing everything they can. I just want to look at a positive side and see what the possibilities of Matter can do, what they've already done, and what they'll be able to do. They've got 265 kids waiting list. I'd love to see that waiting list go away and kids have the great opportunities going forward. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you to the Rotary. You guys do a lot of amazing work in our community.
Justin Brown, followed by Ryan Reeves.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Justin Brown, for the record. I taught English as a second language at Hug High School, and sure I'll be the weights coach there.
Good.
I appreciate the opportunity to address you today, and I'm speaking on behalf of many of my colleagues at Hug High School. I will keep this brief out of your respected time. I'm not an expert planner. It just surprises me how the council could approve a placement of a school right next to already established ones, because there's multiple. Knowing the decision could affect the existing schools in the area, shouldn't schools be thoughtfully placed to support the existing educational ecosystem, not harm it? My colleague and I serve parts of the North Valleys community, supporting every child regardless of their attendance, record, behavior, or disability. At Hug High School, we work with some of the most impacted students and families in our community. While this presents a challenge, we love our work because we love our students. These students are great kids despite many of the hurdles they have to overcome. And the city would approve the placement of a school that could hinder their ability to serve our students and possibly lose jobs at Hug High or the district. It is clear that this was not the type of planning that best benefits our community. Fortunately, you have the opportunity to fix this. I understand it's not an easy decision for you, but on behalf of myself and many colleagues at Hug High, we appreciate your consideration and urge you to uphold this appeal. Thank you.
All right, good job. Were you nervous?
A little bit.
Oh, you didn't seem like it. Good job. And congratulations, you're going to be the weight coach. Is that what you're Awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was visiting that program last year, May.
I have the opportunity to work in the brand new weight room.
Yeah, it's gonna be it's gonna be amazing, and they have they have one of those cold baths in there.
They do.
Do that?
I haven't got it yet.
Raise them up.
Maybe
Yeah.
after a workout, football practice, you never know.
Yeah, but I've toured it, so I'm very familiar. Good job.
Thank you, Ms.
All right.
Madam Mayor, final commenter today is Ryan Reeves.
Okay, Ryan, take it away.
Hello, Mayor, Council. My name is Ryan Reeves. I am the Chief Operating Officer for Academica Nevada. I've been a resident of the state of Nevada for 20 years. I moved here to go to law school and decided this was where I would raise my 3 daughters. 11 years ago, was rescued from practice of civil litigation and given the opportunity to be a part of creating public school options. I literally formed Academica Nevada LLC through the Secretary of State office, opened its bank account, have operated it every day that it's existed. The idea that we are some out-of-state organization that is considering only profit is a false narrative that is often shared by opponent charter schools. We employ more than 7 Nevada to do the work that we do. And in doing that, we charge Matter Academy to be lawyers, accountants, facility consultants, procurement specialists, registrars, student information system specialists, basically to be a district office for schools that aren't in a district and those kinds of services. And we charge Matter Academy less than 5% of their student fund to do that. By comparison, the central office expenses of Washoe County School District are over 5%. So we are doing great work for a great school. And that school deserves the opportunity to go. The vision to be K-12 has always been present with Matter. It has not been. There have been plenty of public hearings. Speaks every single Matter board meeting, public and open. Our minutes are posted since formation of the school on the website. The initial application to grow in 2022, which was submitted to the district and opposed by them due to location, was moved and resubmitted for a different location and then opposed again. And received as if this is shocking, we never knew this. No, the vision of Matter Academy has always been there, and we can live side by side as great neighbors. Matter Academy High School in Las Vegas is right next door to Desert Pines High School. They collaborate, they coordinate, they share facilities, and they're good neighbors. That happened here too. The neighboring elementary school does not have the fear that has been put within it. And the only issue before this board is traffic. And as I said, I used to be a civil litigator. And as a litigator, you had to qualify an expert before they were allowed to give testimony that was listened to. There have been 2 traffic experts that have spoken today, and both of them have supported this application. Therefore, we request that you approve it as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, I apologize. We have one more commenter, Kelly Orr.
Okay, Kelly, come on up.
And we have one commenter via Zoom, Sarah Engel.
Hi, good evening. Kelly Orr, record. I am a Ward 4 resident, also community director for affordable tax credit property in the area, Copper Mesa. I also have 2 children that go through the school district. One's 25, she's at UNR. One is 15, he's McQueen. He's zoned for Valleys, but grateful for Washoe County signature programs. He, in the 6th grade, was looking at going to O'Brien Middle School, and the first day of school during COVID, we got a phone call from Doral Academy in South Reno that he had accepted their wait list. Disenrolled my child from Washoe County School District, and I traveled 24 miles each way every day to take my son to school, to South Reno, who Doral Academy borders Galena High School. My son's been in elementary school at Alice Smith, where he started kindergarten. He went to Huntsberger, and then he went to Lenz, and then he went to Lemon Valley, and then we went back to Doral after one day O'Brien. All schools have traffic issues. All North Valleys have traffic issues. South Reno has traffic issues. Spanish has traffic issues. Those are not new issues to the council, and I think TC and the Roods are really trying to partner to make those expansions. I also sit on the RTC Multimodality Commission, and I wanted to engage myself with the community and what's going on, and I feel that putting Matter Academy where it's at is a great opportunity for the growth of our community. We have 7 homes home developments being built right now. We have million square foot houses being built on the back of the airport. We have growth happening in our community, was bringing more residents, which is the need for more schools and more of a choice. We have, 4 elementary schools. We have 1 middle school. We have 2 high schools if you consider TMC High. And then I believe the other charter school, Snacks, has a high school within it. So we're giving our students, our communities, more of an opportunity to have a choice. And with this continued growth in our area, every word, education matters. So I really want to see everybody in the community get together and get excited about more growth. Right now, Boys and Girls Club expand our area. It's amazing. Our baseball team's having a place to host events instead of the school's cafeterias, bringing the community together more. I'm very excited for this growth, so I hope you take everything into account. And as a resident, parent, and employee, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sarah Engel via Zoom, followed by Madison Jackson and Gil Lopez via Zoom. Sarah, please unmute, state your name for the record, and begin speaking.
Sorry, I thought I was talking. I just want to echo the previous speaker in saying that I think educational opportunities for the young people are more important than worrying about traffic, because traffic is horrible everywhere, like literally everywhere. And so using that as an argument against the school just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I don't even have any kids, but I think education is super important, and I hope that the school is upheld. Thank you.
Madison Jackson, followed by Gil Lopez via Zoom.
Hello, my name is Madison Jackson. I am an English teacher at Sparks High School, speaking on behalf of my colleagues against the expansion of Matter School. One of the most important parts of my job as an educator is collecting and analyzing data. When I compile student data, I ask myself what worked and what didn't. I'm asking you, Washoe County leaders, to apply that same discernment to making decisions that impact our school district. I have 5 points emphasized with data. 1, there is no evidence that charter schools have better outcomes. A rigorous 2010 study by the DOE found no overall positive impact on test scores. It found that charter school enrollment can have a negative impact on earnings later in life. Another 2020 peer-reviewed study of 3 years of charter school performance found charter schools to have insignificant effects on student scores. 2, charter schools drive segregation. Nevada overly relies on standardized tests as a measure of student success and well-being. The impact test result of individual charter schools must be taken with a huge grain of salt when keeping this fact in mind. Charter schools disproportionately do not serve our most vulnerable populations. Excuse me. Only 27% of Nevada state charter schools enrolled low-income students at the same or higher rate than public schools. Only 25% of SPCSA schools enroll students with IEPs at the same rate. Only 7% of charter schools have ELL enrollment at the same or higher rate. Charter schools also expel students with disciplinary issues at higher rates, and their expulsion process is not as equitable or rigorous. 3, the for-profit motive. Nevada has lax charter school laws that allow for low oversight and maximized profiteering. These non-profit schools are often owned by for-profit companies who spend taxpayer funding from public schools. Public schools have strict reporting requirements on how their funds are spent. Charter schools are not held to the same level of transparency. The public deserves to know how their tax dollars are spent, especially when it comes to their children's education. 4, charter schools hire underqualified teachers. Mater Bonanza is managed by the state branch of the Florida-based for-profit company Academica. A 2023 report by the Nevada Current found that out of 30 elementary school teachers, 16 had a substitute teaching license. 5 of the school's 13 middle school teachers only held a sub-license. Analysis of other state charter schools found similarly troubling numbers. With 6 years of education, I'm highly specialized in my content area. It's heartening to see expectations for teachers drop. Charter schools underpay their educators, undermine teacher unions, and have higher teacher turnover. Poor teacher retention negatively impacts student achievement. In this national teacher shortage crisis, charter schools still have greater teacher turnover than public schools by a rate of upwards of 10% in some districts because Excuse me.
You're doing fine. Just calm down. You're doing great.
Charter schools pay teachers 10-15% less. Charter schools frequently do not have union protections or representation. My previous experience at a non-unionized charter school was a revolving door of teachers with one contracts. Charter school teachers deserve better. With 250 open positions in our district, I must ask, who has underpaying and undervaluing our educators ever worked for our state? If Nevada cares about teacher retention and qualification, then charter schools are clearly not the answer.
Okay, Madison, how much longer do you have? Oh, good. Okay. Well, they're right on point. All right. Did you say you're currently a teacher?
Yes, I work at Sparks High School.
Oh, okay. Good school.
Yes, I
Sparks
love
High.
that school. We have
Okay.
wonderful students, wonderful staff.
All right. Thank you, Madison.
Thank you.
Now our final comment is Gil Lopez via Zoom.
Are you sure?
So my name is Gil.
Thanks, Madam Clerk.
So this sounds, my name is Lopez. They're supporting the administrator's decision to go against the appeal. They did a wonderful job presenting the case for why it should be approved. We're just adding more context to it. Here, that this is obvious. You guys know what to do. Let's do the right thing. It's about academic success for our students. And I will leave with one thing. Well, I've learned two things. First, keep it short. The shorter, the better. And second of all, listen to the experts in case you're an expert. Thank you very much and a wonderful day.
Thanks, Gil. Appreciate it. Okay, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam
Come
Mayor.
on, you know you've got two more back there.
That's it. They're all out of my pockets. We're done.
All right.
So now we're moving into deliberation from the body.
Okay, so a couple of notes here. Hold on. I just want to acknowledge Councilman Reese is on the phone. So he did have to leave, but he is on the phone, so he is still with us. So I want everyone to know that. The other thing is, I'd like everyone to take a 5-minute recess. I need you to get up, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, get something to eat. You've been sitting here entirely too long. And then when we come back, I'm just going to reiterate some council rules. And so we'll be back here quarter up.
this abuse of discretion?
Mayor.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome. If you'd like to reconvene, we do have a quorum with
All right,
Councilmember.
thank you. Is Councilman Reese on the phone?
Councilmember Reese is on the phone, so we can
Thank you.
reconvene the meeting. It is 8:47 at this time. Vice Mayor Dorr, Councilmember Ebert, and Councilmember Breckus are. Oh, I'm sorry. Vice Mayor is in the room. She's making her way back up. So we're. Councilmember Ebert and
Running.
Councilmember Breckus are absent at this time.
All right, thank you so much. So I do have a quorum. Thank you. And now, this time, we are going to bring it back to the body. So before we begin, I want to just remind council 2 rounds of 3 minutes. And then if you need another round, please let me know so we can grant that. And then I'm going to start out asking for clarification from the city attorney, Mr. Hall. Can you talk a little bit about, you can outline, or Mr. Schman outline what council's ability is to review what our role is when it comes to reviewing, because I feel a lot of things that maybe don't apply to what's in the discretion of the city council. So can you talk a little from a legal standpoint what our role is?
Yeah, for the record, John Shipman, City Attorney's Office. So your role here tonight is that this is an appeal of a minor conditional use permit. Normally, a conditional use permit is a use that is permitted. And then generally what the governing body does is ensure, and staff ensures that the mitigate measures are put in place to make sure that that use, which is allowed by zoning, is appropriate for the property that it's on. So you're here to listen to the conditional use permit appeal. You've heard the record that was made by the Washoe County School District. You've heard the record that's been made by the other appellants, and also the record made by the applicant. The standard for review is substantial evidence. So what has happened to date is that city staff has viewed everything from the traffic and all the different findings, and has presented a recommendation that it should be approved with the conditions that were included in your staff report. So your role today is to look at what the administrator did and make a determination based upon the evidence that's in the record that you've heard tonight. You've seen and read in the staff report, and if you believe that evidence supports what the administrator did, that you would be approving the act of the administrator. If you believe that the administrator did not abused his or her discretion, did not take into account all of the evidence that's in the record, or misunderstood some of that evidence, have a different view on it, then you need to discuss what your view is, and in that event, you can deny or modify the conditions that are proposed by the administrator. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. And then I guess the other thing, it must adhere to the zoning use, correct?
So the zoning, based upon the staff report, the zoning is correct. It's in fact that's correct. So use is allowed by right, but because it is a conditional use permit, still the question out there is whether or not the mitigation for that use, because it is based upon that use, it may need to be mitigated, and that's where all different traffic measures and such were put in there. So that, and you got to determine if that is appropriate, if that's not enough, or if that's too much, or if it doesn't work.
All right, thank you. Hope that adds some clarity for this body. Okay, that being said, I'm going to start with you. Councilwoman Ebert, it is your ward, so take it away.
Great. So I have a few questions here. Just give me one sec to log in. Okay. So I have some questions, I think, for the school board. Did anybody in the school board or the district reach out to me? I was going through my emails, couldn't find any kind of communication to talk about the appeal directly with. I know that some other council members said that they spoke with members of the school board. No, there's nobody.
Okay. Mr. Searcy, he's saying he did.
Good evening. Good evening. For the record, my name is Adam Searcy, again, Chief Operating Officer for School District. Councilman Ebert, I did not reach out to you directly. I do want to clarify, I did receive inquiry from some of your staff for some enrollment and geographic information about schools in Ward 4 this week. It did provide context, so I don't know that it was related to this appeal or not, but other than that, to my knowledge, no one
Okay,
from the
so
school
there was
district.
no communication with me at all. The council member representing this board to talk about your concerns regarding this school?
No, we followed the process as governed by this particular, this opportunity to file an appeal, demonstrate our, grounds for our appeal, and met the presentation in timely fashion ahead of the publicly posted agenda.
Okay, all right, so I understand that, but I think that, Matter Academy also followed what was asked of them, do community outreach through that. They follow the processes asked of them. They did meet the conditions put on by the planning department. So I'm not really sure, what's the expectation be. Like I've heard what people are saying, and I hear that there's a lot of concerns maybe just about charter schools in general. But that's not really what we're voting on. We're voting on whether or not this charter school should be allowed, not how it's going to affect the school district. Am I correct?
That's kind of a broad question. I mean, in the sense of you're looking at the property and how the property's figured and how that operation of the property under the use that is being proposed for that property and the mitigating measures, whether that's appropriate for that neighborhood. To the extent there is a school next to it, as a neighbor, potentially, as a neighbor, they have an interest in how that school's going to operate and how that.
Yeah. Well, and even that statement is strange to me, considering that Stella Elementary and Ryan are practically joined as well. Those are both Washoe County School District schools. And something that I've done as a council member to be a good representative for my community is met with the principals of almost all the schools in my ward. I think there's been two that haven't responded, were their school and another school. I've heard from the teachers and the principals at those schools, and I've heard some issues that they've shared with me when I reached out to support of them and relationships. And a lot of the issues that they share with me, I'm concerned about. And that's one of the reasons why I support the idea of charter schools, is because without them, the community members that don't have the ability to go to private schools don't have any other choice. And I hear from constituents that have issues with bullies at school, and I've reached out to.
Councilwoman Eber, I'm going to cut you off.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks so much. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Eber.
Okay. Well, given that we only have 2 rounds of 3 minutes apiece, I do have a number of questions, but I'm just going to lead with some conclusions because there's been so incredible amount of testimony. So here's the deal. Matter Academy is like a delightful, successful, innovative school. In my mind, after all this testimony, it's indisputed. And I would just like to stipulate to that, kudos and congratulations to the representatives of the school, the teachers of the school, the people that attend the school. At the same time, I think the Washoe County School District also made some points that I think are fairly undisputed. In fact, I even heard them from Mater Academy acknowledging that they probably will take students from the public schools. I think that's their goal. I mean, their goal is to offer a choice, and so that means that the students are probably enrolled somewhere and they're going to come over. So there will be a loss to the school. I think that's also undisputed and something we could all stipulate to. So here's the thing. We are not having a referendum on the value of charter schools, on the excellence of Mater Academy, or the issues and policy perspectives of Washoe County School District. What we are doing is that we are evaluating whether or not the school, as presented today, meets the criteria, the general review criteria, and the minor conditional use permit criteria. So that's the lens, and we've looked at this because my job isn't at the school district board, not on any of those boards. My job is not primarily education, it's generally education. So here's some observations that I've made. Everyone has a drive to a charter school. That's a huge difference between a public school that has public transportation and a charter school. The details in this report I found a little bit inconsistent, and I could take some time and show you where, but generally there are areas of parking, traffic, and so on. We'll talk about so many students and so many teachers, and another section talks about a different amount of students, different amount of teachers, different need for parking. And what I saw throughout the report was in the numerous places, it said, all of this will be figured out before we get either a building permit or certificate of occupancy. And I think that is a general level of information that should have been resolved during the review. I do want to say I think our staff did a phenomenal job looking at the on-site circulation on the school and redirecting the traffic onto North Hill Boulevard versus Beckworth. I did have a chance to go out there, drive the whole place. One of the challenges that I've seen when we have schools next to other schools, example is we recently approved we approved a light church school right across from Damani Ranch School. And one of the issues I brought up was emergency access during school hours, especially during the traffic transition. I have a few more details I can, Madam Chair. I do want to say at some point I need just to ask the two traffic engineers some questions, but, okay.
I'm going to move on. All right, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's some things that we heard tonight, and for what I'm looking at is one is the zoning and two is the traffic. Our attorneys said something about the administrator abuse discretion. I believe that is true. I believe our team is phenomenal, and if you can't get something done with Chris and Angela and their team, you probably need to go back to the drawing board. And the idea that the process was deeply flawed and lacked transparency, I defend. I think our team works very hard with all of our community and all of our partners to make sure that they are making decisions for the best of our community. So I'm going to say that in a broad stroke, but I do have questions on traffic. So do you want me to wait or can bring up traffic engineers now? Because I just...
Yeah, no, go right ahead.
Okay. Actually, I'd like for our traffic engineers to hear. Thank you. A couple of things I heard is the roadway system. Hi, Mike, how are you?
Good morning. I mean, good afternoon.
Yes, we have been sitting here since this morning.
Mike Michelle, Engineering Manager and Development Services, for the record.
So in the application, I saw there's been a lot of mitigations done for right around the school. For the extended school zone, for the flashers, for the offsetting the time, for on-off, stacking, queuing, all that stuff. That seemed to be mitigated to my concerns. My question is, what is the purview of the council to look around the surrounding road network, and do we have that information? Is it going to be impacting Golden Valley Road, 395, those exit? Is that something we need to be looking at? Because I look at what was presented, I see that the traffic has been mitigated.
Yeah, I mean, we analyzed North Hills at Golden Valley. We analyzed Golden Valley at Beckworth Drive. We analyzed North Hills at Buck Drive. But anything over that, we did not look at. We looked at kind of confined to those parameters.
So should we be looking at when we're looking at when we're taking in consideration the magnitude of cars going in and out of here? Is that something that we should be looking at?
We consider the scope outlined in the traffic study to be sufficient.
Okay. I'll have more questions in detail, but thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. All right, Councilman Martinez, go ahead.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor and Mr. Michelle, if you could stay up. A quick question for you. I don't know if staff bring up slide 11 in the presentation that staff provided.
From staff's presentation?
Yeah, from
Thank
staff's
you.
presentation. I wanted to get a better understanding of the flow of traffic here. So if folks are traveling southbound on North Hills from Lemon Valley, will they be able to turn left into the school?
Are we going to get the exhibit up?
There it is. So if they're traveling, is it southbound on North Hills?
Okay,
Will
Yeah, that would
will
be
they
it.
turn left? Or will they get the ability to turn left to the school?
Yes. Yeah, the ingress will be a full left turn from North Valleys into the school.
And similarly, when you're exiting the parcel, you can take a left to go back out through Golden Valley.
You can.
And where were sidewalks that were mentioned in the presentation? Where would those be at?
Those are located on the south side of Beckworth from North Valleys heading east to connect to the existing sidewalk at Alice Smith School.
Okay. that gives me a better picture. Thank you so much. And I think I'm just asking the questions for context. I want to appreciate everybody who's here today that gave public comment, whether it was via email or our public comment portal that came interested to show their support, pro or against. I think we are vast for a very specific thing, and it's not having to do with charter school versus public schools. In this case, and being an educator myself, I've gone to North Valley High School, driven those streets for 4 years, ridden the bus, having worked at Alice Smith Elementary School as a kindergarten aide many years ago. I understand the fear that was explained from the school district and teachers specifically about the impacts there. I just think that based on what we're being asked today in meeting the findings, I agree with staff and that we are able to make the findings to approve the conditional use permit.
All right, thank you so much. Councilman Reese, are you up there in the clouds somewhere?
Madam Mayor, thank you. Yes, and good evening. I apologize for not being able to be there. I think, as you know, I have a medical procedure which prevents me from being there tonight. So I do have a number of questions. I want to first ask, did this project go to the NAB? I think the ward member from Ward 4 said it did. I want to confirm that this was presented to NAB. Who was the end of that question? Ms. Picotti, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Reese, Leah Picotti for the record. This did not go to the NAB. We do not require conditional use permits to the NAB. However, all the NAB members are on our notification list, so they all received notification of the project with the link and everything, so they knew about it.
Yeah, Ms. Picotti, I don't think that is the function of the NAB. It's not really about that the NAB members to know that it's happening. It's that the public gets to come see it. The public gets to come and put their hands on the project and determine whether they want it. And so, and I do have questions for you, Ms. McKinney. Your slide number 10, if that can be brought up, this was the findings for the minor conditional use permit, and you gave two answers that were related about being adjacent to a school. You said if it's next to a school must be allowed. I'm not sure I understood that to be the legal standard. Yep, this is it, slide 10. So you're saying compatibility is adjacency, and I'm not sure that that's what RMC requires. So I want to understand what you're saying so I don't misinterpret it.
Thank you, Councilman Reese. What I'm looking at there is the types of uses and the developments that are surrounding the property. When I see like uses, I assume to be fairly compatible. Located in the same area between a neighborhood and a commercial district. It seems like a school is a compatible and consistent in the area with the adjacent school, with the neighborhood, with the commercial center. And then the characteristics are compatible with the types of surrounding development. The rest of that finding says, shortened there for the slide, is it can be conditioned to be compatible with the types. And I feel that the conditions that we put in mitigate the impacts to that adjacent school, mitigate the impacts to the neighborhood and the commercial centers.
Okay, and here's where perhaps I disagree, as much as, there was an analogy made tonight, that this was a thing about competition, that we would allow a McDonald's to be next to an In-N-Out. And I'm not sure that's the right analogy, and your example kind of posits that is analogy. I think you're asking whether you have a government entity right next to a government entity, meaning a public school next to a public school. Would we build a DMV next to the DMV, for example?
Is that a question?
Yeah, I'm asking, based on your adjacency analysis, would you say from a planning standpoint that we would build a DMV next to a DMV?
According to Reno Municipal Code, those would follow the same use, and as long as all the use standards and development standards were met, it would be allowed, yes.
Okay, I have questions, but Madam Mayor, I'm out of time, and so I have questions still for Ms. Picotti, but I'll come back to those in round 2.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, a couple things. I will say there were some statements made on both sides that were troublesome for me because we are living in a world where it's so divisive right now more than ever. This is an opportunity when a community should coming together and accepting each other, especially I think on the Washoe County School District side. You guys know better than anyone how difficult your jobs are. I see Beth Smith, I'm a huge, huge, huge supporter of you and just adore you. So really kind of hurt my heart, some of the things that were said. One, I want to start off a little bit, you know, and it just reminds me of a saying, you know, what there, for the grace of God, you know, I think sometimes we don't put each other in other people's shoes enough. I think that that is really important because one person's circumstance may not be the same for everyone else. It's so really hard to be up here and hear so much of this because we have to vote on projects all the time, especially housing projects. Oftentimes, it's interesting to see a development come in, and now we're like at phase 3 of the development, right? But a couple years before, phase 1 came before us, and the people living in phase 1 are now opposing phase 3. And so it's a very hard place to be, especially when we're in a, you know, a housing crisis, but also we have to provide places for people to live. And so you can imagine those people that are just, you know, sort of saying not in my backyard. So then we have to bring down to, on the law side, the legal ramifications of what really looking at. And so one of the things that was brought up that was a little troublesome, there was talk about the process. I will say this, I would love staff to explain why it did not come to Planning Commission. I also thought it might become for regional significance. Talk a little bit about that. But I want to include the process. I'm going to assume you got up here, Mr. Searcy, and said you followed the process, correct?
As an appellate.
Yeah, okay. And then Mr. Carlson, you got up here and said you followed the process, correct?
Yes, followed the process under the code as it exists.
Okay, so I want to make sure everyone followed the process under the rules. There was a beginning statement that, you know, pointing the finger this way. So I think we got that out of the, we both followed the process, correct? He's going like this. All right, so it's one of those things, don't hate the player of the game, but I think both follow the process. So I want to make sure everyone knows that because there was a lot of this. Really quickly, give me the reason why. I was surprised, because this is very rare when this happens. Why did this not come to Planning Commission, and why didn't it trigger region significance?
Thank you, Leah Picard, for the record. We do not require conditional use permits for any schools, whether they're charter or public, or they're primary or secondary. We do not require it across the board. They're all minor conditional use permits, and it's a project of regional significance because, as Councilwoman Dorr knows, she's been working to try to get something like this on that list. But the trigger for it is really about housing. So if you're bringing in a subdivision with over, I think it's 675 something trips, then that triggers it, but a school does not trigger it.
Okay, do you have any idea why?
I don't.
You don't?
But Councilwoman Doyle does.
Why don't you
Get it
explain?
changed. Well, okay, so I chair the Regional Plan Governing Board, and it became apparent that we needed a public process for schools at both levels, at the city and also at regional planning, schools of a certain size. So we formed a committee, myself, Von Tung, Mayor Spark, and also Katie Simon, and then it was Beth Smith took her role. And we discussed it, and as Beth pointed out to me the other day, we actually made a recommendation. It went to the Planning Commission. There's a Regional Planning Commission. They recommended a change. But apparently, Academica actually challenged that, and our staff over at Regional Planning with our attorney are still trying to figure out how to move forward. And so we did our work. The Planning Commission did their work. A issue was raised by Academica that they didn't like that process, and so it sort of stalled there. I will just say, Madam Mayor, that I am recommending going forward that we change our rules, and we do have a public process for schools of a certain size. I don't know what that size is, over 300 students, 600 students, I don't know the number. We can figure that later, but schools have a great amount of public interest, no matter what kind of school they are, because typically of traffic issues. So I'd like us to see us change our process, and I'm going to continue. I've been on Regional Planning Commission for 10 years, and I want to see this through and make sure that we have an innovative process at that level.
Oh, all right, thank you. I was just curious because it seems a little off that it wouldn't go through that process. So, okay.
And I looked back in previous code too, so prior to me being here, prior to 2007, it was the same.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm going to hand it back to you, Councilwoman Ebert. Go ahead.
Okay. So I just, want to kind of clarify some things. I think I'm just kind of maybe disappointed there wasn't more outreach from the public school system, just as a representative for the ward and just as a, a human being who's a parent in the ward and the representative, and having relationships, I thought, with the school district that I had expectations there would be communication there. So I have disappointment there. I run into people from the school board. I see Beth socially frequently, and I'm just kind of surprised that there was no reach at all prior to this process, prior to filing an appeal, to just talk to me about any concerns that they had during the application process. So I just wanted to say that. But also, I have a lot of notes here and concerns, and I really, truly, at the end of the day, just want to have the best possible educational resources for the kids in all of Reno. And during my research, have come across a lot of things, and I know some of the arguments that have been said tonight, against the charter school, saying that it'll take away students from the public schools. I just read a quote from Beth Smith saying that the school district rezoned our neighborhood, or our schools, in Ward 4 because they were all over capacity. They rezoned Alice Smith, O'Brien, North Valley School, Estronet Elementary School, Lewis Allen Elementary School, Desert Guys Middle School, and High School because they were over capacity. And this just happened in the 2021 or 2022-2023 school year. So this was last year. So if we're not over capacity at these schools now, it's because you guys just rezoned and you're shuffling kids around to other schools. Maybe a benefit would be that kids don't have to be rezoned to other schools. And they can continue to go where they used to go. There's a quote by Beth Smith there that says, that she was happy that the kids in North Valley High School would get a variance to continue going to North Valley's high school to finish their high school education. That's great. To me, that says that there was a problem. There was overcrowding in this area. So I just think that we need all the help we can get in North Valleys. And yes, traffic is a huge concern of mine. Infrastructure is a huge concern of mine. But education is also a very important resource for community. And I want kids to have the best possible start for their education and their lives. And I've also been notified about something that a program that I heard about. I don't know if it's true or not. It's called the Newcomer Schools, that a lot of kids are being brought to the North Valleys as newcomers. I just have a lot of concerns about the education that our kids are getting in the North Valleys. And I volunteered at a kids' school, and I've been in the classroom. I see what happens, and I know how much our teachers care about our kids. My daughter's teacher is wonderful. My daughter cries when she talks about going to the next grade because she's not going to have the same teacher anymore. These teachers are passionate and they're wonderful, but I don't necessarily see them getting the support that they need to help the students. And I hear that from my constituents, and I hear that from educators that I talk to in my area. So, I hear that there's concerns about pulling resources away, but there's also, I went on the Washoe County School District webpage, and there's 100 job listings. Talk about the rate of people losing jobs. Well, maybe we just take some of the job listings down. It's not necessarily people will lose jobs. It looks like there's, plenty of them there that are filled. So I just have a lot of concerns about not seeing this as a benefit that it can be to the community and not looking big picture. I think that, the council a lot of times does not listen to my concerns about traffic. When we approved 192 apartment units in a parcel visible on the map of the school area because of traffic concerns. I still have concerns about that traffic there. I view the school as a resource benefit community. It's something that's worth the traffic. Our children's education is worth the traffic.
Councilwoman Ebert.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. All right. Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Yeah, can do the best I can. Yeah, if you can come up, if staff could bring up slide 13, which is the very last slide of the staff PowerPoint before we start the clock. Okay, so my concern is that we continue to approve all kind of projects with requiring mitigation of traffic tax. This is a slide I don't think you showed in your presentation, but it was an attachment. And what I understand from this is that you have streets on the left, you have the AM and PM across, you have how much delay will be experienced in seconds, you have level of service at 2043. And what I see on this chart is that we will, at the point of this chart, and I think to some extent now, on North Hills and Beckworth, which is my concern, which is at Alice Smith is on Beckworth. This school's entrance would be on North Hills. Where those two streets intersect, I sat there, I went through that intersection 5 times. It was the middle of the day, 2 o'clock, there's no school traffic whatsoever. I had a very hard time turning from Beckworth onto North Hills, taking a left. And people will be doing that. They do it today. It is hard today. It will be hard in the future. I will be honest, I think we need a traffic light there. I don't know if RTC either online or in the room or out the lobby.
I believe I saw Dale. Huh.
Oh, here's
See?
Dale. Okay.
There you are.
Well, what I want to understand is, I know Beckworth is not a regional road, but North is. I want to understand, if you come up, is North Hills planned for any kind of improvements anytime soon? Is there a light planned at this intersection? These are things, when I brought up to our staff, I will tell you, they said we went back and forth, meaning they could see an argument that we need a light. We need improvement there, and that we don't. They thought if they put in a right turn lane onto Beckworth, that would alleviate the traffic challenges. I don't think so. When I was there in the middle of the day, 2 o'clock, no school in and out, cars piling up behind me, I couldn't get out. Traffic was 55, no, it'll be 15, theoretically, at school time. But nevertheless, going very slow, you won't be able to get out either. So could you just address that for us? You know, what does this mean? I think you had input into this chart, I'm not sure.
Sure. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council members. Dale Keller, Deputy Executive Director, Director of Engineering for the RTC. To answer your question, Council Member Dewar, is North Hills is a regional road. And right now, North Hills does not stop. And so therefore, it meets the level of service policy. My understanding, Beckworth is a local street, I'm not sure exactly from the city's perspective.
It's like 35 foot, I paced
Correct.
it out.
Correct. So you are correct of how you're characterizing that. Now, the improvements on North Hill is identified in the next 10-year window.
10 years.
And it's also included in our Regional Impact Fee Capital Improvement Plan, or CIP.
So my understanding is this school is expected to pay $700,000 into the road impact fee, except that you can use that anywhere, not necessarily this space.
That is correct.
I mean, where's I'm sorry, north of I-80.
You can use funds on any project that's identified in that CIP program.
North of I-80.
North of I-80, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so my concern is, as it stands right now, it might be in the future, but as it stands now, I don't believe traffic's mitigated. I think we could do a better job. I think we bring to bear our tools. I think we should lean in and be conservative and vote for public safety, because what I've seen happen here too many times is a situation develops, something's approved, the mitigation's not put in, and all the people, equivalent for people that are here today, come to us, say, City of Reno, you need to fix X, Y, Z. And it's happened to me over and over in Ward 2. You know that we have some 40 projects that need to be fixed by RTC in South Reno. We fixed 3, and that list, more to come, by the way, goes on the double R north turn, phenomenal. I saw it last week, but that was 7 years in the making, okay? But it's done now, so fantastic. But my point is, my concern is my ability to make these findings, which specifically specifies mitigates traffic input, provides a safe environment, design is compatible with surrounding development, will not materially be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare. I can't right now today make those findings,
Okay,
so I'll
thank
leave it
you.
at that.
Sorry, I'm letting you guys go over quite, so I just point that
I
out.
just see F, et cetera. So,
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will say that I actually reached out to Washoe County School District. I reached out to the applicant. I did a lot of my own outreach, and I think that is part of our responsibility. Leah, I had a question for you. The minor conditional use permit process, we were talking to Mayor, is it different for a charter school that is Washoe County School District?
No, it is
So if
not.
Washoe County School District came in and said, we're going to put a school here, same thing, would they go through a different process?
It would go through exactly the same process, would end up in the same place started.
Oh, so there's not a discrepancy between the zoning or the master plan or the conditional use permit based on the school? They're both the same?
Correct.
So again, for me, thank you so much. It comes down to traffic, and what I need to understand is, are there mitigations planned or in the future for this project to mitigate the traffic? So I need a traffic expert engineer in Washoe County School District. If you have one that would like to come up and talk to, I know we have Reno and we have RTC. That's my biggest question.
Michelle, Engineering Manager and Development Services. Yes, from a staff level, we are comfortable that this school mitigates its traffic impact.
Okay, and I think I have another minute, so I'm going to ask our attorney something real quick. I might have misunderstood, Mr. Shipman, when you were outlining our process, but in order to overturn the administrator's decision to approve Matt Academy, are we asked to find staff use their discretion?
Yeah, you're asked to find, the standard of review is substantial evidence. So there's evidence in the record, and if the evidence in the record supports the administrator, and the administrator is not, in your opinion, abusing her discretion, his or her discretion, right? So like that they're not mischaracterizing evidence, they're not omitting evidence, they're not. If you believe that they are doing, in fact, taking the evidence and forming a judgment and then approve it based upon that evidence, that is not an abuse of discretion. And then you would essentially affirm that. If you think that, no, the evidence is being mischaracterized, or the evidence is there, they're relying upon, that would be an abuse of discretion. Does that make sense?
Yes, I'm not going to ask any more questions. I think I understand it. Okay. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. I don't think I have anything else at this point to do with the appeal, and only to support or make a motion when it's
Okay,
time.
we're just gonna go a couple more. Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, thank you so much. This is my second round and I have a third. I want to chat again with Ms. Picati, and I wanted to ask a question about the zoning, the GC SF3 issue. I don't understand why we have created a fiction in which half of the school is in one zone, half is another. We believe that only high school students will stay on one line and primary and middle school students will stay on the other. Why was a zone change not required?
Well, we thank Leotti for the record. We're not like a fence in between the two zoning districts and not allowing students to cross from one to the other. They both schools, secondary and primary, are allowed in the G zoning district. It's only the elementary school that's not allowed in the C zoning district. And the reason for that is because there are other uses in GC, like liquor stores or things like that, that could be permitted that we might not necessarily want next door to elementary school. That's
like Ray's that sells alcohol? Is that what you're talking about?
No, not necessarily. Other uses that might be allowed in GC. So
I know, but why didn't we require a zone change?
we would require a zone change in elementary school allowed in the SF zoning district.
I know you have a high school
Yeah.
and a middle school,
and
which are,
And those are both also allowed in the SF zoning district.
what is the point of having this slide which represents two different zoning districts and you have a building or a property that's bisected?
I'm just trying to show that the elementary school is on the single-family residential parcel, not on the GC parcel. And there is a condition of approval that requires all components of that elementary school be on the SF parcel. However, we are not requiring them to build a fence and say no elementary school children allowed in GC. We understand that the children will cross. The intent of code not allowing primary school in GC is to protect the children from those other types of uses. So
if this project had been built mirrored, the elementary school on the red side of the picture and the middle school, high school on the F side of it, would that have run afoul of our zoning code?
yes, the primary schools are not allowed.
And it can't be the opposite, because that makes no sense to me from a planning standpoint. Let me ask about bicycle infrastructure. Ms. Martinez and Ms. Conley talked about bicycle infrastructure being overlooked. Did we look at bicycle infrastructure and what is required?
We absolutely looked at bicycle infrastructure, and we felt that the adjacent neighborhood who do have bicycle infrastructure and sidewalks, that children, middle school and high school, would be likely to ride their bikes.
And so is there sufficient bike parking on site for those children?
There is, yes, compliant with the Safe Route School recommendations, yes.
I have other questions for Mr. Searcy. Madam Mayor, would you like me to wait till round 3?
No, go right ahead.
Okay, Mr. Searcy, I know it'll take you a minute to come forward and we're trying to move quickly. It's late. When Washoe County School District builds a new school, how many acres do they allocate to that school site? Meaning when I look at this site, it's tight, it's small. And because I do serve on the Capital Funding Protection Committee and have seen your work in that area, I'm not sure I think there's an appropriate site for a school, period.
Good evening again. For the record, my name's Adam Searcy with the Washoe County School District. On average, our elementary schools are sited on parcels of about 8 acres, middle schools in the range of 20 to 5 acres, and high schools often in excess of 50 acres, of course, with football stadiums and the like.
So here you have a combined middle school, elementary school, and high school when built out completely on 10 acres, as opposed to the, I suppose, 75, 80 acres that would happen if you were building a school.
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I will wait till round 3
Okay.
to sort of
Thank you.
summarize thoughts.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to sort of pick up where Mr. Reese sort of left. It said, or someone made the comment earlier, required slots for bicycles. Was that you, Mr. Searcy? Someone made that there was required slots for bicycles. Ms. Carlson, do you know?
Well, I think there was 150 bicycles required in this plan by Ms. Picotti, right?
Okay.
So it was our-
Okay, so it does meet the requirement.
Leah Potty for the record. Yes, Madam Mayor, it not just meets the requirements, but it exceeds the requirements. In this case, staff felt that we would get, in order to make traffic with those adjacent neighborhoods that kids be riding bikes. So we increased it. Normally, it's capped. It's 10% of the student capacity, or I'm sorry, it's 10% of the square footage of the building, capped at 50. But it looked at 10%, it would have 150. So based on the Frost School recommendations, I did that 150. So it's 10% of the student capacity. And those bicycle racks have to be in the front of the school in an open area. So it can't be like around the back in a corner. It has to be in a safe area where kids feel safe in their schools. Their bikes and leaving.
Mr. Carlson, you would have to include those and put those in at your expense.
Madam Mayor, Sev Carlson, for the record, correct. They're a part of the design. They're contemplated as part of the minor additional use permit and their project cost.
Okay, and then can you talk a little bit about this, what you call the stacking? One of the reasons I think that this is sort of the process, and maybe it works and maybe it doesn't, what I was asking earlier about county council or regional significance, and all of that, because in my whole probably, in the last 10 years, I think I can only remember two issues, well, not issues, but two schools coming for us. So I'm curious, or to this competitive charter schools, I guess.
Right, so I
Talk
just
a
want to
little
make
bit
sure that
about the stacking or the timing in which.
Okay. So I'll let our traffic engineer speak to that. He's the expert on it. In terms of, I think preliminary that though, in terms of site size, the city code does not mandate a particular size for the site. So we do not have to follow a school district standard for site size. That ultimately leads into the design of site and backing for traffic. So let Mr. Egan talk about specific.
All right, and I assume this is common practice in your expertise
Yes,
in this
ma'am.
field?
Ted Egerton, Locks Engineering. In charter schools, what we try to aim for is a ratio of 0.15 cars per student for the drop-off and pickup lanes. We actually are providing 0.2, so we're exceeding that by 33%. So basically, one comment was made earlier in the presentation by a person that we'd have miles and miles of stacking. That's not correct. What was mistaken in that presentation was the number of trips. You've got to remember, one vehicle makes 2 trips.
Right.
One to the school, one out, origin destination. So we say 800 trips, that's actually 400 cars. What studies have proved is on the stacking, because it's a dynamic stacking, in other words, it's continually moving, it isn't a stop, let all the vehicles stack up in the queuing lane and then drop off the kids or pick up kids, but it's dynamic. So that's why the rate of 0.15 is generally acceptable for a queuing area. Like I said, for this school, we provided 0.2, so we actually exceeded at 33%.
Okay, great, thank you, I really appreciate that. The other thing I wanted to ask a question on, because it did bother me a little bit, is Mr. Searcy, I think you had mentioned you had to do a public records request. Can you talk a little bit about that? And I'm also curious, did you meet with Mr. Carlson at all? Tell me about the communication between the two parties.
Yeah, I mean, again, Adam Searcy for the record with the Washoe County School District. We received our email as on the development list, like we always do. We received our postcard. We had no other outreach from the applicant. We submitted our technical comments to the city as we do on all development reviews. And then that was really it. All communication was from the school district to city staff inquiring as to status. We did not have a meeting or engagement with the applicant. We did not reach out directly to council members, and we were not included in any of months of discussion or re-engineering. And Then ultimately, again, there was no public announcement of decision being made, thus the appeal period being triggered. That was only because we asked staff repeatedly if a approval had been issued. Then when we asked, could we see the final documents that were developed for approval, that's when we were just, respectfully asked to submit a public records request. So I don't mean to be disparaging. I just want to accurately characterize the nature.
I worry when I hear that because I want you to have access to the information and transparency. And so
Staff was very responsive and we
Okay.
did receive it immediately, but it was, only upon our very deliberate effort to obtain the information.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that again, because I make sure you're getting everything that you need, to be able to make the best possible decisions. And if you're getting pushback from our team, then that's not good.
I don't want that to be the perception.
Okay.
I just,
All right, I just want to make sure
we
you're
were
getting
an active
everything.
part of the.
Okay, so, and also, and I'm going to assume, every time that this body sees a project before us, housing development or maybe a business license or something close to a school, that you are aware of those things?
Yes, absolutely. We receive the same list of all projects that are seen before and we review them and provide comments on them. In this instance, we feel the couple findings were not appropriately met, and I tried to characterize that in detail, and that's why we've persisted in our position.
Because I've always felt that the schools should be at the table on anything that we are reviewing. I guess my question is, this is the first time I've seen you at a council meeting or the school district at a council meeting, and it would be helpful, I think, moving forward. I guess, obviously, you chose this issue to be up front of versus maybe some of the other ones that weigh in. Is that correct?
We take a very active and attentive posture on all development, residential, of course, but really we scan that list, provide appropriate, even-hand feedback to staff, and their engagement with us is almost without exception right in line. It was this instance where the placement of the primary school on the general commercial portion of the park, which isn't allowed by code, what believed to meet findings, and all those level of service Fs in the traffic study was believed to be able to meet findings that we felt appeal must be submitted.
Okay, I guess I was just trying to get at maybe some of the comments that were made seemed a little bit more personal, and some of those things. So I was trying to kind of figure out why this one versus other ones that we've looked at that are just as important, that have just as many probably issues that come for us. So I just was curious because there were things that were said that, would give me a little bit of concern to make sure that we are all playing well in the sandbox.
Nothing personal intended, certainly with staff, council, the applicant, none of the above.
Okay.
We are subject matter experts in this field and feel strongly that the findings were not represented by the documents submitted by the applicant, and that's the grounds. It's technical in nature
Great.
only.
Well, and because you're an expert, I welcome you to come to council anytime and weigh in on any project that has any effect on the school district in any capacity.
Thank
So I would just always leave that door open for you. I want to make sure you're getting everything you said. Like you said, you had to request public records, all those things. So I just want to make sure you everything you need.
That hurt in this instance, and I appreciate the open invitation.
Okay, good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, Councilwoman Ebert, last round, and then I'm gonna send it back to you for a motion.
I have comments, but I don't necessarily have questions at this time.
Do you want to wait and then make the motion and
Sure.
include those comments? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Councilwoman Dewar, go
Could I
ahead.
have Dale come back, because I didn't get my question answered about the light? And I just want to clarify, Madam Mayor, you brought up a good point. I asked Ms. Picotti the same point. I said, when was the traffic study done? 2 days before the permit was issued, you told me. And so between the 2 days that the traffic study's done, to be able to get that traffic study, final study, which you said didn't share an interim document, only a final document. So the school district wouldn't have gotten that until 2 days before the permit was issued. And so their only recourse at that point, is that right? Their only recourse at that point is filing a bill. I mean, that's one reason I would recommend a different process with the planning commission, where the traffic study would be done, planning commission would have it, all of this would be evaluated. Go ahead.
Yeah, Councilwoman Dorr, this is Leah Picotti for the record. I just want to clarify that. We had asked them to make final modifications to that, and we only received it 3 days before the decision letter was issued. So for me as staff, I had already written the decision letter. I was waiting for the traffic information to come in, finalized it, we stood off. And I can tell you that the applicant received a copy of the decision letter, and Washoe County School District received it within 60 seconds of each other.
Right,
I
sure.
sent it to them, I sent it to them.
No, I'm saying the process is not designed to allow a lot of review of the full documents to make an intelligent analysis.
Exactly. And Washoe County School District also said in their comments, we will defer to city staff regarding the traffic.
So I just want to call up, I only have a minute, Mr. Eller. So, really concerned about public safety on this road. Said North Hills would be in a 10-year time period potentially upgraded to, I guess, a wider road or a different kind of road, maybe a road lined with sidewalks, because there are a bunch of fast food restaurants there, at least 3 I counted, and there's a Release, and there's a Taco Bell, and there's a Wendy's, and all of these things are going to be attractants for the attendees of the school. I don't know if they have an open period where they can leave the school, or at least after the school. Anyway, it'll draw. I want to understand what road imprints are, and what is it possible to have a light, or when would that happen, and how could that happen?
So Dale Keller, RTC, to answer your question, right now, North Hills does have sidewalks, I understand, on both sides of the roadway. We recently did back up in 29. So the road project, the intent of our transportation plan would be actually widen from 2 lanes to 4 lanes. And we have not done the in-depth analysis to look at intersection operations. So as we go through that, then look at the need of signals where they would come to.
Okay, so again, on this graph we showed on page 13, if staff could bring it up, these Fs, you had input into that, right? I saw a bunch of correspondence with you and our city staff.
So city staff described the process really well. We looked from the proposal, went back to follow the process with the same line as the school district. We submitted staff. Staff leads the dialogue between the applicant, and then we're asked to provide input after the fact.
Okay.
So.
Well, these are my concerns. I've always been focused 10 years on public safety, road, traffic conditions. When everyone says we have bad traffic because we don't have concurrency. We don't fix the traffic while we're building the thing. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. I've seen other jurisdictions that they require concurrency. They require you amend roads as you build the thing, where it's an apartment complex, a residential development, a school, a shopping center, an apartment complex over at Lake Ridge, whatever it is, they would require that roads get addressed at that time, not 10 years later. So those are my issues I think can be fixed. People put their minds to it, and I certainly embrace the school, its results, the challenges. This may be a bad place. Mr. Reese talked about the size. I had this written down too. The intensity of use in very tight space with just 10 acres. With 1,500 students, there's no open space, there's a gym, but there's no field space, there's no, I don't know if the parking's sufficient for people to come after school. I'm not in a position to evaluate. Those are my concerns, Mayor. Okay, thank you. But Dale, did you say they could use the $700,000 for a traffic light? I still haven't gotten that answer.
So, Councilmember, to make understand your ask, staff presented that the regional impact fee is roughly $700,000. So you're saying, could they apply that as part of the RIF program, as we would call the offset for waivers?
Yeah.
So two things. Any events on North Hills that provide capacity as identified in our plan, that's one, and a signal would be an eligible regional road impact. Yes, ma'am, it would be.
That's great news. Not planned, it's great news.
Because there was an issue.
I'll continue to answer the question. My apologies.
Someone put on the record that there were no road improvements.
So let me clarify. So the correspondent that was asked by the school district, FTC, and made back to staff was 2 things. What projects are RTC working on? Currently, we are widening Buck Drive from Lemon to North Hills Drive. And so as we talk about those intersection operations that are looked on here, those being addressed, those are impact. Now, the second question was, are you doing anything on Hills right now to this day? The answer is no. We do not have approval. We do not have an interlocal cooperative agreement with City of Reno to do any improvements on North Hills Drive. It is identifying that 10-year windows, but today we are not working on any improvement on North Hills Drive.
And the light, you're saying?
So part of our one resource that we have as a region is the region road impact fees, which allows, if development comes in that has capacity needs for the greater region, there's opportunity for them to build those improvements on behalf of the region.
Yeah.
So with North Hills on that list of the CIP, that could be an eligible waiver for a developer to go ahead and build that type of infrastructure for.
Then they just have to make a commitment to do it.
Correct, and it has to be forward compatible for those future improvements. We don't want to build a traffic signal and the project widen, you have to take off. That would not be eligible.
And what do you say you have to what?
For future compatibility for that roadway widening.
But did you say your whole sentence again?
Yes. So the improvements on North Hills would be eligible as long as improvement meet future compatibility of that roadway widening project.
And that would include the lane.
So that would, like the 4 lanes, we look at those intersection operations. A lot more engineering and detail would have to go into that, ensure we place those signals at appropriate locations.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, any?
No, stay right there.
Okay.
Thanks, Dale. Wait, one more question. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Councilman Martinez, anything? No? Okay. Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to go back to something public comment there Linda Sylvia said earlier, which were concerns about fire safety, crosswalks, and traffic. And she was a neighbor who I think if we had abs would have come and said, please don't build this here because I'm worried about being able to get out. Unfortunately, and I think it's rather odd, the Ward 4 member is now arguing that the ends justify the means. Basically, that because they value so highly education, they don't mind the traffic impacts. And what I will say is Councilmember Dewar, I think, had the most consistent position, and she's been consistent throughout my time on council in the 6 years. I really do thank her for that. When the Life Church came up several weeks ago, she said, the traffic is bad. I like education, but the traffic's bad. I won't do it. We disagreed on that, and I have had conversation about our disagreement there, but I appreciate the consistency. Again, I don't think the ends justify the means is what we're supposed to do as a body. We're a planning body. And when the public comes and says, hey, I'm concerned about getting out of my home. It took me 45 minutes to get out of there in a fire. I'm concerned about having kids in crosswalks. I'm concerned about traffic. We ought to be listening to that. We ought not say, but I value educational choice more. We do not get to play in the educational choice setting. We are a planning body. The decisions we make about planning. I do not want to hear one thing about traffic concerns in the North Valleys for the remainder of this council's term, if that is the decision that's being made today. Because to do that means that it's repicking and choosing which projects they want to allow. I think one of the other public commenters, Kelly Orr, said something very telling too. She said, North Valleys and all schools have traffic issues. Yeah, we shouldn't be trying to make it worse. This site is so tiny. And for my part, Madam Mayor, you know my history. You know that I have voted to approve the Coral Academy in Northwest Reno. I voted for the Desert Peach Montessori School. I voted a Life Church expansion because all of the sites I believe were appropriate sites. Here, the site's not appropriate. It's like putting a round peg into a square hole, right? It just does not fit. The compaction is bad. The road in and out are bad. And I just am sort of at a loss to understand how the ends justifying the means we should throw out all the planning considerations. So when the motion comes, if it's a motion for approval, I'm not supportive, and I'll have other comments at that time.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, we're going to do a quick wrap up here. Leah, let me ask you, I went through all of your whole entire packet. I was very impressed. Let me just say one thing is, this is a town council. And you know this. And that's one thing I know that staff has incredible apprehension coming before this body because we can be super uber critical. Correct. I know there's always that, looking extra hard at projects. I actually thought it was really, really good. And here's what I'd say. With everything, I don't care where you are in the city of Reno, we are now a medium-sized city. I hate to break to everyone, it's the sad thing I've ever heard that we are no longer the biggest little city. We are now the biggest little medium-sized city. We are growing up. That comes with very unfortunate growing pains. Raise your hand if you, I'm going to really myself say this. Raise your hand if you remember Hash Lane. Councilwoman Dewar? Oh, Mr. Carlson, you're asking if you're really old. Anyone else? Hash Lane was McCarran. Remember back in the day? So that's what's really challenging about it. And there is never an easy answer. And we see it all the time. You know, I see all the time, oh my goodness, that terrible council, they approved this housing project and that housing project, and they're going to take and all these things, and more divisiveness. One question I want to ask you that just to clarify for me, but I wanted to tell you, I went through this, I was impressed. I know, you went back and forth. And you had mentioned there were Washoe County schools next to Washoe County schools. Did you say that? That sometimes that they're near each other, next to each other?
I don't think it was me that said that.
I did. Ed and Brian are like touching each other and causes traffic problems getting in and out of them. And they just built O'Brien Middle School. So, I mean, they're not following their own argument here. So, thank you.
All right. So thanks for clarifying that. So then obviously, it's a little bit concerning. So I would just say this. I think the system works so much better when we work together. I am very disappointed to hear that the school district and the applicant not meet or sit down. That can be very uncomfortable, but it actually helps tremendously. And also, you should be doing it for our children. It makes a lot of sense. But sometimes, and some of the comments that were made tonight, adults, really, really alarming, especially now when we live in a time where things are incredibly divisive. I would ask you to be better for our community in every capacity and better for the children, regardless of what side you're on. I just think that's so important right now. So, and the school district, you guys need to be leaders and lead by example. Some of that was really disappointing on certain levels. Please, I just ask you, because we are all living this community together across this country. We need each other, especially in our communities. It's funny, I live in an area so prone to fires, and on my street, they're Democrats, Republicans, and you know how you tell because they got their sign of supporting who. So everyone's like, oh, I can tell, and they're judging each other by, the political signs that are up. Well, I find it interesting, during times of crisis, we had a fire up there. Do you think anyone gave a damn what party they were? No, they were running over to help each other, grab medications, the elderly people that live next to me. So at the end of the day, think about your community first. We live here together. And I don't care, we're all human. People care about political party when in times of need. So I would just ask you guys, please work with the applicants that come before you and lead by example, especially for when children are watching you. Because I can guarantee you, even when you're watching the school district meeting, there'll be children in the background and they're watching parents watch you guys. So I just think it does matter. At the end of the day, we will be better off if we work together. Sometimes we can get a lot further. I bet there were things that you could have been there, Mr. Carlson, made some concessions for them, figure it out. And I really hope that you guys can work together at the end of the day. You got to do it for the children. Because they were sort of put in the middle as political footballs tonight, and that was really unfortunate. So, that being said, I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Ebert. I need you to give me a motion, but included in that motion, I need you to give me the findings.
Okay. Can I make any comments, or do I have to wait?
No, you can before I give me the motion.
Okay. I just want to make some comments here, and I want to address some things that were unfortunately said by fellow council members. I represent a community, and when I'm sitting up here, I'm not speaking on behalf of me, I'm speaking on behalf of the constituents I represent. This isn't about me personally, this is about the people I talk to in the community if they want. When we had a meeting March 8th of 2023, and it came to council to vote on 192 apartments in that parcel next to Rayleigh's, visible in the map of this postal. I brought up traffic concerns, and I was being told several times in different ways by different people that it's not the developer's job to fix the traffic issues in the city of Reno. That vote went through with the only people opposing that apartment complex being myself and Councilmember Breckus. Councilmember Dewar did not have anything to say about the traffic at that point. Councilmember Reese did not have a concern about that intersection traffic at that point. He seemed quite certain the traffic issue would be handled by RTC, within time for the development to happen. I think it's disingenuous to say that he suddenly has so much concern and care for this area I feel like it's politically motivated. It's not consistent with previous votes in this exact area. And there's been other votes around schools that don't match what's happening here. I think it's very plain to anybody that's watching what's happening up here. And I think really, really unfortunate to act like it's something that I'm doing. I'm a representative, a mouthpiece for the people that I represent. And this is something that has been discussed at my NAB multiple times. I've discussed with constituents individually to make a statement that you don't hear another statement about traffic. You will hear more statements about traffic.
Woman, I just don't know if that's going to serve us well right now, because to me, you're kind of.
Well, no,
listen.
I get
Okay,
back
but
to
no,
what I
listen.
can and can't say.
I want it
And
to
other
be
people-
about the community,
Okay,
and if you
okay,
have.
it is about the community.
Okay,
It is about
but wait
the
a minute.
community that
I'm
I
going to ask
represent.
you. I'm going to ask you right now. If you have issues, I want you to work them out together, because the things you get upset about and vice versa, it's not helping. I want
Okay.
it to be staying focused on what we're doing, and if there are issues with each of your council members, please ask you sit down and work it out. Just talked about working collaboratively together as a community, and I want to keep the same level, the high level up here.
Okay, I
Thank
would like
you.
my time back, and also I would appreciate the same intervention when I'm being attacked for representing.
Okay,
women.
we just talked about it.
We talked about
can-
it during my time. Yes, thank you for that.
We can go into break if everyone is not going to have the same respect for each other. We can go into break and come back.
I would like my time back that was spoken over, please.
Give me a
Thank you.
motion.
Yeah. So again, part of building infrastructure is having a good educational system, and that's important and that's relevant. And I am also concerned about evacuation. I live in an area where 2 access points leave and come out of the valleys. That's something that I bring up every time we have a development that comes through here, and it's dismissed by the rest of council almost 100% of the time. Thank you.
All right.
I may,
Can I have a
move to
motion,
affirm
please?
the minor conditional use permit. Wait, how would we add a traffic light? Would that be possible to add a traffic light now? Okay.
You can put it in addition.
Okay, can we add a condition to add a traffic light now?
Madam Mayor, I think we have to explore the traffic light. I'm not going to say no to it. I think we're leaning yes on it.
No, no leaning
But to
yes.
tell you why, for record, Mayor.
Tell me.
The RTC, in order for the RIF credit to actually be waived, for us to actually obtain the benefit of it, we have to build a project that RTC plans to build. It means it needs to be their design. I don't know they are committed on a design
Dale.
at this point with
Come on,
our
Dale.
timing of our
Come on up.
project that we could agree to this and receive no RIF credit at the end of the day.
Okay.
That would be a bin switch, my client.
Okay. Bill?
Dale Keller, RTC. Like I said, RTC has not done any analysis on this widening. We have not taken a look at what these intersections could look like. Now, could the city, the applicant, and RTC sit together in a solution to find out, make some reasonable assumptions with designing a whole roadway system? Yes, that is possible.
Okay.
Is there a way to earmark any kind of contributions to RTC to make sure it's used in a specific location?
Councilmember, no, that is not part of the program.
I assume an RTC commissioner could put it on the agenda.
Madam Mayor, yes, that's always an option for one of the sitting council members to take that as part of RTC member.
Okay, I will be doing that.
Okay.
All right. Thanks so much. Thanks, Dale. You've really been beat up tonight. You're doing great.
Good.
All right. Okay, Councilwoman Niebuhr, go ahead.
Okay, I move to affirm the approval of minor conditional use permit by the administrator, deny the appeals.
Can you give me findings? And you can make the findings.
Yeah, I can make the findings presented by the planning department at the city of Reno.
Okay, I will second your motion.
Thank you.
Okay? All right. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Discussion, Madam Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Reese, and listen to me.
Do not make it personal.
Do not make it personal and keep it in the best interest of our community, okay?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for sure. First, the political and emotional fight over charter schools versus traditional public schools is reserved for the legislature. For my part, I'm proud to have been the project of the Washoe County School District Education and have raised 3 kids in the Washoe County School District. At the same time, I have visited the Matter Academy Principal Mancini is a tremendous educator, an advocate for her students, and there are good and gracious people who work there, and their children seem to be just absolutely enjoying being there. What a cute school, what wonderful students they have, and their parents is too. Moreover, with regard to schools that have come before this body, I have consistently approved them. Coral Academy, Northwest Reno, the Desert Beach Montessori, and the Life Church are all examples. But, Madam Mayor, we sit as a planning body. We are not here to pass judgment on how the schools are done and what the capacity for those schools is. I believe in the school district and believe they are subject matter experts. Here, in my part, the public input has been lacking. At this body, we have had multiple projects that we've denied or continued for failing to engage in meaningful public input. Here, there was no planning commission, regional planning governing board, no public input, postcards and emails, aside. But for this appeal, we would never have seen this item. As a result, I do not believe the administrator lacks sufficient public input upon which to base a decision and therefore lacks substantial evidence. Also, I cannot make a finding about a school being placed on a site that is a combination of GC and SF3. I do not think that that is correct. Next, I cannot make findings related to traffic. I do not feel the mitigation measures are extended enough to mitigate the significant traffic impacts. 1,500 students equates to hundreds and hundreds of additional trips in an already overburdened area with traffic congestion, creating hazardous conditions for students. Very different than an apartment complex I had. Public comment, Linda Sylvia was really the touchstone, who said that she had concerns about fire safety, crosswalks, and traffic. I believe if there had been more public comment opportunities, there would have been more of this, and certainly would militate against approval. Finally, the city staff wrote their decision before receiving the revised study. Ms. Picotti said that this evening, and that was concerning. I don't believe the administrator therefore had the necessary traffic impact decisions on which based the decision. Finally, the master plan section 2.4K mandates collaboration with Washoe County School District. This is not the same as the general proviso, which says that we should take into account other educational institutions. Rather, I agree with Mr. Daly's comments, which were that there are call-outs 20 or 30 times in our master planning document that say we should work with the school district. Here, we have not done that. That, I think, means that we cannot make the findings. I certainly not make them on that basis.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, just briefly, I concur with what Mr. Reese said, and probably 80%. I'm not as concerned about the zoning because I found out that our staff routine do not require public facility zoning for any school, and most of them don't have it. Apparently, 35, I think you told me, don't have it. So that's not a biggest concern, but almost everything else that he said are issues that concern me. The very same point. I'm not here to weigh in on value or the impacts of charter schools or this particular school. I think they're doing a phenomenal job, and I want to see that to continue. I want better focus on site selection by charter schools. I probably have a record of about 50-50, and the ones that I think have the big traffic impacts, I haven't supported, and I don't, mostly because of public safety concerns. So it's just my consistent stance for years. I want all of us to do better planning, and that's just where I stand. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Any further comments? Seeing that there are none?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Madam Mayor, I have one other comment, and I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
I will make clear too that had this academy on a different parcel, we might be having a very different conversation. I think that the work that this school is doing should be celebrated. Its children should be honored. Its educators honored. I am not in a position to attack them on the basis that some commenters have raised tonight. Again, that is for another conversation, but it is the site for me. It is truly a question of whether it's a good fit on this site.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, any further questions? No. Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Opposed.
Nay.
Okay, back at you, Carl, I believe. Let's take a call vote. Councilwoman Ebert? Yay.
Oh, yeah, yay.
Councilwoman Dewar?
Nay.
Yay?
Nay.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. And Councilor Reese?
I am a no. I'm opposed.
So sending it to, go ahead, City Attorney?
So according to our rules, we're going to put this on the next agenda. next week.
For what?
Because if a tie goes, it gets placed on the next agenda.
Okay. All right, so there you go. This is one thing I do want to say, because I do get frustrated. You guys all know this, how I feel about this, and I feel very strongly about this. This is where I have a real problem with board-only vote. I think obviously council members know pretty much what they need in their ward, their constituents, and for me, that's always really difficult to see that when that sort of happens. I wanted to be very supportive, and the things that you, especially out there where I think it really matters about what it's looking like as we move forward.
I appreciate that.
So anyway, okay, what do I need to do? 'Cause this is very
Mr.
rare.
Attorney, please.
I'm a little slow. I just want to make sure.
Motion fails.
Was it 4-2 or was it 3-3?
3-3.
It was 3.
It was 3, so Councilmember Taylor voted for it?
No, against.
No,
Mark,
it was Martinez, Ebert, and the mayor.
Voted for it.
yeah, it's
Got it.
3-3.
All right, okay.
In
So
other
the-
words, to deny the appeal and to uphold the original decision by the staff.
This is very rare when we,
Yeah, so.
when we have
yeah,
a-
So just to sum
a
it up,
tie
to make
vote.
sure for the slow people like myself that are in the room. So there was, the motion was to affirm the conditional permit, and it was 3 votes. That did not pass. Okay, so under the rules, this will come back next week at the next regular agenda city council meeting unless, unless there's an motion. If someone wants to make another motion, that's an option right now. Or unless the appellants all designate would be comfortable with coming back on a different date. If they agree that, you can arrange for a different date, but otherwise it's coming back.
wants to try to throw out a motion, I'm going to assume no.
No, so Mayor, the opposite motion would be to uphold the appeal.
Right.
Right? And let's just say the voting was the same. That also wouldn't pass. It might not be the same, but I'm assuming it might be the same.
You can go ahead. Aye.
Or Mr. Reese had all the words to find out.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question, point of order? I'm just trying to understand procedurally. My understanding is that at a 3-3 tie, it's a technical affirmation. Meaning we have not reversed decision below the administrator. That I don't understand.
No, so under the open meeting law, it takes 4 votes to have any action. So yes, there wasn't an action on that item, but our rules call for if there's a vote and the motion is passed, presiding officer will determine in accordance with the rules if there is another motion or a second, and if there's no action on the item, the public hearing shall be placed at the next regular agenda of the city council, and that's Rule 8.12 of the Reno City Council. So, that's where we are. The exception being that if the appellants were to agree to some other date, we could designate another date for this to return.
Yep.
Mr. Attorney?
And I just asked Councilwoman Dewar to give me another motion.
Okay, well, that I want to ask. Give another motion to deny the appeal. To affirm the appeal, which would be the opposite motion. And let's say it's a 3-3. I think that would be a technical denial, and I think the project would be approved. What do you think?
No, but you can't approve it by, you have to vote affirmatively to approve the project or to deny
What
the
about the
project.
appeal, though?
Both ways. You can't by not acting approve something is under the bad open meeting law.
Okay. Well, I'll just, for the good order, unless you would like Mr.
Okay,
Reese.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay,
You're
well,
fine.
I make a motion to uphold the appeals.
All right.
All 5.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Councilwoman Ebert?
Opposed?
Nay.
Yeah.
Councilman Martinez? Nay. Okay, same outcome. So we will put it back on the next agenda when we also have another council member present, in case this should happen again. That would probably not be the same outcome. We probably will not get the same outcome. So, anything else that I need to do? Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to sit back to you. So you will have to, you'll probably have to do a time certain, 6 o'clock, unless we have another appeal.
We do have another appeal on the 31st. City attorneys, do we need a time and date certain, or will this continue over to 6 p.m. for next week?
Yeah, under rules, it'll continue to next week, so I'd be looking just for a motion to continue to the July 30th
Okay.
meeting.
31st, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
All right, Madam
31st.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to continue this until July 1st. Is it in the evening again?
Yeah.
6 p.m. hearing?
Okay, so I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carried unanimously. All right, thanks, guys. I appreciate all of you. You must be exhausted. But we've also been sitting here since 10 a.m., so we're probably at that point where we're ready to fall over and pass out too. But get some rest, and we appreciate you attending. Okay, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're moving on to item J1, which is closing public comment.
All right, do we have any closing public comment?
We do have public comment from Kelly Orr.
Kelly, where are you? Come on up.
Good evening, Kelly Orr for the record. I just wanted to say that this is the first
Kelly.
time.
Sorry, if you'll hold a moment.
Holding.
And put microphone on a little bit low. All right, good job.
Okay, Kelly, thank you so much. Patience, go.
No, thank you, everybody. Good job for seeing Kelly Orr for the record. I just wanted to go online, go on public comment stating this is the first time I've ever been at a city council meeting where,
I'm sorry. Just kidding.
No, I've been to plenty. This is the first time where I've ever been at a meeting where Devin Reese and Naomi Dewar have been, and this is one out of like 5 that I've been to, have been against education bills. When I made the comment, Mr. Reese, about traffic, it is because I have shown up many times holding a sign saying you're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong when we plan the city, the roads not being first and foremost of the concerns. We are 20 years behind the time. We all know this. This isn't new news. But I think RTC and the freeway expansions with NDOT are trying. Just like your area, Ms. Dewar, it took 7 years to get what you got accomplished done.
One turn lane.
Right. It takes a village, and I think having this Matter Academy, what it brings to our community is bigger than the roads, because the roads will follow, just like they've done in every ward. It will happen. But when is another school going to be built in our community? North Valley, I've lived in Ward 1. I've lived in Ward 5. I've lived in Ward 4 now and 3. We all have our struggles, but when we work as a team to unilaterally combine and make sure that we're planning our education, our resources for our wards. Luckily, we're getting a hospital out in the North Valleys. Mind blowing. When you're concerned about exit routes, you really need to hope you have a 4-wheel drive area in the entire Washoe County area. Just take the dirt, is what I would giggle why a Jeep. Don't need a road. I will make my own. And I am grateful to live in such a beautiful county in northern Nevada that allows for that opportunity to happen. And I think we're just kind of figuring it, but I'd really like to see each council member next week really take the time to look at what is happening in the next 10 years in each of your wards, but now Ward 4. It is exponentially growing. Education and choice for our students and our children matter, and it just needs to happen. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Kelly.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Kelly, love to go to coffee with you
Yeah.
if we get the chance. You sound like a tremendous advocate. Just love your passion.
Yes.
Will you connect with me by email so we go grab coffee?
Absolutely, but only if it's on roller skates. You guys
my
all know
God, I
about
don't know if I
roller
can
derby.
handle
I'm sure
that.
he can accommodate.
Yeah.
Well, and Ms. Orr, just so you know, you said you never heard, just 6 weeks ago, I was one of the only council members who voted against the Life Church School with 100 students across from Damani for the very same reason. And there was a pledge from RTC to look at a roundabout, but it isn't here today.
Gotcha.
And I also voted against Doral Academy because of the very same traffic issue.
But it's working.
First of all, we
Doral's
gotta stop
working.
calling each other out. I'm the only one that did.
No, I'm not
the only
saying-
one
I
that
didn't
did that.
say I'm the only
No,
one.
I know.
Okay.
But you divide us instead of
I don't
unite
mean
us.
to.
No, I didn't
Councilwoman
take it that
Dewar,
way.
No, I'm just pointing it out. Whenever you keep saying, and you said it earlier today,
About solar.
I want everyone to be a little bit more aware of how we read each other up here.
Yeah,
Okay.
but she said she had never heard
I
me
haven't. now.
object, and I was just sharing, I just objected 6 weeks ago.
Yeah, not yet.
Not yet,
We're not
sorry.
adjourned yet, but we do need to go home and go to bed.
Yes, I thank you for that,
Clarifying
because
the
I have
record.
heard,
All right.
and know your word, and know we're all fighting the good fight for our area,
Yes,
so
thank you very much,
Thank you.
Kelly.
I'll see you guys
Okay.
soon.
All right,
Bye.
come back anytime.
Madam
Okay.
Mayor, we do have one more public commenter on Zoom.
Okay, hurry, go for it.
Hi there. This is Assemblymember Selena LaRue Hatch. I've been watching this quite spirited debate for the last couple hours, and I
You
just
should have
wanted
joined
to.
us. You should have come.
I should have. I know. I missed the party, but I just wanted to clarify some comments that I heard from a council member today that were a little concerning. I teach at Northern High School, and we are a newcomer center, and there was an implication that somehow us being a newcomer center was harming the students of Washoe County or lowering the standards of our education. And I just wanted to point out that, you know, we're a newcomer center because students that come to this country don't speak any English at all, really a lot more supportive. So we like to concentrate them in one or two schools so they can have that support. And my students that are newcomers are some of the hardest working kids I have ever met. Many of them are refugees, face challenges that many of us can never know our whole life. And it really, I think, hurt my heart, and would have hurt theirs too, to hear those comments that somehow they were lessening our schools. And so I just wanted to really share the importance of that program, and just that words have power, and I want to make sure one is advocating for those.
Thank you, and I appreciate you bringing that up. And I heard it on both sides, and it was disappointing. That's why I was saying we need to be supportive of each other, especially, you know, in politics. Now more than ever, we need to support each other, even though sometimes we might not have the same views, but there were things that were said that hurt my heart as well as your heart. And I'm so glad that you clarified that, because I think it is important to address it, because it's going to help anyone. So we appreciate you, and we invite you to come down next time.
Well, I heard there'll be another party, so maybe I will.
Okay, anytime. We'd love to have you.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and thank you for that. I know you all want to get home.
Thanks.
All right, Mayor, for the record, to close out item J1, we did receive, after 4 p.m. yesterday and throughout the day today, 27 letters total via reno.gov online public comment form or emails to my office, 20 letters of support on various items, 6 letters of opposition, and 1 letter of concern. And that, we're moving on to item K, adjournment.
All right. Councilwoman Ebert, give me
Motion
my
to
favorite
adjourn.
motion.
Second.
No, I'm just kidding. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? See, I never get opposition on that. All right. Thanks, everyone. Good night.